Hello. Hello. Slowly but surely, I am getting ready for stream. Don't you worry. I've got a, I've got a soda can of zero sugar beside me to give me proper energy. I've got a bottle of water that I am consuming. I am getting there. Don't. Hi there, Masonic. That was kind of a waste of a bold because, quite frankly, you have made the grand mistake of trying to make me bold when I wasn't even. Hang on a sec. Why am I not facing straight? Here we go. Bam. There. All right. Ow. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Happy Monday. Joe couldn't think of a name. Thank you for being first. It's your first time getting to that, so tell me what you think of the trumpets and what have you. They might have been pretty good. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing fairly okay. It's Sunday here. Oh yeah, it's Sunday for the Americans. Something I didn't know was a thing back on Sunday. It was that it was like International Hyena Day. So Yeens get a day. Yeens get a fucking day and a random day in April. I didn't know about that. So, yeah. Lucky them, I suppose. So, hang on. I just need to roll up this cable here so then that way it's not in my way. There we go. Nice work on catching that yellow tang there. Stinky Yeen. Yeah. Yeen Stinky. Here, hang on. Here's a Stinky Yeen. Hopefully I'm typing this incorrectly. Yeah, I'm typing it incorrectly. That's a Stinky Yeen right there. Look at him. Look at him. Blew it red with stunk. Stinky Yeen. Although, I'm going to be real with you, many of the people here are already a follower of unnamed. Like, I know Clarkson Otter is, Masonic probably is, Joe, I couldn't think of a name. I'm pretty sure you got here because of unnamed Gene. You're a mod as well? Yeah, like, that's what I was going to say. Ah, thank you for the giant emote Joe of like, unnamed Gene just, you know, doing a fucking massive sniff, and it's just like... Stinky. So yeah. And how dare you? I myself am not stinky. I went for a nice walk on the walking pad this morning, catching up on a little bit of shuffle up and play, and I was able to do a shower afterwards. So I'm doing fairly well. Also, good news. Good news for those people that may not be aware. Weight loss journey update. I am now 97 kilograms flat. I reached 97 kilograms flat this morning, which was absolutely fantastic, which bodes well considering I bought a pair of medium-sized shirts from Uniqlo. They do technically fit me. It's not like a 100% comfortable fit because I'm so used to having, like, you know, long thing. What is that in cheese freedom units? Let me get my calculator out and get to the converter. So weight and mass. 97 kilograms is 213.8 pounds. If you would like an understanding of how much weight I've lost in total, get that 200. So get 313 minus 200 and what was it? 200. So yeah, I've lost about 100 pounds. I have lost 100 pounds since I've been on this weight loss journey since October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7 months. So I've been trying to lose weight for like the last 7 months. And that was when I was, like, properly trying. I was up to, like, 150 kilograms back in July. August and September, I just tried, you know, managing what I was eating, but I wasn't really doing a good job doing that myself because I was still, you know, ordering fast food, like, every second or third day. It was quite excessive. So I went to a dietitian, I went to a GP trying to get Ozempic, and the GP was like, before we give you drugs, let's have you go talk to a dietitian first. You're very overweight and fat. Here's some free appointments to see a dietitian and physiotherapist. So dietitian was like, all right, let's put you on an intensive calorie deficit diet. Thank you, Grin. Thank you so much for the Thank you so much for the blah 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 blah. Thank you so much for the uh thank you so much for the Wii Strike Bowling. So sorry for that. Welcome, welcome. Also, hi there, guess I know a guy. I don't know how to measure that in Popeye chicken strips. I don't know like the approximate weight of Popeye chicken strips, but I reckon if you get the value in grams or pounds, you'll be able to figure that shit out yourself because I've given you all the math already. So yeah. The weight... Yay on the weight progress status. I'll forever be grateful you achieved such a fun goal. It can be a good lesson for others that consistency and dedication, even when it doesn't feel possible, can come through and you did it. Yeah. The thing is, like, the people that don't deal with weight loss and shit like that, they're like, oh, how does it feel now? And I'm like, it feels the exact fucking same as I was, like, 50 kilograms ago. I'm not noticing, what the weight loss is doing to me every day. What I am noticing are things that, that aren't normally in, like, my zeitgeist. So, for instance, going to work during, like, the winter season, we've not kicked the air conditioning into the winter season yet because we're in Australia. It's hot all the time. So, there are days where I'm actually cold. Sorry, not hot. Cold. Where I'm actually cold in the office. Like, I feel it in my arms and my hands where I'm like, oh, it's a little bit chilly. So I need to remember to bring a jacket to work when I go there this week after today. So I need to remember to do that. And then, just small things such as, when I'm on the treadmill before, like, I couldn't, like, keep up, just a walking pace at 8 kilometers an hour. I'd be, like, kind of going for a jog, and I really couldn't sustain that. I'm doing a lot better now than I was, 30, 40 kilograms ago. I'm getting into smaller shirt sizes and jean sizes. So those are the things that I'm noticing, is that I'm getting, some things are getting easier, and I'm noticing things I didn't notice before. Needed to work on losing some weight? I believe in you. Like, here's the thing. Like, the way I lost weight wasn't through Ozempic. It was through, like, after talking to a dietitian, it was going through a calorie deficit diet. Yes, they're intense, but considering I didn't have a really good understanding of when I was full, it was very easy to go through it because I wouldn't have an understanding of when I was, like, running on empty. Unless I was, like, painfully, hungry. So, having the diet restriction where it's like, okay, here's your shake for the morning, that's it. Here's your shake for the afternoon, that's it. Here's your shake for the evening, that's it. And drink 2 liters of water. That worked out for me quite well because I could trust that the shakes gave me exactly what I needed, and that I could and that there was no need for snacking, and that I should try not to snack while on the diet and what have you. And that worked out really well for me. So my personal goal right now is to get under 96 kilograms. I want to be like 95 point something at some point soon. And then I'm probably going to try and get like a dietitian diet and like see, whether it's appropriate to go back onto the intensive diet, because I will have been on this, like, 2 shakes, 1 meal diet for, like, the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks plus, I should say. It's because the intensive diet, yes, I can lose, like, 1.5 kilos to 2 kilos a week, which would be very intensive. And, within 3 months, I would probably be down to, like, 80 or maybe even 70 kilograms, which is, like, an approximate weight that I should be at. But the thing is, as well, is that where I'm at right now with my diet is I'm already losing muscle, and there isn't that much muscle on me. Like, I don't look like, granted, I didn't look like it back in July, but I don't look like what my zebra is. Like, all these muscles you see before you is not a thing. So, I'm sure you'll know the simple things will become more enjoyable, though, like being able to have the energy to last longer and dress with clothes more available to. Yeah, dressing with clothes more available to me is a huge, like, that's a huge step up. And it was definitely a confidence booster when I went into late night shopping last Thursday. I went into a jeans store. I was wearing, like, size 38 jeans, and my belt was, like, pulling it to the max to keep it close. I went into the store thinking, oh, I'm going to be down to just the 36. Nope. Turns out I'm down to like a 34 in the jeans that I love wearing, the 351s or something like that, or the 341s. And being able to like go down 2 jean sizes is pretty good. I can probably even go like a belt size down as well, but I'm kind of happy with the belt that I have right now because yeah, I'm closing it to like, you know, the last buttonhole or something like that because it's meant for like size 40 or 38 clothing and such. But, you know, I spent like $100 on that belt. I want to get my money's due for it. I'm not going to throw it away after 3 months. I want to get like maybe a year out of it or something. Hmm. But yeah. Oh, one of the things I do need to do, I should probably put on my fursuit again at some point in the future because, like, I reckon the arms would feel different. Because right now there's padding on the arms, like, that much is certain. And I don't think I've lost, like, that much weight in the arms as opposed to, like, the chest and, like, the neck and such, which, you know, don't really matter. But I do want to put on the fursuit again at some point because I do also need to reach out to Creative Beasts because there's like I'm currently having a problem like the ear is a little bit loose. It's not falling off thankfully, but it's a little bit loose and one of the crocks in the hoofs is like wobbling around in there and the only way to repair it is you would have to take the bottom of the hoof off and stick it back in. So there's that problem as well. So there's a few things. A more intensive diet shouldn't be a problem when you get to that point of 95.6 since your body is adjusted to your weight, but eating in moderations and portions will definitely be drastically smaller. That is also true. So there is oh, hang on. What in the world is going on there? Sorry, I just need to do some checks. So right now I've recently updated my OBS to OBS like 31.03. So game capture on competitive games they said might be a problem. I don't play a lot of competitive games, excuse me, with anti-cheat or anything like that, so it shouldn't be a problem. But the reason I went and got it was so then that way I was able to get the source profiler plugin. So I could see like, oh, where's all of my resources going with the GPU and such. And it looks like oh, OBS has crashed. That is not good. Game capture option. Thank you, OBS. Silly. Alright, hang Ah! Alright, stop that timer. Alrighty, hopefully, am I back? It looks like I'm back, and it doesn't look like I have, yeah, it doesn't look like I've had the stream uptime, like, you know, drastically, you know, broke or anything like that. So, yeah, the whole point of the source profiler was to try and... Welcome back. Yeah, it's good to be back. The point of having the source profiler was so then that way I had a tool to double check, like, what was using the most resources and what have you. Because, yeah, some of them will be a little bit intense, such as the just chatting, and it looks like something in my core overlays is is taking the most amount of resources. So from the looks of it, it looks like it's a mix between... I love how there's graph total and it does like nothing. Scenes nested. I'm just gonna go scene. But yeah, core, like, so just chatting takes quite a bit, where core overlay does like 0.8, full screen effect does 0.3, intro fighters does 0.2, and then desk. Meanwhile, this desk right here, 0.11. Amazingly enough, the 3D Grand takes like 0.2, so there's barely anything with that, but I imagine over time, like when I do Hyper Himbo or something like that, it will catch on to a problem or something or rather. So, thankfully, like, it's not using a huge percentage of my GPU or anything like that, or CPU at this point. But yeah, I wanted something to sort of keep an eye, because I notice it in my stats where the frames per second drops when I do Hyper Himbo and such. So I was really curious, like, why that might be. But yeah, I'm back. I don't know what emote... Oh, it's, Inu Kazane exploding. That's a pretty funny emote. Alrighty then. Let me move my thingamadiggies over here. There we go. That way, there's, like, less of a likelihood of them, like, you know, being in the way. And let's get Mafia 2 up and running. So, we've gone 3 hours into it. Apparently this game is like a 7-hour average game. I'm like, first and foremost, I am forever grateful that this game has not been breaking. It has not been stuttering. It has not been freezing on me. This has been, like, going from Mafia Definitive Edition with all of its, like, weird stuttering problems to Mafia 2 having none of that, I'm very appreciative for and such. Also, did I get my... Yes, I did get my, my steps. Alrighty then. So yeah, we're playing it with controller, as always. And I'm swapping from standing mode to sitting mode. I like standing when I'm talking sometimes. Alright, continuing the story. Look at what happened during Prohibition. A handful of poor, uneducated immigrants from similarly become stronger than all the laws, courts, and police here in the States. That took some time. That took some doing. And that was by Tony Angelo, who was from the first game. Squatting mode when? Maybe I need to bring back squats at some point.
Hey, they're handsome.
Boobs!
Joe ain't here right now. He said for you to meet him for lunch at Freddy's.
I see.
Too bad you were passed out when I came in. We could have partied. Maybe next time, doll. Bye.
Maybe next time. I told you in Mafia 1, Mafia 2 and 3 run better, and 2 probably runs the best. 2 probably does run the best. It isn't the prettiest, because Mafia 1 definitely looks better. But, yeah, Mafia blah 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 blah. Mafia 2, like, so far, is, like, crazy high quality. Like, I'm running this with, like, I remember the benchmark being like, oh yeah, 300 frames, like, and this is, like, basically, like, one of the higher, like, yeah, I'm at the highest quality right now. Like, the only thing I don't have, oh wait, I can do yeah, 120 frames. We're gonna limit it to 120. And resume. Alright, we're gonna go with not the biker outfit. Let's go with this renegade pack. It's a pretty intense color, but we'll see how it goes. Unless they patch 3 at one point to match 2's performance, then 3 might be the best. They did do a Mafia 3 Definitive Edition, which I think adds in all of the, blah, 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 blah. It adds in all of the, DLC that's been released for it, and that's the version that I have. Oi!
Stupid broad! Get the hell back here! If you can't drive, you should stay home where you belong!
Hey, isn't that Joe's girl over there? Well, one of them anyway.
Oh, Jesus! That was not intentional. That was not intentional. Sorry, hang on. Retry mission. That was not intentional, okay? I'm gonna need to relearn the controls. I've been playing like 4 or 5 different games this last week, and only one of them was Mafia 2. So, yeah. Gonna need to skip this. We've already seen the boobies. It's absolutely fantastic. Here we go. Red jacket. There we go. Alright. Let's see how we go. A gamer moment happened again. You're welcome to clip it. Like, Blue Foxy and ICIC knows, if I get a clip from you guys, it's going into my TikTok, and I very much appreciate it.
Back here! If you can't drive, you should stay home where you belong.
Hey, isn't that Joe's girl over there? Well, one of them anyway.
How do I run?
Smacked up my car, I'm gonna smack up yours. Look at my fucking car! Hey, you're gonna pay me for that!
Leave me alone!
Hey, pal, knock it off.
And who the fuck are you?
Somebody who doesn't like hearing you talk to a lady like that. So why don't you shut the fuck up and leave while I'm still in a good mood, huh?
What, is she your girlfriend or something? Well, if she's not gonna pay for it, you will.
One more word, and you're gonna need a new set of teeth. Now get the fuck out of here. That was the word.
Nice.
Come on, coward!
There we go. Is she okay?
Thanks, handsome. I owe you one. Do you want to come over to my place for a piece of pie?
Yeah, thanks, but look, I really gotta get going.
You'll like it, I promise. I gotta get going now. I'll see you around.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah! $50! Let's go!
I simply must go.
Baby, it's cold
Outside.
The answer is no.
Baby, it's cold outside.
The welcome has
How
been
lucky that you dropped in.
so nice and warm.
Look out the window at that
My
storm.
sister will be
Gosh,
suspicious.
your lips look
My
delicious.
brother will be there at the
Waves
door.
upon a tropical shore.
My maiden aunt's mind is vicious.
Your lips are delicious.
Or maybe just a cigarette
Never
more.
such a blizzard before.
Gotta get
But
home.
baby, you can breathe out there.
Say, lend me your
It's
coat.
up to your knees out there.
You've really been
I
great.
thrill when you touch my hand.
Good, don't you see?
How can you do this thing to
There's
me?
bound to be talk
Think
tomorrow.
of my lifelong
At
sorrow.
least there will be plenty of
If
pride.
you caught pneumonia and died,
Really can't
get
stay.
over that.
Unfortunately, if I listen to more of this song, it will be copywritten and the audio will be muted for the rest of this stream. It doesn't like me enjoying really fucking old songs. Alright, let's not park in front of the fire hydrant. That is going to be a problem. Let's park here. We shouldn't be in the way. There we go. Into Freddy's bar we go. Also, I need to...
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Vito, this is Luca Garino. He'd like to talk to you and Joe. Luca, this is Vito.
Good to meet you, Mr. Garino.
No need to be so formal. Call me Luca. Take a seat, Vito.
Park it, do your thing. Yeah.
What can I get you?
Same thing I'm having. And hurry it up. I heard about you running with the mix. Great fucking story. And I want to congratulate you, too, on a job well done.
That is a derogatory term for the Irish.
You guys did a hell of a job. Not too many guys got the stomach for this line of work. So now, I'm wondering if yous are ready to take the next step.
Yeah, sure. What next step?
I'm talking about taking somebody out. Just 'cause someone points his finger at him and tells you to do it.
I was in the war, Mr. Garino. All I did was kill people I was told to kill. People the president pointed his finger at.
Interesting way of saying it.
That's good. The president. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. But you're talking about the crowds, right? You know, the bad guys. That's not what I mean. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Good. We need guys like you. Guys who can follow orders without asking questions. You handle this next job like you handled the last one, and there's a good chance you'll be accepted into the family. After you pay the initiation fee, of course.
And how much is that?
$5 grand apiece.
What the fuck?
That's a fucking fortune.
Hey, nobody said it was cheap, huh? But trust me, the benefits far outweigh the cost. I'll leave it up to you two to decide.
I don't have $5 grand.
He's gonna fill you in on the rest.
I have like maybe 2 or 3 in my savings. I am not a great saver. This guy's talking about like 1940s money.
Last time. Don't disappoint me again.
Boss,
Don't. Now come with me. We got some other business to discuss.
They put a lot of work on Vito.
What kind of job we talking about here?
I gotta take a guy out. It's my contract, but I need some help. That's where you two come in.
Who's the lucky guy?
Some fat fuck from across the river. The guy's been warned, but he thinks he's untouchable.
And is he?
Well, somebody tried to take him out once before.
And?
Let's just say they slightly underestimated him.
How much is slightly?
Fatally.
That's a fancy way of saying they're dead, right?
Hey, they fucked up. We won't. I rented an apartment across the street from his business. We'll sit there and we'll wait till that fat fuck shows up, and then boom, we blast his ass.
How are we gonna do that?
With an MG-42.
Where are we getting an MG-42 from?
Harry.
Yeah.
He's a vet, like you. He's got a private little gun shop over in Kingston. You can get your anything from a pea shooter to a bazooka. And you don't need no fucking gun license, neither.
Okay, Joe and me will go to the apartment. You go pick up the machine gun at Harry's shop in Kingston. It's all paid for. Just tell him I sent you. After that, meet us at the apartment. It's in Sand Island. The building across from the
Here's the
distillery.
thing.
Apartment 233.
Okay, apartment.
$5 grand now in an inflating calculator. You looked it up. Is about 90 grand.
Good luck, pal.
Ooh. Wait, are you talking about like, okay, $5 grand today and then, or sorry, $5 grand back then inflates to 90 by like, you know, just rate of inflation? Because I feel like the US dollar like increased in value outside of inflation value.
Something to drink?
Get me coffee.
Okay, 1 coffee coming up.
I need to be awake and I need to be sharp.
Yeah, see you around. Your money's always...
Silly broad. Alright, into the car we go. How do I get the... There was a way to get the what's-a-mahoozy back up again. There we go. A. I don't want to, like, get caught by the police for speeding, so we're doing this, you know, casually. Fuck that red light. Alright, we're heading to the stadium. Even though I graduate from mechanical engineering, but I don't know the financial math for that at the moment. You're doing mechanical engineering in 2 days. Congratulations on getting close to graduation. Nice work. I graduated like 7 years ago, I want to say. It was for a degree in IT. It was like a bachelor's of IT majoring in network security. So, no, not majoring in network security. It was, not network security. That was my minor. It was majoring in computer science. So, that was a little bit of the, like, programming side, obviously, and just a little bit of, like, understanding on, like, some of the hardware here and there. So, and then the minor was in network and security. So, I know a little bit about, you know, that stuff. But yeah, I've not used my degree, like, actively during that time. So, a lot of the stuff I've learned from university isn't, like, you know, 100% in my brain. Because, yeah, you will forget things if you're not regularly using them after, like, you know, half a decade at least. I wonder when the snow will end. Alrighty. So an Army-Navy surplus. Any magazines around? No. The length of time I've been on Twitch is the same time I've been in college. Ooh, damn.
Henry Tomasino sent me to pick up the stuff he ordered.
Okay, come in.
Hang on. For blackmail.
Yeah, who is it?
Henry Tomasino sent me to pick up the stuff he ordered.
Come on in.
Alrighty. Fly right. Ah, this is copyrighted music as well, so this is gonna be a problem.
You're the guy Henry was telling me about, huh?
Yeah. You got his merchandise.
Yeah, well.
Jesus Christ.
MG42, made in Germany. Hitler's buzzsaw, we called her. She's a beauty. 25 pounds, 7.92 caliber, 1,200 rounds per minute, fastest in the world. 250 round belt, 3/4 of a mile effective range, and extremely reliable.
Meanwhile, RFK Jr. is like, oh hey, autism wasn't a thing when I was growing up. What the fuck was that shit? Who the fuck normie is going to remember all of that stat on the MG42? A gun, let me remind you, as this guy has, was made in fucking Germany. What like, granted, there's probably a lot of gun nut Americans out there, but how many of them are going to be able to quote off that fucking MG42 prior to the internet, okay? It's not like we had fucking, you know, a demon vampire being able to spew off the Lockheed SR-72 Blackbird, a reconnaissance aircraft with strategic stealth capable of Mach 2 and an altitude of 85,000 feet.
I don't know what the hell you're hunting, but unless it's in a fucking tank, sayonara, baby. Hey, you need me to show you how to use it?
No, thanks. I'm familiar with him. I was in the service too.
No shit! Wait, you're kidding me. Where were you? What was it, Normandy, huh? No, Africa? Let me guess.
Operation Husky.
Yeah? What unit were you in?
504th Parachute.
No shit, you were a paratrooper? That was kind of hairy, I heard.
Hi there, Sky.
No picnic, I tell you. I got hit, so they sent me home.
Yeah, any medals?
Yeah, Purple Heart and a DSC.
Whoa, wait, you got a cross? Let me tell you, they don't give those babies out for nothing. I was in Normandy. We hit Utah Beach. Yeah, that wasn't no picnic neither, but when I was crawling over the fence on the way back, I poked my eye out on a fucking tree branch. Well, hey, it was good enough for a discharge.
Look, I really gotta get going.
All right. Hey, by the way, I'm Harry.
Hey, Vito.
Hey, good to meet you, Vito. Real good. If you ever need some hardware, you know where to find me. There you go. I hope you drove here. She's a big girl. Good luck.
Hey, thanks. Nice
It's
to
a
meet
good thing they left a car out the
Guns in
front.
crate. And there's a couple thousand rounds in the van out in the yard. Take it. It's all paid for. See you around, Vito.
I have no idea how to sprint in this game. I probably should have double-checked what the controls were. Okay, so left bumper is the sprint. Okay, I was getting that wrong all this time. It's a couple thousand rounds? Yeah. Also, for whatever reason, they want the initiation fee to be like $5,000. Back in the 1940s, that is a ridiculous amount of money. Once again, I cannot have that running. Yay for my green light. And remember, in America, you can turn right at any time with care. Fantastic. So how's your night going, Sky? You doing good? How's it going on Hyena Day? You just got back from the mall? Nice! Did you get anything new? I went to a mall last week. Bought some new stuff. You met some of your friends there? Oh my goodness! You went to the mall for vibes? You went to the mall for vibes like a high schooler? Damn, I've not done that in forever. Met up with some friends, just a little trinket, little shopping spree with the sis and the friends. God, that sounds like a bop. I wanted to try and hang out with like one friend during late night shopping last week. It didn't pan out, unfortunately, because they unfortunately had to, you know, do some last minute stuff before they traveled to the States, so they weren't able to, you know, go out late at night. And I'm gonna be real, I'm amazed that, you know, because they didn't tell me about the trip to the States until, like, you know, like that it was the day after, you know, the thing we were going to meet up. And I was like, look, I would have made that day a, look, I'm going to the States tomorrow morning. I am not going to be doing anything in the evening. I'm going to get a good night's sleep, yada yada. Like, I wouldn't have done anything the night before. I would have done, like, last-minute preparations, double-check, triple-check my suitcase, made sure I had everything. I am so paranoid when it comes to traveling before the travel, but once you got me going into the travel and such, yeah, no, I'm cute. I'm cool as a cucumber, okay? Like, I'm going in a plane. I'm not going to be doing anything for, like, you know, a good, you know, several hours. If I'm stressing, it's a fruitless stress during that travel. The trinket is a little Victorian cat model? Oh, neat. Wait, a Lego cat model? Or just like a little model? There we go. It's a little model figurine. Ah, okay, okay, okay. So it's already, like, put together and everything like that. Vito. Oh, wait, no, that's Joey. We gotta get him awake. You got it from a box lunch. Ah, okay.
Sicily.
What brought you to the States?
Mussolini.
Will you buy your ticket?
Don't be a smartass, Joe. My father was a man of honor. Things got pretty bad for us after Mussolini came into power. My old man figured I'd either get drafted or locked up. So he sent me to America and got me a job working for Clementi.
They're getting wise. That's not good.
So what happened to your father?
He said he was too old to make the trip. Mussolini had him arrested, and he died in jail. They won't even turn his body over for a proper burial.
That's rough.
Wait, box lunch is the name of the store. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like a like a boxed lunch from like the food court or something like that. You got me because like.
Coming. Those black cars.
Uh-oh.
Vito, aim for the fat bastard. We gotta nail him before he gets in the building. Get ready.
All right, I'm on.
They got
All
guns.
right, showtime.
They got guns up there in that window.
All right, here we go.
Waste that fat fuck.
We got them all! Stop shooting that fucking thing! I'm going deaf over here!
Yeah, give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Going in! Alright, Vito, go!
Everybody all right? Hey, hurry up and kill this guy. I'm almost out of bullets.
I'm back!
Come on, let's get this shit out of here.
I don't want to get on your bad side.
Over there.
Move it, Vito. We can't let that fat bastard get away.
Okay, you first, Vito. You're the fucking war hero.
Go, we'll cover
We're
you.
coming for you, Porky! Alright, Vito, here we go. Going in! I'll cover you, move it!
Let's go. I'm almost out of bullets over here.
Oh, that's the best you got! Way to go, Vito! Oh, fuck!
Don't
Watch
go
out!
close.
I'll
Leave
cover
me
you,
alone.
move it!
What the fuck was that?
Back me up, Vito. God damn it, now this whole fucking place is gonna burn to the ground. What a waste of bullets.
Got him. Was there any... I feel like this would have something.
Vito, come on, huh? We gotta move.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a minute. I thought there would be something cool in this room, but I guess there isn't. Alright, pick up the shotgun while we're at it.
I'm going in.
Try and get behind him.
Oh no, fuck it over. All right, showtime, Vito.
Hiding, you little prick.
I got you covered, Vito. Move.
You better be better than that, Dago. Hey, what's going on? I'm not fucking dead yet.
Come out of your hole, you fucking rat. You're fucking burning. Back me up, Vito. All right, Vito, go.
Yeah, I'm nearly dead, so give me a minute.
Back.
Stay where you are.
All right, Vito, here we go. Okay, hit the button, Vito.
My goodness, Joe. Do you not do anything yourself? He's just like, get over here, Vito. Get in the building, Vito. Press the button, Vito.
What the hell are you doing, Joe?
What? I'm thirsty. Pretty good stuff. You should try it.
Drinking on the job, huh? When'd you turn Irish?
Here they come! Shit, they got armies. Fucking dead! Going in. Oh, shit, there's an army of them. Fuck. All right. No time, Vito. You shoot like my sister.
Got him.
Ah, let's waste these fucks.
God damn, picking up so many of these, like, we're gonna be rolling in ammunition. Alright, here we go.
Come on, Porky's upstairs.
It's a good day to die, kid.
Oh, look at this fat man. Doesn't even have a proper hairline.
Please, I got a wife.
You should have thought about your wife before.
Just kill me. Oh, for Christ's sake.
Don Clemente sends his regards.
Alright.
Oh. Fuck.
Alright, kill.
Fuck you. Sorry, you.
Where did he think he was gonna go after shooting one of us?
Henry, you okay? Where'd he hit you? Of course I'm not fucking okay.
Sorry, I just need to refresh a window because it's not, like, properly updated.
Shot me in the fucking leg.
There we go.
God.
Oh, yeah, it's bleeding all
Son
over
of
the
a...
place.
Get me to El Greco.
The fucking painter?
No, the fucking doctor, you
take
idiot.
it easy. We're gonna get you there in a minute.
The Greek guy lives up in Highbrook.
All right, let's get you to the car.
Oh, Marona, you're heavier than you look.
You didn't go down without trying? Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Very concerted effort, though.
Shot my balls off.
Take it easy.
Wait,
Missed him
Oh, nice.
by a mile.
Well, that was a tasteful Playboy, honestly. I remember a previous one had, like, fucking, you know, crazy amount of boobs. Fun fact, at the time point that this game starts is prior to the release of Playboy. That's something I learned from Googling where all the different Playboy magazines are.
Careful. This fucking hurts.
No. Yeah,
Please.
well, you can walk.
I don't
if you
want to die.
You're moaning.
Uh-oh.
No need to get pissy. Oh. Fuck. Leave it that there.
We need to get out of
Place
here.
is coming apart.
Do you have any idea who you're fucking with, son?
Gotta hurry. Fire's spreading.
God damn it, I knew it. Oh, damn contract. It's a fucking jinx.
What do you mean, yo?
Yep. Alright, here's a way out. Alright, goes in the back. We keep him alive. Drive to the hospital. No probs. Knowing our luck, we're probably going to a doctor, either at his home residence
Fuck.
or the vet.
If I don't make it,
Hey, don't go saying that, pal. It's just a scratch. The doc will give you a few stitches, and then we'll all go out and celebrate.
no, really.
Shh, you shouldn't talk right now. Helps conserve your strength. I seen that in a movie once.
Yeah? And what happened to the guy in the movie?
He...
Okay, we need to... Alright, we're gonna aim for this body shop, which should be in the same direction. This will allow us to change the plates on this thing before, you know, because if the cops have a chance to find us, we're gonna have problems, because they know what our plates are. I like this mechanic of the game that's like, oh yeah, the cops are looking for you, because, as, you know, like, they're able to be like, ah yeah, either your face or your car is recognizable. So, yeah. I have a limited amount of time.
Come on, can't this thing go any faster?
Yeah, the speed
I can, damn it.
Yeah, and what's more is the speed limiter is off.
Would you? I got a hole in my leg the size of a fucking golf ball, and you're telling me to relax? Just get me to El Greco, damn it.
Ooh, is it gonna let me go into the garage? That's probably a good...
So, fellas, who is this guy?
What guy?
This guy we're taking Henry to.
El Greco? He's a doctor. Throw him a couple of bucks, he patches you up. No questions asked.
He's the guy you go see when you can't go to the hospital, genius.
Why the hell wouldn't you be able to go to the hospital?
Because you go to the hospital with a bullet in you, first thing they do is call the cops.
Yeah. So El Greco deals with a lot of guys in our line of work.
You shouldn't need to visit him, though, Vito. You've always been a quick healer. Must be your diet.
Must be your diet.
Jesus, you drive like my fucking grandmother.
No, I'm gonna need to...
Hey, Henry, you awake? Stay with me now.
Yeah.
Just hang in there, pal. We'll be at El Greco's in a minute. I can smell the souvlaki from here.
Damn it. God fucking damn you. There must be a way for me to, like... Hang on. Is there a way for me to... Stealth is to crouch, and... So reload and fires the right trigger. While driving, let's have a look. Turning off and on, the thingamadiggy, steering and braking. Seriously, we don't have a way to shoot while... That's not good, that's not good. Get the fuck away from me, you piece of shit. Joe, can you shoot back, please?
Vito, there. That house. Park right in front.
I love how they're like parked right in front. It's like, there's cops right now, so hopefully, are they gonna be fine with it because of the fact we got cops? Hilarious. I thought they wouldn't allow me because there's cops,
You El Greco to
but apparently...
I'm the fucking painter.
A friend needs help or he's gonna bleed to death.
Thanks, Doc.
Good God, Henry.
We owe you one.
Get him inside. Hello, though.
Wait. I got money for you. For the job. Take it.
You know this could have waited, but thanks.
And hey, thanks for everything.
I hope you'll be okay.
Yeah. Me too.
I'll stay here with him. Meet me in my place later.
All right.
Alright, so now we're wanted. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Alright, so now we gotta... Actually, let me get a different car entirely. Yeah, let's go for... There we go. You actually got 2 longer clips? Yippee! Yay! Yippee! Thank you for clipping. I greatly appreciate it. How's it going on your side, Bookie? You doing good? Alright, so, rinky-dink car. And then need to
I think
browse.
you'll find the quality is well worth the price.
Casual suit and raincoat. Casual suits. Let's just go with a leather
you
jacket and
perfect.
shirt, shall we?
Enjoy your.
Where's my car? There's the car. Well, technically it's not my car. I stole it, but overall, it fits. You love clipping. It's fun. I appreciate that, Gesanoe guy. I don't have, you know, great confidence in myself a lot of the time, so going back to my own clip, like going back to my own VODs, watching myself, I always cringe. It doesn't matter like what it is and such. So I have like a button on the Steam Deck to like make it so it's like, oh, if I think what I said was like funny or, you know, within 30 seconds clippable thing, I will do that kind of a clipping there. But, you know, those moments are few and far between. So, yeah. Other people clipping me, however, I greatly appreciate.
Well, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
How can I help you?
Alright, so car is perfectly alright. Can you give me some basic tuning? And let's change the plates to...
You? No problem.
There we go.
Any color you like. Take your pick.
Nah, there's no need to change any
Bring
of
it back
that.
anytime.
Alright. Well, I cringe hard with your final project presentation for the NASA competition. Oh, that's still pretty cool, though, doing a competition involving NASA. So, but yeah, I definitely empathize with you about the cringing thing. It, like, no matter what it is, no matter who you are, more often than not, you will cringe at your own things. Diamond Motors. Alright, we're back in Little Italy.
I don't care what gender you are.
No, Blue,
Put on
what
the
are
maid
you doing?
outfit.
I don't want to be in the maid outfit. I'm meant to be in the Mafia. I'm meant to be a cool cat.
That is what we call a skill issue.
I'm meant to be a cool cat in the Mafia. What are you doing? You have cash to repay your father's debt. Revisit your sister. Ah, okay, that's why I'm here. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. How dare you, Blue. Speaking of skill issue, Blue, I've gone through the arena for Chatacabra and Rathian. Jack helped me with the Rathian. I got to the Chatacabra solo at B rank, and I can't get into A rank, but I was able to get B rank with the Rathian, which is pretty good.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
No. I just wanted to give you the money to pay off Papa's debt.
Oh, Vito, that's great. I was gonna try and see if we could pay it back in installments. I got a little money. He wouldn't have hurt us.
Don't be so sure, but it doesn't matter now. Here, take
Where'd you get all this money, Vito? You haven't done nothing you'll be sorry for, have you?
Don't worry, everything's fine.
Thank you, Vito. Thank
No
you.
problem. Alright, look, I better be going. I don't want Ma to see me. She'll be asking where I got the money, too.
Don't worry, I'll make something up.
Alright.
Good job with the B rank, though. That's a hard one.
Take care of yourself.
When you do it solo, it's not too bad. Also, a maid outfit isn't fit for crimes. It's fit for cleaning up messes. That's all it's good for, is cleaning up messes. Alrighty, and there's me ride. Seriously?
Jesus, let's go.
This pedestrian, honestly, what is wrong with him? Alright. Another car. But yeah, how's your day going, Blue? This is my last day off, so we're doing Mafia in the morning, so then that way, like, you know, we can probably get through a good portion of this, and depending on how I feel, we might either do a, like, we might either go, like, for a long time on this, or you have no numbers to call. Yep, I'm a fool. We'll either, like, go through Mafia 2 for, like, a really long time, or we'll just simply go to another game that's in my backlog, like Blueprints, or South of Midnight, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I want to go through South of Midnight. I very much like the feel of the game. I've got a poll going off in my Discord on, like, what people want to see me play more of from last week's, like, you know, week off. And it's right now tied between Blueprints and Oblivion Remaster, which, you know, can't see why. But yeah, South of Midnight, I want, like, it looks possible to do.
You're under arrest for the illegal distribution of federal ration stamps.
No!
One of the gas station attendants ratted me out. The guy fingered me and they strung on Mama into telling him where I was staying. But they had no idea who I was working for, and I wasn't about to tell them.
God damn it. You ratted me out!
He gave me a lawyer, courtesy of his boss, Clementi. I was up Shit's Creek, but at least I had a battle. Could have been a hell of a lot worse if the feds knew about any of my other activities.
To be even more serious, considering the fact that you stole national resources at a time when our country needs them the most. An act the gravity of which you, Mr. Scaletta...
The guy was good, but even he couldn't get me out of this one. It was a lost cause from day one. 3 months later, they handed down the verdict.
Vittorio Antonio Scaletta, for your crimes against the people of this city and of this great country, this court hereby sentences you to 10 years in a federal penitentiary.
10? For ration stamps? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I didn't know you can just free roam and do all the side missions of hustles, because if you do the story, you can do it after the fact. I'll probably go through, like, the story doesn't really have a lot of, like, RPG elements of, oh, you should, like, level up to try and improve, like, firing or anything like that. It's not like GTA 5 or Yakuza in that regard. I think that's why I'm enjoying Mafia more than Yakuza, is there isn't an RPG element that's punishing me for going through the story. Alright, so... They're really having us, like, go through the yard, aren't they? It was during World War II, so it was super serious stealing from the government. Yeah... And I guess since it's like a national resource, they could see it as a federal crime, which does, you know, increase the minimum even further.
Let's go, assholes! You want to make problems, you son of a bitch?
I'm sorry.
What's the matter? No speaking to English? Here, let me teach you.
Stretching while I'm waiting for the police brutality to be over.
Now, get your ass up and get back in line.
No.
Move. Hey, smartass.
Thank you for the self-care.
Myself. Back in line.
Ass.
Move it.
So, also, sippies, because I can.
Stop right there. Turn to your right.
Thank you for the sippies.
Listen up, assholes. My name is Captain Terrence Stone, and this is my prison. You're here on the inside because you can't behave like normal human beings on the outside. Make no mistake. Your ass belongs to me now, and you'll do what I say, or you'll be sorry that you didn't! Fuck with me, and I'll fuck with your sorry ass all day long! You were sent here to be rehabilitated, and rehabilitate you, we will.
Sounds
okay,
easy
you
enough.
assholes. We're gonna cut you loose just long enough to get yous cleaned up. Now get in line.
Vampire time soon? We're playing Mafia. What do you mean vampire time soon? There's no vampires in the Mafia. What are you on about, Sashera? Can we get a shout out for Sashera, please?
I ain't got nothing on my head to cut.
Shut your face, cue ball.
There's no vampires in the Mafia, Sash.
Okay, let's go.
How do you know there's no vampires in the Mafia? Because this is the 1940s. If there's any vampires, they're fighting in the war right now in the European countries. That is my headcanon. Like, some people are like, oh, the vampires wouldn't take part in world wars. Why the fuck wouldn't the vampires take part in the world wars? There are most certainly, there would most fucking definitely be vampires who would be taking part in the world wars. You know why? For one of two reasons. Number one, everyone going into war is patriotic as fuck. What do you mean vampires aren't patriotic as fuck? There's definitely a vampire out there who, like, runs a fucking continent or some shit, and is like, you know, oh, there's some stragglers underneath them that they're like, you whelps, you little vampires are gonna go off and fight for me. Mafia sounds like a sweet gig to get easy food. Nah, the Mafia strong arms people and such like that. Like, you can't hide dead bodies easily in the Mafia. No one wants to go to war. No one wants to kill people left and right. Hi there, Nick Wild. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. We have now reached the prisons segment of Mafia 2.
I can smell you, new fish.
I have no idea if, like, this is going to be a Shawshank Redemption thing, or if we're going to get a time skip through this. Because we're going to be in this prison for 10 years, they tell us.
You know what's good for you.
Time to use the bed. Seriously?
This was gonna be my new home for the next 10 years. Look like shit and smell like piss. I would have preferred dodging bullets in Europe to this.
Most dudes use the military to escape the Mafia. So yeah, also, second thing, in a war, like a world war, there's gonna be so many dead bodies and shit like that. So, you're able to, like, you know, get your pick of the bodies, and you could come out of it looking like a fucking war hero, where it's like, ah, yes, like, you know, we were all surrounded, and because, like, vampires aren't gonna be killed by, like, conventional warfare. It needs to be, like, stakes in the heart, silver, garlic, things like that. So there's probably gonna be situations where, like, during, like, trench warfare or shit, nearly everyone dies except for one random person. And it's like, oh, that one random person is like, oh, they're infirmed in the bed and shit like that. They don't come out during the day because of their injuries or something like that. You just need someone on the inside being like, that's a vampire. But no, don't want to derail Mafia, but just excited that the V Rising 1.1 update is out in the next 24 hours with a lot of fun new stuff. Ah, okay. Alright. Where the fuck do I... Cookie! For Guess I Know a Guy. Here's your cookie.
1,870 fucking 6.
What?
1,876.
Alright, so we don't want anyone that's bald, because they're probably a skinhead.
To us.
Where the fuck is our guys? Oh!
You're that fucking guinea who was with Barbara in a jewelry store. I'm in this fucking hellhole because of you.
You got locked up because you're a stupid, crazy fuck.
You know, fellas.
Chalky cookie with macadamia nuts? That sounds like a good cookie.
Sent you here.
I have not had cookies in months. I want to try and get under my goal weight before I ruin my diet again. Because I've already ruined my diet last Sunday. And, you know, because I was at like 97.95 or something like that. I ate too much food. And then I ruined my diet for like a day. So like it ruined my diet for like a day or two.
Come on, overgrown retard.
So, yeah, I spent like the week. I didn't do like a lot of, how in the... There we go.
This is gonna be easier than the time I shoved a potato up your mother's head.
Ow.
Step back.
Ow. Anywhoosies, Anzac biscuits sound really good right about now. Anzac biscuits might be good. But yeah, so last Sunday, so during Easter Sunday, I had a hot cross bun, I had a breakfast biscuit or something like that. Those two things during breakfast and lunch, they weren't the things that got me over the calorie count. What got me over the calorie count is that I had a Hungry Jack's and a tub of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I went to the Ben & Jerry's ice cream, but I did. So not only did I get over like my, you know, my calorie restriction diet, but I also went over the calories that I was meant to have once I'm off the diet just for like, you know, base level stuff. Now, thankfully, I didn't go over 100 kilos again, which is a good thing, but I didn't get back down to like 97.95 until like yesterday. And then today I'm at 97 flat. So here's hoping today I don't screw up my diet. And so yeah, because it took me like a week basically to recover from like, you know, my, you know, overzealous eating last Sunday. Like Easter Sunday, sorry, alright, because today's Monday, I completely forget. So it took me a week to recover from that to get to where I am now. So, in future, next time I decide to give myself a little cheat day, maybe don't go off the fucking wagon and get a lot of cheap food. I need to remember that.
What you've done. Close it up.
So, yeah. I went for a Ben & Jerry's that was like called Half Baked. It was fantastic. It had cookies, cookie dough, and fudge. It was delicious.
Let me tell you something.
I didn't need to eat the entire tub, but I did. I was a fool. I actually got some nice food. Ooh, Blue got some nice food. Good for you, Blue. Was it delicious?
How long are you planning on keeping him in here?
Long enough to learn his lesson.
That's gonna have to change. He in any shape to fight?
Should be. Boys didn't knock him around too bad after the brawl in the yard. All right, open it up.
You got a charcoal grill now, and you want to buy an outdoor grill table. Ooh, are you gonna be a barbecue fur? You know what you need, Blue?
My name is Leo Galante.
You need to have your persona in like a Hank Hill kind of attire, doing some barbecue flipping.
I don't provide protection for his guys in here, but I saw how you handled that Mick who's after you, O'Neill. He could prove useful. Come with me, boy.
So he's not with Clemente, he's with someone else.
Now listen up, fellas. This is Vito. He's gonna be helping us out. Pepe here's got a big fight coming up against O'Neill. He needs a sparring partner. And from what I saw of you out there in the yard, you're just the man for the job.
Hank Hill does propane, not charcoal. Point is, you should get yourself a charcoal grill art commission.
Learn a thing or two along the way.
Granted, you're probably saving money left and right and such, so maybe that's not appropriate, but, you know, think about it.
All right, fellas. Let's get this show on the road. Okay, today we're gonna work on your counterpunching. Vito, I want you to hit Pepe. Try and bust that big jaw of his. Pepe, you avoid the punch like I showed you.
He really pops his plosives.
All right, fellas.
Punch.
Let's get going.
Pepe. Plosives.
Attaboy, Pepe. Keep that oversized chin of yours down, damn it.
Kid's good.
Whoa!
right.
Would you look at that?
Hey, we supposed to be sparring or training?
Change of plans, big fella. This kid's got fire in him. So now you're both gonna practice your counter punches. All right, Vito. See if you can do that again. It's a handy tool to have in the box, huh? Most guys ain't gonna see it coming. Pepe here, he ain't most guys, though.
Alright.
Nice, kid, nice. Give me 2 more of those. All right, one more, Vito.
Shit, that had to hurt.
There you go. You're a fast learner, kid. All right, fellas, that's enough for today. Nice work.
Thank you for the tutorial, like, 4 hours into your game.
So how close did you get to Clemente, Vito?
Actually, I never met him. I always dealt with either Henry Tomasino or Luca Guarino.
Huh. I can't believe that cocksucker Guarino's still breathing.
What was your deal with him?
Well, you know, we did a couple jobs for him, and, Luca said he'd bring us into the family for, $5 grand.
What? Typical fucking Alberto. He's always been a crooked bastard.
So what is that, like more than usual?
Yeah, like 5 grand more than usual.
You don't got it, Vito. You're brought into the family once you prove that you're loyal, a good earner, and you can handle, well, you know, the life. In any case, this is an interesting piece of news. When this gets out, Alberto and Luca are gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
To who?
Jeez.
Don't worry about that. We'll talk about it some other time.
Yeah, I feel like we're not supposed to be... Sure, they're all Italians, all part of a mafia family, and, you know, the mafia family stick together in prison and shit like that. But I really feel like you shouldn't be lipping about, You shouldn't be lipping about, like, you know, the different, peeps and what have you.
Good job with that asshole O'Neill. Nice. Next time, do us all a favor and snap the prick's neck, would you?
So, yeah. Can I talk to any of these guys? No. Can I talk to this guy?
Nice work in the ring, buddy. A little more of that and you'll be ready for a real fight.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Vito? Name's Sal. Hey, nice work in the ring.
Come on, give me another 20.
Hey, how you doing? Name's Vito.
Yeah, I know. Name's Al. Good to meet you.
Yeah, that's it. Winston's offering 2 to 1 against Pepe. Pepe wasn't a friend of mine, I take that bet. O'Neill's
the Mafia still has rule, to be honest. Yeah, it is very much, you know, they make their own rules and what have you, sure. But...
Watch where you walk, Guaylo.
Maybe if your eyes were all the way open, you would have seen me coming, asshole.
Galante. Crooked white devil.
Nice to see you too, Mr. Wu. Crooked? You bet on your own guy and he lost. That's the way it works in this country.
Then Wu offer you a rematch.
I think I can arrange that. You up to it, Vito?
Chinaman, huh? Yeah, get him a stepladder and send him over.
All right, Wu. Looks like you got yourself a rematch. And none of that chop suey crap this time.
The fuck?
Now listen, these chinks are quick little bastards. No point in throwing big punches early on. You'll never connect.
All right. What am I supposed to do then?
You hit him quick and tire him out.
Absolute wild, the phrases they're using here.
Show him what you're made of.
Absolute wild.
Get a fortune cookie after eating your guy for breakfast?
They didn't do a lot of insults with the Italians, but with the Italians or the Irish. But the minute we go up against anyone from, like, China, Japan, wherever the fuck they may be, oh, they're gonna just, you know, throw the book at them. There we go. 40s America is wild. Yeah.
What happen if you use tiger style?
Was that a Yakuza reference to, like, the fucking tiger drop punch? Where it's like, oh yeah, tiger drop punch, like, negates all damage. And they're just like, bam! Bam!
Let's go, Scaletta. You're late for work.
Oh, cool. It is historically accurate. 40s America. Doesn't 1940s or 2040s? Doesn't fucking matter. America will be insulting. No, Blue, not the cactuar! No, you're looking up my skirt. How dare you? Why would you do this to me?
Hey, listen. Vito here's got the day off.
Absolutely cursed.
Don't get used to it, Scaletta.
All right. Come with me, Vito. What, are we gonna train some more? Sorta. You'll see.
And their government cheese. Hey, that government cheese helped out a lot of people, alright? And it started the phrase of getting the cheese.
Morning, Mr. Galante. What, no training today?
Not exactly. We got a challenge from the spooks, and I don't want to risk Peppy getting all banged up before his big fight with O'Neill. So I want you to take this one. It'll be good practice for you. Come on.
Cool.
Now, the guy you're gonna be fighting is a strong bastard, but he ain't too bright. Fights with his heart, not his head. You piss him off, you lower his guard. That's when you let him have it. All right, here we go. Make me proud, kid.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, looky here. I'ma take this skinny-ass white boy to school. Gonna hit him so
You had to be on a list for that government cheese. Yeah, welfare.
Meatballs getting ready to lose.
Hey, win or lose, it'll probably be the hardest work this bum ever did in his life.
Yo, little cracker going down. Oh, come on, my grandmama hit me harder than that.
Let's go, Vito. Put these bums back in their place. Laying down on the job like always.
Man, who taught this brother how to fight?
Now, Vito, grab him and finish him. All right, kid. Now put his lights
got
out.
as much chance of winning as a brother running for president.
Hey, that happened. 2008 to 2004 to 2008. That happened. Wait, was it 2004 to 2008?
Yo, one of the hacks is coming.
Yeah, 2008 to 2012. Sorry, 2008 and 2012. That happened.
Circle jerk?
All right, come
Although,
on, Scaletta. You got a visitor.
although immediately after that, Obama got his full 2 terms. The pendulum swings so strongly to the other side, you wondered how the fuck we're gonna be able to recover.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Real good. Thanks.
So, how's things?
Well, I got something to tell you. I'm getting married, Vito.
Oh, Maron, that's great.
Oh, congratulations.
I mean, it would have been nice if you asked my permission first, but hey, I'm happy for you.
Vito, you're in jail. Look at yourself. How'd you let this happen?
Hey, I already got a lecture from the judge, huh? I don't need another one. Just drop it, all right?
Vito, there's something else. It's Mama.
What do you mean? What about her?
Oh, she dead.
Sick, Vito. She's been like this for weeks and she's not getting any better.
Look, Frankie. Go to Joe's. He's holding on to my money for me. You get her the best doctor you can find. And, you keep the rest as a wedding gift.
Vito.
No, I mean it. Looks like I'm not gonna need it for a while. Alright, looks like I gotta go. Look, you take care of Ma. Tell her I love her.
I will. And thanks, Vito. Bye.
Alright. We've not even gone that far into the prison sentence. We're only 2 weeks in out of 10 years.
Those toilets ain't gonna clean themselves.
Bleh. Toilet cleaning. How dare. Can you go, like, just a touch faster, please? Thank you. Is that a... Nope, that's not a magazine to pick up. Darn. Hey, I love that spinning emote you got there, Blue. That's honestly really cool. Can we get a shout out for Blue, Foxy, and Icy Icy?
So, you're the new cleaning lady, huh? Follow me.
I find that very insulting. How dare you call me a cleaning lady? Do I look like a cleaning lady to him, chat?
Come on, man, you're killing us. Jesus, your singing is the second worst
besides the outfit.
Hey, pipe down now. All of yous.
Relax, fellas. I'm just giving the old pipes a workout.
Any more of that shit, and I'm gonna give your face a workout, you dig?
All right. Jeez. You guys got no culture.
There you go.
Blame Blue.
Make 'em sparkle. And hurry it up.
Clean the 2 dirty urinals. Oh my god. Alright, so that's 1 dirty urinal. Ugh. You're a video game. Why aren't you cleaning this faster? I don't want to stand here. Also, this guard is staring at me. Oh, come on! I just cleaned that one!
Or else.
That's unfair! I'm gonna have to clean that one again, aren't I, when I'm done? I better not have to clean it up again.
Hey, looks like this one's still dirty. Clean it again.
Meanwhile, Blue just pointing and just going made. I can hear it. You're not in the VC with me, but I can hear it. You just pointing and going made.
Get moving. All right, Scaletta. Get your clothes off and get cleaned up. Would you kindly?
Well, thank goodness I have underwear. Where the fuck do I go for my shower? There we go. You're just gonna leave that there? You're just gonna... Oh, get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it!
Hey, Frankie, we got a little business to take care of here, huh? Why don't you go have a smoke?
Yeah, sure. Have your fun, you sick bastards.
I like your scars, pretty boy. Where'd you get them?
Sorry, asshole. You picked the wrong ass to drill.
We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Your choice.
I got a better idea. Why don't you go fuck your buddies instead? Or better yet, go fuck yourself.
Okay. I guess you want it rough.
Time for a fight.
Oh, fuck, this guy's a fighter, huh? Hurry up, John, we ain't got long.
Damn. Got him. Oh, nice. I thought I was going to break his head over a sink, but I guess it doesn't have that kind of environmental combat.
Whoa! What the hell's going on? And where's Frank?
God damn it, I'm getting beaten up again! You win one fight, you lose another.
Oh, and this came today. Might want to read it. Looks important.
Oh boy.
No! Fuck!
Mama died while Francesca was visiting me. Instead of going toward a good doctor and a wedding gift, every penny I had went to the funeral.
Well, who knows how long that's been.
Mr.
He's got his
Galante
hair.
wants to talk to you.
He's got most of his hair back at this point.
Good to have you back, kid.
What the hell happened?
It looks like the Micks weren't up for a fair fight. A couple of them jumped Pepe yesterday.
It was a lot more than a couple.
Yeah, well, we sure as hell ain't gonna let this go.
What do you got in mind?
Pepe's got it all worked out.
Took a little persuading, but O'Neill's all by himself right now in the gym. Guards won't be back for a while. You're just gonna give him a good beating. Break a couple of bones, same as they did to me. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, come with me.
Break a leg, kid.
I'll wait out.
That is not a euphemism by the
guards get
guy.
back
That is
early?
definitely a
Oh,
literal request.
Okay. All right, go for it.
Hopefully he doesn't start throwing weights at us.
Hey, O'Neill. I got a little business to settle with you.
Just the man I wanted to see. Come here, Mary! Again, hard. Nice shot, Mary. Me ma used to hit harder than that. Is that all you've got?
Damn. They make the fighting so much easier now that you have the counter.
You'll have to do better than that, little girl. No guards to save you this time.
Oh, come on. That is unfair. There we go. No!
Shut the fuck up.
You weren't supposed to kill him! And that's gonna put an extension on your sentence. They're not gonna just let you be like, oh, you're already in prison. We're just gonna, you know, have to make do.
They never found out who did it. Leo arranged for me to relocate to his cell. Well, actually, it was more like a suite. Life was getting better by the minute.
So, Vito, what do you plan on doing when you get out of this shithole?
I don't know. I sure as hell ain't gonna go back to working for Clemente, I can tell you that.
Yeah, you're better off just forgetting about that old bastard. Trust me, Alberto's a real cocksucker, and you can bet that lawyer he's hired was just there to make sure you didn't rat. But don't worry, you'll get his. Letting guys into your family for money like he offered you is against the rules. He's gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
To who? I thought Clemente was the boss.
You obviously don't know how things work around here. You see, there's more than one family in Empire Bay. There's 3. Each family controls their own neighborhoods. There's a system of rules. And if there's any disagreements, the bosses of all the families meet to work things out. That's the commission.
Great, so what do I do now? Am I in trouble too?
No, nothing like that. You're young, you're smart, and you've proven you can keep your mouth shut.
Plus, I was technically not a made man, so...
Everybody wants working for him.
Yeah, but I don't even know who these other guys are.
There's 2 other bosses besides Clemente. One is Carlo Falcone. The other is Frank Vinci. Carlo is young and ambitious.
The guy's a freaking nut job.
He's new blood, whereas Don Vinci is a man of honor. He respects the old ways.
You know these guys?
You could say that. And Frank Vinci is consigliere. You think being just a regular old man gets you all this? But listen, Vito. I'm getting out in a few months. When I do, you'll see what we can do about adjusting your sentence. Pepe, come here.
That would be very appreciated. I don't know if I would appreciate being stuck in prison for 10 years. But yeah, we've now gotten away with murder like 4 or 5 times now with this guy. In loving memory of Francesca.
Galante wasn't lying. He called in a few favors and arranged for me to get out early. Knocked almost 4 years off my sentence.
Good work.
Now, Joe used to come visit me and, you know, kind of fill me in on what was happening on the outside. But I tell you, as soon as I walked out of that prison gate, it was like a whole new world.
Also, it's no longer winter, which is a good thing. New artwork has been unlocked. Nice. Already, it definitely looks a little bit brighter. Like, there's a little more, like, color pop because of the lack of winter. I mean, look at this place. Sup, ladies? Good to see you. Oh, you don't have any dialogue for me. Damn. I thought they would. But turns out they didn't. I thought there would be something when I walked up to them, but I guess not. Alright, up another flight of stairs to level 3. A lot of ladies. Alrighty, Joe. He's getting busy. I can hear it.
Vito! Hey, you break out of jail? Ah, jeez, good to see you in regular clothes and on the right side of the bars again. Welcome home. Come on in, come in, come in.
Man, I tell you, lots changed since I went away.
Yeah, I guess it has. And hey, it ain't much, but I hooked you up with a nice little apartment, just like you
Thanks.
said. Now I got a surprise for you. We're going out tonight to celebrate, and I'm gonna introduce you to somebody.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
You're gonna need a little cash so you can get things going again. I got a piece for you, too, if you want it. Ah, here. Always comes in handy. So, what do you want to do now?
An M1911. I've got one as well.
Right. I was worried they might have turned you straight in there.
I actually met a lot of people and learned a lot while I was on the inside. Had a much better idea of how things work now.
Good thing, because I wasn't exactly sitting around on my ass while you was in there. Don't worry, though. I'll show you the ropes, like always.
All right, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Jesus, I didn't expect you to be raring to go like this, but what the hell? Come on, let's go see your new place.
Sitting around all day in a couple of years is gonna make you very anxious.
So you can get back into the swing of things. Just hope you didn't forget how to drive while you was in the camp.
Hey, what are you worried about? It's like riding a bicycle.
Sure, but when you smack up your bicycle, it don't cost a fortune to fix the friggin' thing.
All right, I get it. You're like an old lady.
Yeah, I sure as hell hope so. And if you ain't noticed, cars are a lot different since you went away. You'll see. Your new place is just down the street, right near the boardwalk. You're gonna love it.
Alright. Okay, cool. Jesus, this Jefferson is old.
Damn, it's good to have you home. I done pretty good while you was locked up. But now that you're out, the sky's the limit.
You seen Henry lately?
Nah, not for a few years now. He really felt bad about what happened, you know.
So what you been up to? We couldn't really talk about much when you visited me.
Well, after the shit Clemente and that little asshole Luca tried to pull on us, I got hooked up with the Falcone family and I started working for them.
Really?
Yeah, you'll see tonight. I told you, I got a nice surprise plan for you. But don't bother asking, because I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh, boy.
Alright.
Don't worry. I've been planning this for weeks.
Falcone, I think, was the ambitious one. The one they said was, like, quote-unquote crazy. So... Meanwhile, Vinci... Wait, was it Vinci or Falcone? Alrighty. Let's put the speed limit on, just so then that way I'm not fucking up my... Thank you for the Hyper Himbo grin. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, this is close enough. Park here. Go check the place out. It's on the top floor. I already paid the first month's rent for you. And hey, the entrance to your garage is on that side street over there.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it.
Hey, and about tonight, we're going to a real classy joint. So buy yourself a nice suit. They won't let you in this place looking like an ex-con.
My kind of place.
This is a very simple lockpick system compared to Oblivion, and I prefer it. Many lockpick systems are better than the, Many lockpick systems are better than the, what's-a-mahoozy Oblivion. Alrighty, so... 174. And the apartment is at the top floor. We have a lot of... Huh? There was like a thing. Hang on. What was the thing? There was like a... Never mind. Oh, it's to turn off and on the lights. Whoa! I can't stare at the boobs forever.
Here we are. I'm sure you'll find it to your liking. I live in a similar apartment myself. As you can see, it even comes with a telephone at no extra charge.
Thank you.
And here's the bathroom, clean and modern, with all the hot water you could ever want.
Nice. Kitchen is a bit small, but it is what it is. Okay, that one had boobs. Like, proper boobs.
And here is the master bedroom. And there is the master's bed. It's comfy, with room enough for 2. Maybe 3. And it doesn't...
It's 6 smaller mattresses stacked into one big one.
Sure.
I'm glad that mattress technology has improved since then.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Just one question. When are you leaving?
Yeah, I had the same thought.
Pardon me, I have to go and check on another client. Goodbye now.
Yeah, see you.
Alright. Drink some cola. Man, Vito is lucky. You don't have to worry about no, whatsamahoozies. Also, where is the locker? Seriously? I changed my clothes here? Nah. Alright, so... we need to find a good outfit. Thankfully, we were given a little bit of money, so we'll be able to use that in order to... Dink, open the door. And let's go for a little walk. Yeah, no, we'll just go for a little walk. We don't need a car to go around the corner. Besides, we can lockpick one later once we're dressed all fancy. Besides, there might be cool new cars to get. Hey, I know this shop. Alright, open this, and...
If you like what you see, let me know.
I don't know why. I remember this from a TikTok. Casual suit.
Will that be all?
Alright, so... it's okay, but it's not a good fancy. We've got the leather jacket, casual suit and raincoat. Casual suit? Let's go with the casual suit. Let's see how this one looks. Yeah, that's a good suit.
Come back anytime, sir.
Alright, let's have a look at this.
Ah, damn it.
The lady did not mind at all that I was lockpicking a car. Oh my god, I know this song. Okay, if any of you have any of you seen the film Sergeant Bilko? Actually, let me turn off that song. So, if any of you have seen Sergeant Bilko, it's a night
in pursuit of a hit-and-run driver.
Ow.
10-4.
Yeah, find me. Go on, find me.
I'm gonna have to give you a fine for this.
What do you do? Pay the fine? Yep.
Thank you, officer.
Do yourself a favor, pal, and straighten up.
But yeah, so there's a film from the 90s called Sergeant Bilko, and in that film, he plays as a sergeant at like a motorcade on like an army base in the States, and he is like, you know, severely into like, you know, gambling and all that kind of nonsense. But they don't want to get caught out by it. So they have a song that plays in a particular... So when someone, like, you know, finds, like, one of the higher-ups about to check in on him, they play a song, and it's that one there, where it's like, riding along in my automobile, my baby beside me at the wheel. So, yeah, so, it was just funny to recognize that song once we were going off driving. Oh my god, look at the suspension. Is there any other cooler car we could have gone for? Probably not. Alright, we head to Joe's. It's a good song. Let me tell you, it's a good song. It's a bop. Yep, he's drunk. Alrighty, Joe.
Jeez, I thought you were going to be a no-show. Not bad. Nice.
That is a terrible haircut. What the fuck is up with his head? It's shrunk.
A friend of mine's coming to pick us up.
Vito!
He's on your little vacation.
You need to fix your head.
Show him some respect. He's kind of an important guy.
Oh, yeah?
You'll see in a minute. Here he comes.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Eddie.
Here I
How's
am.
it going?
Not too bad, not too bad. Oh, this your buddy?
Yeah, this is my pal Vito.
The hat was very tight, but oh, it's fixed itself now. He's good.
Nice to meet you, Eddie.
He's
Same
good.
here, Vito. Okay, fellas, I'm dying for a drink. Let's go. Hey, Vito, you want to drive? I had a couple of drinks already. So, you tell him where we're headed, Joey?
Nope. All he knows is that it's a surprise.
He's gonna love it.
I fucking hope so. Unless he got into the, funny business in the can.
Hey, what are you two talking about?
Don't worry about it. You'll see.
Hey, come on. We might as well tell him now.
All right. Let's go, Vito.
Hey, you know, it would help if you told me where we're going.
Head to Oyster Bay.
Okay, so Vito, what was the one thing you missed the most when you was in a can?
Freedom.
Yeah, well, but besides that.
You know, booze, broads, baseball, everything.
Now you're getting closer.
What are you guys taking me to a baseball game?
Nah, they're gonna have me like see a couple broads.
The classiest cat house in the city, Vito.
Cat house, huh? Wow.
Whoa, you don't sound too excited, Vito. Come on, don't tell me you don't want to have some fun after all that time.
Hey, don't worry, Vito. These girls are real professionals. If you forgot how to do it, they'll get you back in shape in no time.
We're gonna have a ball. Oh, hey, remind me not to drink too much. There's something I gotta take care of later.
What's more important than pussy and booze?
You know how it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, Vito, come on, step
There is a lot more to life than pussy and boobs, okay? Booze, sorry, not pussy and boobs. Pussy and booze, sorry. There's a lot more to life than that.
Hey, you just went through a red light.
It don't fucking matter, Joe. Live on the wild side. Grow big. You know, funny you mention that. I've been losing weight, Grin. It's been going fairly well. I've not gained any muscle. Like, I've been because, you know, I was 150 kilos. I already have, like, a good, like, 68 kilograms of muscle on me, and most of them is in the thighs. But hey, you know, it works. I have not gone for any new, like, growth art, though. I have an idea for one with an artist that does like growth sequences and such. But oh my god, is she?
You were a real stand-up guy, and he told me all about the shit that Clemente tried to pull on you guys. But between you and me, why'd you get into that line of work? I mean, we all got
This is not Twitch compliant.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't want to end up like my old man, and,
Oh, no. Yeah.
Look, I figure nobody's gonna help me, so I gotta help myself.
You do. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Scram, baby. So,
And,
I work for Carlo Falcone, and we're looking to expand our operation. Joe's been working for us for a while now, and since you're a friend of
Thank
his,
goodness he still has his pants.
extend that offer to you as well. What do you say?
Yeah, sure, I'm interested.
All right, let's drink to it. Here's to you guys, and to a bright future together.
If you wanted to focus on muscle gain, you'd eat more protein like steaks and such, but also you need to exercise to like also do that. Like it's not enough to just to eat more vitamins or some nonsense. And I'm not a gym kind of person. That's like the biggest issue. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen here, so I'm not gonna have the video being presented because I might get in trouble. Unfortunately, you can't, like, hear anything, which is the problem, so...
You mean astronomy?
Fuck you, you fucking cum dumpster.
Absolutely rude.
Sorry, ladies. Looks like I gotta get going.
Shut your goddamn pie.
You'll send me something. Noted.
If you want to use your mouth.
You fellas ready to go?
Yeah, let's go. Hey, get up, Joe.
That's not Joe. Oh my god, he's drunk out of his fucking mind.
Hey, I'm going home. Good night, you whores.
Crazy. Alright, time to drive
Where
you.
is my car? Somebody stole it. Hey, call the fucking cops, man.
You're staring at it, you lush.
Huh? Oh, yeah, good. Hey, where's my keys?
Vito's gonna drive. He's the least fucked up out of all us.
I know how to hold my booze.
Time for us, Joe. More pussy, less booze.
Get in.
So, how'd you like the place, Vito?
A lot better than playing hide this Zeech in the showers, huh?
They're nuts.
The hell's that stink? Eddie, you puke?
What? I wouldn't puke in my own car.
What the hell is that smell then?
Oh, yeah, I'm smelling it too.
Must be Frankie Potts.
What? That asshole puked in your car?
Nah, he's in the trunk.
What?
Hey, it's all your fault, Joey. I told you I had some fucking business to take care of, and you went and got me drunk.
Hey, since when does business to take care of mean dead guy in the trunk?
Hey, whoa. Hey, calm down, Vito. Hey, aspetta. We'll figure something out.
What's to figure? All we gotta do is bury the stiff. I already got his spot picked out, up by the old observatory.
You got a shovel?
Sure, it's in the trunk. And the hole is already dug. All we need to do is chuck him in and cover him up.
All right. Where's this hole?
A little ways outside of town, there's a path in the forest to a small clearing. That's where the hole is.
Whole ton of driving we're gonna need to do.
Hurry it up, will ya? God, I need some fresh air. The stench back here is fucking killing me.
God damn it, the speed limit is 40. I'll check out my Discord when I have free time, Grin.
I'm gonna hurl.
No, don't you dare. Come on, cop. Get moving, please. Don't let me be behind you all fucking day.
Too late.
Oh, no.
Ah, Christ, Eddie. That fucking reeks.
Oh, hey, it's his car.
Yeah, but that smell, plus the other smell. The only way it could get worse now is if he craps himself.
Which he most likely will. Move! Of course he's heading up to the Hilltop Observatory with us. Of course he is. God damn police. So, buddy, what's the plan for today? Mafia 2! That's the plan for today. Mafia 2 is we're going through that right now. And because Monday's for Mafia. Monday Mafia. There's like 3 games in the series I want to try and get through, and yep, fuck that police car. And let's break the speed limit. And yeah, so we got through the first one. We finished it last week. It took us like 3 streams to do. Cookie for Nick Wilde. Here's your cookie, Nick Wilde. So now we're going through Mafia 2, and apparently it takes like, you know, the average user like 7 to 9 hours to go through this. We're not gonna probably need to go through all of the side quests and what have you, thankfully, so who knows? If I like, you know, put my nose down on this game, we might get this done in like one sitting if I'm, you know, Speedy Gonzalez about it. Yay, I'm no longer in a maid outfit. I am now in my normal himbo-y self.
Alright, we're here.
Alright. Changing to standing mode. Oh my god, these guys are so fucking drunk.
Vito, go pop the trunk.
Is that a joke?
Oh my god, you guys are all drunk.
That's great. That's just great. Yeah.
Just waving my arms about.
God damn it, new shoes. Jesus Christ.
Oh, fucking Christ almighty. How long this guy been in here, Eddie?
Just a couple days.
A couple days?
Out of there, Vito.
That's just great.
I can't handle the smell.
Some fucking welcome home this is.
What an enjoyable welcome home.
Whoa!
Why is he naked?
Hey, mother. Hey, here's a hole. Right here. Dump him in.
Oh my god. This guy.
Finally done. Okay. Now who's gonna bury him?
What?
Give me a minute to get a hold of myself. Can you just do it? Every time I get a whiff of the guy, makes me have to puke. And Eddie's not gonna be any help here.
Fine, whatever.
Oh my god.
Hey, fellas. How about a little music, eh?
You gotta be kidding me.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to
This
go.
wasn't supposed to be part of your homecoming party, but it's nice out here, ain't it? I ain't been in a I owe you one, big time. Leave Eddie's car here so he can get home in the morning.
You're a good man, Vito. I'll settle up with you tomorrow. Hey, you coming in for some drinks?
It's 3 in the morning. Shut the hell up.
She's got the right idea. It's 3 in the morning.
Come on.
Well, technically, it's like only just about to hit 11 a.m. on my side. We're doing fairly well in terms of progress. We've only been streaming for like the last, what, like 2 hours? Not even. Like we started back at like 9 o'clock. So yeah, no, from the looks of it, yeah, an hour and 49 minutes. Not that long. Chapter 8. April 11th, 1951. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I might need to go to the bathroom, because, oh my goodness. Keeping up with drinking like 2 liters of water a day will definitely...
Jesus. Marty, stop fucking yelling, will you? My head's killing me.
Sorry, Joey.
Stop calling me fucking Joey. What the hell's wrong with you? Vito, come on down!
Jesus Christ.
Ugh. Okay, give me a minute. I actually need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I can't hold it in. I need to go to the bathroom. Here is a quick 30-second advertisement as I go and piss. Nice. Nice. That was awesome. Oh. Note to self, do not grab the Rathian egg. It's gonna be very upset. Ooh. I'm sorry. Can we be friends? Ooh. Sage is saying, glad it's a wonderful day. I don't even use, I just gotta say today was a good day. That is some interesting criteria for what dictates a good day or a bad day. I'm gonna need to ah!
Sir paid me to say hello, Grant.
Hello.
W carrot.
Alright, I'm back. So, bathroom break went well. We're hands? There we go. Bathroom break went well. We are now back into... So we got the Renegade pack, we got the Vegas pack. Leather jacket. Let's go with white shirt. Alright, and now we have to run all the way down. Why did you put me on the top floor? We don't have elevators in this building. Alright. What's the deal? What's with the truck?
Who the hell was that? Guy's got a voice like Woody fucking Woodpecker.
That was Marty. Remember the little kid used to live down the street from me?
No.
I had to pick up the truck here, so he gave me a lift.
What's going on with the truck?
It's gonna make us some nice cash. Hop in. I'll explain on the way. You drive.
Where to?
Riverside.
All right, Riverside it is.
Do not damage the goods. Okay.
Some night, huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
What? You ain't still mad, are you?
Nah, very in a stiff. That's the first thing I wanted to do when I got out.
Hey, come on. You had fun at the cat house, right?
Yeah, I did. Thank you for that. But, everything between then and now, not so much.
All right, all right. Well, listen, today's gonna be a lot better, I promise.
I sure as hell hope so.
And I keep forgetting I need to turn off the radio. There we go. Good, a bit of driving. How many chapters do you think are in this game? Like, 20 chapters? 13? 15? 10? I doubt it's just 10 chapters, I'll be real with you. Because that would be way too short. We're already up to chapter 8.
So what's the deal?
Simple. We just gotta go to a couple of places and unload these smokes. Then we bring the truck back to Eddie and get our cut of the take. Piece of cake.
Wait a minute. I seem to remember getting thrown in the clink for a piece of cake just like this.
Don't worry, I've done this before. First stop, Riverside.
If you say so.
Trust me, you're gonna thank me later.
So, yeah. Also, I don't like how, like, the walls... Oh, Jesus. Nope. Missed my turn. Oh my god. Move your jalopy! So yeah. Glad to see Sky is still with us. It's probably getting late in the night for you, though, isn't it? Like, it's like 11 a.m. right now for me. What time is it for you? So far, so good. We haven't broken it yet. Damn it, I missed my turn. Well, I can at least make a U-turn, so there's that. Oh, so why is my bitrate so terrible? Ah! Alright, so we're here.
What now?
Now we take care of our customers. These guys here buy in bulk from us. Come with me. Okay, climb up and hand me the goods.
Hi, 1 carton of Reds.
Hand me a carton of Reds, Vito.
Red carton?
Yeah, that's the one.
It's 8 p.m. for you. Oh, okay, so it's not super late. That's fine.
I'm all out of smokes. Give me a carton of blues.
1 carton of blues, Vito. All right.
Easy enough.
Hand it over.
Easy enough.
Here it is.
Chugga 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 chugga. Toot toot.
What the fuck?
Oh, God.
Sarge, how you doing? Carton of blues as usual?
I think I'll take the whites this time.
Alright.
You hear that, Vito? Let's go. Carton of whites. Bingo.
Thanks, Joe. Now get the hell out of here, will you?
Okay, time to go. Get in, Vito. Next stop is Millville.
Is it?
It's going great today. We're making some serious dough here.
I'm getting like $2 a bump. Is that a lot of dough? I was hoping to get like, you know, 5 or 10. Cigarettes are expensive in Australia. Like, they're easily like, I'm pretty sure like 20 to 30 bucks a pack now. And meanwhile, this guy's selling them for like $2 a carton.
So the kid Mark, he works for Eddie too?
In his dreams.
Lovely
He's not
spin.
even 18 yet. does jobs for me. Drives me around, makes deliveries, that sort of stuff. Thinks he's a gangster, though. Spends too much damn time at the movies.
Well, if the kid's got you for a role model, he's in for a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah, wise guy? He reminds me a lot of you when you was his age.
Exactly. I spent 2 years dodging bullets in Europe and 6 years in the can since I met you. That's what I mean by trouble.
What's the matter? Somebody shit in your coffee this morning? It's like you forgot about all the good times.
Yeah, remind me of those someday, would you?
Ah, he doesn't have any. Thanks, Joe. No good times with me. Don't crash into the cab. Sorry, I just need to, like, move my... Like, I'm standing up for the 11th hour is because I want to try and get my stand goal today. And the easiest way to do that is when I remember to... like, you know, actually stand up and do a little bit of movement. I've done my, like, 30 minutes of exercise on the walking pad. It's not enough to reach my movement goal, but it's enough to get a start when I make it...
Version to red lights?
It's, like, a good way to start my morning, I find, so...
See, what did I tell you? It's going like butter today.
All right, this almost makes up for last night. Almost.
Come on, what's better than this? You got fresh air, good company, and you're making a shitload of dough. Not too bad for a guy who just got out of the slammer.
All right. Listen, if the next few hours are anything like the last few hours, all's forgiven.
There's the Vito I know. All right, we'll be there in a second.
Get that rhubarb pie recipe with the help of a new invention called the telephone answering machine. The device that's a mere 3 feet by 3 feet in size will allow users to get messages that friends and family leave for them once they...
Next delivery. Let's fucking go.
Hey, a carton of blues, if you please.
Give me a carton of blues. Bingo. There it is, sir. You're welcome. Come again.
Nice. I'll take a box of Reds.
Carton of Reds, Vito. Yeah, that's the one. Here it is.
Just stretch my back just a little bit. Ugh. Who the fuck are these guys? Looks like they got crazy hot rods as well. They might mean business.
What you selling, Mac?
You buying or just window shopping?
Maybe.
We're selling smokes. $2 a carton, $100 a crate.
I'll make you a deal. You fork over 10 cartons and maybe we'll let you and your buddy get out of here in one piece.
Hey, look, pal. How about you get back in your cute little car with your little friends there and I'll pretend I never seen you. Sound good?
Hopefully.
You don't get it, do you, you fat motherfucker? This is our turf, and it's gonna cost you to operate here. Now pay up.
You're the one who doesn't get it. You have any idea who you're talking to? One last chance. You walk away now and...
Yeah, I'll tell you who I'm talking to. A fat 2-bit fucking Dago door-to-door...
Wow!
...fucking stolen cigarettes on my turf. And it's time to close up shop, asshole. Okay, boys. I think it's time for a fire sale. Shit! Joe! Oh, fuck! What do you say now, Porky?
What do I gotta say?
Whoa! Alright.
Hop in that car and let's go.
Alright.
Let's get one of these fucks and teach him a lesson.
Alright, we're driving.
Step on it, Vito. He's getting away.
I got it floored, Joe. This thing won't go any faster.
Thankfully the limiter isn't on, so... Wow, look at him. He's making all kinds of mistakes. He's hitting the walls. You ain't... I survived a race in the 1930s. You ain't got shit on me. Oh, Jesus, he's roaring away. Fuck's sake. How fast is this?
Shit, now what? Shit, we should check in with Eddie. Stop at the nearest phone booth and call him.
To radio, making your feet move and your soul shine.
Alright, so we got brewskis, we got a thingamajiggy.
To radio, EDLT, Empire Bay.
How long am I on the street minding my own affairs?
Ah.
Raise loan sharks.
Where is a telephone?
Here's Empire Savings alone was...
I don't see a telephone anywhere, which is a problem. You think there would be one somewhere. Weren't there like telephones like on every fucking corner long ago? Like, what happened to that? There's one. Thank goodness we found one. Alright, time to call Eddie. How would you feel about skewers? Skewers are cool. Like, skewer meats? Like, so, shish kebabs and, kebabs?
Eddie.
Wait, kebabs don't have,
problem.
Kebabs are in bread, never mind.
And then these greasers came out of nowhere and set the fucking truck on fire.
What? You fucking kidding me? You couldn't handle a bunch of grease balls? What the fuck happened?
Look, Eddie, hey, listen, it's not our fault, okay? They set the fucking truck on fire before we knew what was happening and everything burned up. All right, we popped one of the guys, but...
What do I fucking care? Just bring me my money. I paid $2 grand for that truck, and I want it back. Lucky for you two retards, I got Derek's guy Steve here with me. And we were just talking about what to do with those punks. We're gonna take care of them now. Steve will meet you at the Crazy Horse. You know it?
You have a charcoal grill and it would be nice in winter? It would.
Show him that nobody
Skewers, sausages, and burger patties are, like, I think the three things. And what's more, with skewers, you can put on capsicum, you can put on other kinds of vegetables as well. I reckon beef, or, sorry, yeah, beef, capsicum,
bad news is Eddie
pumpkin. Oh wait, would pumpkin drip? No, pumpkin should stay on. And then onion.
I don't know. We'll see what Steve's got in mind.
Although you're the culinary expert, you probably know like better, more variety to put on things so you're not heavy on the meats. Oh boy, I have a drive.
Eddie was fucking pissed on the phone.
Sure he was. Just like I'm pissed right now. Even if these assholes ain't got a dime, I'm gonna kick $2,000 worth of shit out of them.
I'm with you. But what's Steve doing working for Eddie? He works for Derek, and Derek's with Vinci's crew.
How the hell should I know? But hey, you're still gonna take jobs from Derek, right? Even though you're working for Eddie? We all gotta do what we gotta do to get by. What is this, the Indianapolis Speedway?
Take it easy, I'm in a rush.
Yeah, and what's more is this is the fastest way back to my apartment, so then that way I can put this in the garage. This is a nice car. And I've missed the turnoff from my home. 129. 139. Here we go. Look, I like the car, alright? A variety is nice, yeah. Pumpkin, capsicum, onion. What else would go well on a skewer besides meat? Because you could do like a beef or a lamb option. Shrimps! What about shrimps? Could shrimps work on a skewer? Potato. That's another one. Although, if you have pumpkin and potato, I feel like people would get really confused. Because they would be like, oh, this one has a lot of potato on it, and then they take a bite out of it, and then they, you know, lo and behold, they take a bite out of it, and it's like, it's not potato, it's pumpkin. Prawns. It's shrimp, isn't it? Prawns are the big one. I'm talking about the small, curlier ones. The ones without the claws and shit. I'm talking about shrimp. Potatoes are iffy. They take too long to cook. What if you boil them ahead of time and then, so then that way they get like a little bit, you know, they get a little bit cooked, and then you put them on the grill after like slicing them or something. Would that be good? Or would that kind of fuck up with the, oh wait, no, because you'd need to slice them. You need to, like, chop them up first, and then, corn works? Yeah, that works too, I suppose.
Hey. Hey, guys. Artie? What are you doing here?
Hey, Joe. I'm going with you on this one. Steve needed help. He said I could come along.
Steve, isn't this,
Kids gotta learn sometime.
Okay, why are we here, Steve, huh? The guys we're looking for are all headed to the foundry.
This is where they usually meet, so we'll start here. Then head over to the foundry to finish the job.
And, why'd you volunteer to help?
You return to food, oh my lord.
Trashed my cousin's car. They robbed him and knocked out 3 of
I'm
his
eating
teeth.
shrimp with cheesy toast potatoes with asparagus. Ooh, that sounds nice.
Talking here. So like the Bible says, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And well, we'll just start with this joint.
So what's the plan?
First, we're gonna trash this place.
And how are we gonna do that?
With this. Go ahead, boys.
Hey, come on, guys.
Now you can either help us or stay out of our way.
Let's go teach these fuckers a lesson.
This kid has no trigger discipline, and I feel like he's gonna shoot one of us by accident.
That's fucking beautiful!
Okay, that's enough. Let's leave him a little present. Vito, Marty, I got some Molotov cocktails in the trunk. Go get them and
we can't go in. Darn.
My pleasure, Steve.
Alright. Take a Molotov from the trunk. And throw them in.
That'll teach them. Yeah.
All right, now we go to the foundry. Get in, boys. We'll meet you two at the main gate.
See you there.
Okay, I don't have a save option, it seems. Oh, wow, the foundry was that close, was it? Woo, boy. Nothing in the trunk for us, so... I guess we're going in guns blazing.
Hey, how'd you get in here?
Followed the fucking yellow brick road. Next.
Ha, nice one.
You fuckers are dead.
Joe, watch out!
Thanks, kid.
Shit, they got guns! Let them have it!
Cover me!
Ah, you're fucking brilliant.
Leave me alone, Joe.
I ain't with
Don't
these
tell my
guys, I
mother.
swear.
Go, I'll cover you!
Like my
Don't
sister.
be so gentle, boys.
That asshole shot me!
All right, Vito, here we go.
Try and get around behind him. See you in hell, asshole!
Hey, save some for me! You want a piece of me?
All right, Vito, go.
Let's go. Hurry up and kill him.
I'm the best.
Nice shot. Fuck you!
I'm gonna find you, you prick bastard.
There we go. Thank you for the magnum. Come on, show yourself.
You got? Let's go, Vito.
Take him out! I'm gonna try and flank him.
Stay sharp, Vito.
Got you now! Gonna leave some for me, asshole? Next bullet's got your name on it.
Going in.
We got him now!
Not bad, huh? What are you scared, asshole?
Cover me, asshole!
I got you covered, Vito. Move. Way to go, Vito.
There we go. Got most of them. M1 Grand. Nice. Can I eat the hamburger? Yeah, I can eat a hamburger. You're slowly prepping for this weekend, and you're probably screwed. Why are you probably screwed? You have like 5 days till the weekend hits us. What's the props? What's the issue? No trigger discipline is so sketchy. It's like a tank in Final Fantasy XIV not knowing how to pull aggro. Yep, just about.
Is that the fucking best you got?
Go,
Go.
Damn, I'm good.
I'm back. All right, showtime, Vito. Going in. Let's go, Vito.
I've done this,
I'll
asshole!
cover you. Move it.
Kiss your ass goodbye!
Of course the M1 Grand is gonna do that to me.
Go around behind. Hey, asshole. Try not to die till the fight's over.
Take a lot more than that.
Bring it on, dick cheese.
Oh, shit.
Why? Know you're here.
okay?
Oh, okay. Don't go near the fire.
Fuck. It's fucking over! They teach you that in the army?
Nope.
Oh, that's the best you got? Stay sharp, Vito. Asshole. Back me up, Vito.
Ah, my first death! My first death! Well, to be real, I had it coming with my style of play.
All right, Vito, here we go. All right, Vito, go, go, go. You okay? That asshole shot me up, Vito. Oh, that's the best you got? You okay? Fuck. What are you scared, asshole?
There we go. We picked up a Molotov while we were at it. Pick up a shotgun while we're at it. Got some good.
Next bullet's got your name on it.
Cover my back. Way to get you. Just grazed me. Oh, that asshole shot me. Fuck. Man, you're a terrible fucking shot. Oh, that was nice. I got you covered, Vito. Move. It's fucking over. Going in.
Nearly died from that, but we survived. I almost made the same mistake twice. Pick up a grease gun. No idea what that is, but it will have to do for now as I walk around and look for the next.
You okay? You okay?
Cover me, asshole.
We'll get him.
We got him now.
Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble.
Go, I'll cover you.
Alright. More ammunition. There we go. Oh, he's gonna give him a piece of his
I
mind.
need some help over here.
Yay, we did it!
This got way out of hand. Eddie's not gonna be too happy.
Eddie'll be fine. What are we gonna do? Just let him kill us? These fucking dirtbags won't be bothering nobody no more.
What now, Steve?
Now I'm gonna go home and see if that castor oil's working. I've been blocked up for weeks. I'll see yous later.
Joy, Joe and I still got a lot of work to do. We'll catch you later.
We need to make some money!
Where are we gonna get the 2 G's for Eddie?
You got any idea how much a car like this goes for?
Damn, Vito, you're a genius.
These babies ain't cheap, right? I bet Derek would give us at least $1,000 for that one.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna drive this baby over to Derek's. I'll meet you back at the Falcon.
Sounds like a plan. I'll see you at the bar.
Alrighty. Ow! Why, Blue? Why would you do this to me? Yeah! Woo! We're rolling, baby! God, it's a shame to destroy this guy. I'm guessing the phrase greasers is for the guys that, you know, tune up hot rods and such because of all the grease on their hands. Well, knowing those guys, there's more grease in their hair than their hands. Can't listen to the radio all day, otherwise there will be like no means of being able to hear what I'm saying because of all the muted audio. There we go. $1,950. Excellent. Excelente. Although I'm gonna be real with you, how much is this car worth? A Smith Deluxe station wagon. Let's see, can I sell this car? Nah, it doesn't look like I can. Shame. Well, it's a good thing I picked up this car anyway, because I needed a car to drive. It's a rubbish piece of shit, but it's a car all the same. All the different cliques that used to exist. The Outsiders was peak for Greaser, representation outside of Greece. Wait, the Outsiders? What's the Outsiders? Is that like the actual group, or is that a piece of media? I will be real with you, it is tempting at one point in the future doing like a karaoke stream, but I'm not a really great singer. Radium does karaoke once in a while. I know Puffin did it for a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Avoid all these peeps. Yep, we're close. Should be no time at all to get to the bar. The Maltese Falcon. Okay. Fancy place, let me tell you. Very fancy.
So?
Is the money.
Well, that's a fucking relief. Stupid fucking junkies. Now they know their place. Good work, boys. Here's your cut.
Thanks, Eddie. So, you need anything else from us today, or is that it? I got something I gotta take care of.
No, that's all for today. I'll call you if I need anything.
Even if some sound like the wife of a toucan from Rio. Look.
Here
It's
is
all
what
on you. Old Imperial, stout beer, wine, whiskey, brandy, or coffee. Give me coffee.
Come back anytime, sir.
Do Italians like coffee? You might go and get some brandy? I used to have, like, booze in my house for, like, the rare occasion that there would need to be a hangout or something like that. But there is no booze in my house anymore. My preferred drink is rum and coke for, you know, because coke. But I can definitely get behind, coffee liqueur. Coffee liqueur is, you know, is absolutely delicious. I love it. I would definitely have it with like a coffee or something like that, or an iced coffee even. Actually, I wonder if a coffee liqueur with an iced coffee would be a good idea. We'll need to see one day. Where am I going? Going home. Ah, okay. Shame there's no fast travel system. But the other good news is I get to park this jalopy in my parking lot, and we have another car. You have an Italian cross-country friend at your college, and she is more of a tea fan than coffee, but she more enjoys dark chocolate desserts with a coffee flavor rather than drinking coffee, which is interesting. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Because the thing is that, I don't know, like, there are people in Australia where they are fanging for coffee. They will fang for tea or coffee. And a lot of them who are fans of coffee here in Australia they speak very harshly about Americans and their coffee tastes. Like, a lot of them will go to the States and they're like, oh, there's no good coffee places and such. And lo and behold, they go to, like, you know, Starbucks, and then they go to, you know, another franchise or something like that. There's, like, they very much, you know, do those kinds of things. And they're like, oh, and then they'll go to one random cafe, and, you know, that will be their, you know, thing of, like, you know, absolutely thinking, you know, America doesn't have good coffee. And I'm like, I wonder if that's just the case of Australians not being, like, you know, clever tourists in the American markets, or if that's, like, the legitimate case where America just doesn't do good coffee. Because I have heard mixed messages about Australians going to the States. Some of them have a wonderful time, and they don't have, you know, they don't have difficulty, you know, finding good places and what have you. And then there are others where they're like, you know, even good service does not recover for them. And they're like, you know, they don't have, like, you know, good means. And it's like, you know, sorry, use the bed. So, because here's the thing, every time I've gone to the States, I have had the benefit of going there with family. So many of them, like, live in the area. They've tried all the different things. So we go, so, like, for instance, in Washington/Virginia, it's always been good coffee and good restaurants, and very rare. And I don't think we've ever gone to, like, a fast food place or like a franchise. It's always been its own thing. Answering the phone. So yeah, so I'm wondering if people are, like, in all, just, you know, don't know how to look for places in America.
Vito, we got a situation here. Grab a gun and meet me at the bar. And make sure you're driving a decent set of wheels.
Uh-oh. Okay.
All right. I'll be right there.
The Deep South and Southwest have great coffee from your experience? Okay. Hole-in-the-wall coffee spots just within a 30-mile... Many Americans with their coffee basically add so much to it, basically whatever they add with a side of coffee. Yeah. Like, I've definitely seen way more... I've seen way more people, like, with Australia... Like, there's way more, like, you know, shoved-in-the-corner cafes in the US than there are in Australia, I've noticed.
I just want to ask you some questions.
Like, very rarely do I see people in Australia go for, you know, coffee spots. They always go for, like, cafes and things, which, you know, they can be a little pricey. Alright, dress up, get a gun, and... Alright. Smith & West Deluxe, Cossack... I already repair this, and already immediately it decides to be a problem. Alright. Let's see if we can change the color of this car. However, good coffee spots here is, like, you gotta know the right people, otherwise you'll either find a fast food joint with cold brew, or 3 mainstream joints, which are Starbucks, Coffee Bean & Co., and Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. My friend, as well, that, like, had, like, the terrible, like, coffee experience and such like that, his wife is a barista. So, I do, like, kind of value his opinion when it comes to looking for coffee places and such like that. But then at the same time, he's sometimes not a good judgment of character when it's, like, on limited information.
Hey there, good morning.
So, yeah. Color me curious.
How can I help you?
Change the plates. Repaint with a unique design. I can't do the custom. Oh, car must be repaired first. Okay. Your car is fully tuned.
Here you go. Pick a design.
Ooh, nice. Okay, so we got collar and cuff. Greased lightning. Fuck yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Love it. Alrighty. Which is fair that some places are pretty mid for coffee. I think the thing is that coffee overall is just a very mid thing. And Australians... Ass! You dinged my ride! I swear, the cabbies are out for me.
In pursuit of a hit-and-run driver. Roger that.
Anyway, but yeah, like, Australia doesn't do, like, a lot of... Like, they're getting commercial, like, most recently, because the whole, you know, capitalism... they're making their pursuits for blah 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 blah. They're trying to do their pursuits of, like, you know, beating up against Canada and US and England and kind of such, and it's like, you're not really winning that fight. You are definitely winning it against a lot of Southeast Asia, don't get me wrong, but Australia is not, like, a crazy competitive economy. It's a good economy. You're in the top, like, you're in the top 50% kind of thing, but you're not, you know, you're not the AAA leagues like that. At least in, like, the things I've seen. Alrighty. Alrighty, let me in. I've got a fast car.
Hey, Vito. I'd like to introduce you to somebody. Vito, this is Carlo Falcone.
Hello?
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Falcone.
Vito? So, Vito, how do you feel about Alberto Clemente and Luco Guarino?
Well,
couldn't care
honestly,
less.
Mr. Falcone, the way I see it, those assholes tried to steal $5,000 from me and then left me to rot in jail.
That's good, because the two of them are planning to make a move on us. So it looks like we're going to have to do something before they do something. Eddie will tell you the rest. I'm sure you won't let me down.
Goodbye, Mr. Falcone.
Nice to meet you, Vito.
So what the hell's going on?
A car with 3 of our guys in it disappeared last night, and word around town is that Luca might have had something to do with it.
Who's missing?
Harvey Beans and the 2 guys who were supposed to be protecting him, Tony Balls and Frankie the Mick.
Yeah.
Beans is Carlo's accountant. If he talks, we're all fucked.
What do you need me to do?
I need you to wait for him in front of Freddy's and follow him to find out if he's involved.
And then?
If you find out that he had anything
That's why you
to do
research
with
or
us,
ask a
you
local
wait.
friend if possible when it comes to traveling somewhere new, because no matter what I look at, someone who lives there can give a good recommendation based off your likings. Exactly. This is something that I think Australians have not grasped yet, and it is kind of funny. You need to talk to people there. Some people in Australia are like, don't bother other people and such, and they're like, oh, they're casual people and they're nice and such. It's like, yeah, but can you like spark up a random conversation with an Australian, like legitimately, like you're just, just in one booth and they're in the other booth? No, unlikely. Are you going to be able to spark up a conversation in an elevator? Unlikely. Me in America, I have definitely had much better experiences with perfect strangers in America than I have had perfect strangers in Australia. I don't know what it is about America. They will talk. So, even if you don't know anyone in the United States, for example, if you're like buying jeans or you're getting coffee or anything like that, you can ask them questions such as, hey, where's a good place to eat? And they will tell you. You go to a museum, you hang out, you go to the concierge, you get recommendations on what to get from the gift shop. Ask them where to eat, ask them where to stay. Hey, ask for recommendations of where else to look. In Australia, it's not really like that. It's like, oh, don't bother them while they're working. Don't, this and that. It doesn't feel like, oh, hey, we get to, have a conversation. I give context for why I'm trying to find smaller jean sizes.
The bastard. And if any of our guys is still alive, try and rescue them. Hopefully you can find them before they spill the beans about our
She thought AM PM was a fine dining fast food. I have never heard of AM PM. Are you talking about fucking time?
And some firepower.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
Or are you talking about like an actual joint and they thought it was fine dining and really it was just,
Got it.
it's gas station. Nope, sounds fair.
Take care of yourself, sir.
Excuse me. Alright, let me get into my conspicuous car. Ow! Fuck you! God damn it! I just put money in this car! Alright. Into the body shop we go. We gotta repair it. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll repair it another time. Also, there's an advertisement going off. Sorry, chat. Alrighty.
This is Luca's car. Now, where are you, Luca? There you are.
Alright, so we follow that guy.
Okay, here we go. Shouldn't get too close. I gotta make sure Luca doesn't see me.
What is he doing? A dry run?
going, Luca? Riverside.
Where is he doing? Also, why is my phone giving me notifications? You may have to visit Australia solely to meet you and other furry friends out there. Everyone I know traveling internationally to Australia will, like, especially in the furry circles, they come down during, like, Furdu. I don't know how Furdu is going for people, especially since it feels like everyone feels, you know...
Mike doesn't get involved in shit like this.
Like, everyone's, like, got, like, their mixed opinions about, like, the Furdu org right now. Like, you know, personal experiences or where they think it's trying to go, like, you know, fundamentally as a convention, because it is getting quite large, and I think there is a bit of confusion as to, okay, as it's getting bigger, what is its identity? So, some people have started going into other,
Venti Slaughterhouse, of course. Looks like it.
like going to other conventions such as, like, Aurora, or, South Australia's, like, Fur Fest. What's up, old man?
Excuse me.
Yeah, can I help you?
You know how to get into the slaughterhouse over here?
And, what would you be looking for in there?
Yeah, my dog ran in there. I'm trying to find him.
Your dog, huh?
Yeah. You know how to get inside or what?
First of all, let me tell you something. You are a terrible liar. And second of all, unless your dog has keys to that building, the only way he could have got in is through the sewer.
Sewer, huh? All right, thanks.
Okay. Oop, another wanted poster. Thank you. So, we're just trying to get our way in via sewer. So we got this here, and this there. Find a way to sneak into the slaughterhouse. Okay, so there's like a little thingy-madiggy there. I'd have fun doing whatevs. Nah, fair enough. If you do go, definitely organize a group to hang out. Ow. Definitely organize a group to hang out with and such. Do not go to Australia. Like I said before about like America versus Australia with the whole chatting thing. Go to Australia with a posse. Do not go there thinking, oh, like, you know, I know people in Australia. I will be able to maybe hang out with them. It's not enough that you know them. You need to plan with them. You need to be like, hey, I'm going to Australia in like however many months. I want to hang out with you. Let's plan.
That could be a problem.
So, wait, can I shoot that dog?
Shut up, you mutt. What's wrong with you?
So yeah, so it's very tempting because Unname's asked for me. It's very tempting to go to Texas Fur Fiesta next year. It would cost a lot of money, to be real with you. I would have to use so much of my savings if I wanted to, and I'm not too sure I would even... Because the thing is I'm trying to save up for, like, a deposit on a home and such like that, because, you know, I'm 30 years old. At some point, I'm going to need to work on getting a house. And it would have been better if I had more money saved at this point. Like, you know, $20,000 or something like that, because most people in their 30s start getting into a home. I have... the average age is, like, 36. That can easily be, like, you know, brought up because of crazy older ages and such. But, yeah, I've got, like, you know, 4 or 5 years to try and save money up to put a deposit on a house. And that's if I want to try and get a home in today's market. Who knows what it's going to look like in what's-a-mahoozy in 5 years.
What, is somebody there? Somebody there, see? So shut up before we turn you into meatloaf.
Shit, there they are. Now I got...
So yeah, so if I was to do it, I'd probably make it like goals or something. Hello. So yeah, because I would need like, you know, $5 grand at least to get there for the cost of the travel, the hotel, and the food. Sorry, cost of travel, hotel, and you know, Texas Fur Fiesta like tickets and what have you.
That's what I meant, you retard. I hope the boss knows what...
But that means that when it happens, you could host fun stream ideas and friends often. Possibly. The other thing is that, the way Unnamed tells it...
I don't want to do this by myself.
The way Unnamed tells it is, like, it's probably beneficial to, to, like, try and make it, like, you know, business expenses when I go there and such, so I would need to talk to, like, you know, a CPA, they said it was. It was, like, some sort of, you know, personal finance, fella. Alright, drop him on the... Alright, nothing here.
So, you still thinking about quitting?
Yeah, probably next month.
And what are you gonna do then?
I was thinking of maybe, you know, becoming a voice actor.
You're a voice actor right now, my friend.
Hey, you two, shift's over.
What do you mean, shift's over?
You got shit in your ears? They said you're done for today. But I ain't done pounding the beefsteak. Don't make me sick.
Pounding the beef.
Shift's over. Get the hell out of here.
All right, fine by me.
Damn straight. Let's go.
Be right there.
Think I don't know about the dope. I know where you got the money. Falcone thinks he's got a good racket going, but he ain't gonna get away with it. Come on, how'd you get it into the States?
I don't know anything. I'm just an accountant.
Don't fuck with me, you egghead bastard. You wanna end up just like your buddy here? Come on, take a good look. You think you're tougher than him? After we're done with you, we're gonna grind you
You familiar with the out-of-state con planning with case of friends doing it because since you're kind of fellow with many. What in the world? What happened to his face?
Hey, what's that fucking stench? Oh! Hey, somebody's over there. Hey, who the fuck are you supposed to be? Jesus Christ, what is Captain Shitbag here to save the day?
Shut the fuck up, Luca.
Hey, I know you. You're the chump who was hanging around with that moron, Barbaro. I thought you was still rotting in the can. What the fuck you think you're doing here?
Falcone sent me. He isn't too fond of skinny little cocksuckers trying to turn his guys into mincemeat.
So, you joined up with Falcone, huh? Well, I'll tell you what. If you knew what was really going on, you'd realize that you was better off in jail. But that don't matter now anyway.
Oh no. Alright.
That oughta hurt.
Ow!
This guy sure can't take a beating, huh? This is gonna be a messy one.
Pull the lever, Crunk. Hi there, Benru. How's it going? You doing good? Nice. You're not too bad, Ed. How's me? I'm doing fairly alright. I'm down to 97 kilograms flat this morning, which is pretty good. I've recovered from my bad eating habit last Sunday, back in Easter.
Come on, you fuck!
You fuck with the wrong guys, asshole.
Asshole! Come on, you bastard!
Thanks, Vito. We owe you one. Eddie send you?
Yeah, he noticed he was a couple of guys shy at roll call.
You noticed he was a couple guys shy.
Poor Frankie. I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch.
How's it going? 97? Damn, guess the shakes are working for you? They are. I've been doing pretty decent on the weight loss.
Forget about me.
I have the goal of like trying to get down to like under 96 kilos, so like 95.6 or something like that.
Flank his ass! Don't you better kill this fucking guy before we run out of bullets. Fuck you! Not bad, kid. Not bad. Hey, scumbag! I see you! All right, Vito. Let's get that little fuck.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So where are we?
Little cocksucker's gonna piss his pants.
Alright, we're going this way.
What's going on? They dead yet?
See if you did the shake split gym, you could grow some big bar of titties as well. I can't go to the gym while on the shakes. It was like a... Well, I probably can, now that I'm having like a meal and what have you.
What? Cover me. I'm going in. Show what you got. Damn,
You okay? Hey, hurry up and kill this guy. I'm almost out of bullets.
Hey, Vito, let's go.
Everybody all right?
Cover. Bring it on, asshole.
Did you see
it?
her?
You don't move.
Over there.
Did you see her?
Die, asshole.
Did you see her?
I got him pinned down.
Nice one, Vito. Hey, douchebag. I'm over here.
All right. I'm gonna try. I got him pinned down.
One more to go.
Ow! Well, that hurt. What did I miss? 66% himbo. Nice one.
You fuck with the wrong guys, assholes.
Yep, cool. He's alive.
Thanks, Vito. We owe you one. Eddie send you? Shit. Poor Frankie. I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch. Beans, stay here and don't come out until we come get you.
So, hi there, Sir Dragon. Glad to see you're still hurt. Your head hurty, is it?
Look out, he's got a gun. Where are you? Not bad, kid. Not bad. All right, Vito, let's get that little fuck. Little cocksucker's gonna piss his pants.
What's going on? They dead yet?
Yeah, they are. And guess who's next?
A lot of guys with a lot of guns are already
Too late. Here they come.
Let's kill that fuck.
Hey, nice shooting, Vito. You see, kid? That's how you do it. Come on, Vito, show him what you got.
I got him pinned down.
Hey, nice shot, kid. Come on, assholes.
Sir Dragolks 88 demands you
cover.
Will do. Give me a minute.
One more to go. Come on, asshole, bring it on.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
All right. Nice job. Now let's go get that little cocksucker. Knock, knock. Come on. Let me in.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. I do appreciate it. Alright. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. All of these redeems, Sir Dragon. So many of them.
Shit. I ain't gonna be able to open it like this.
Yeah, we need something heavy, like a battering ram.
I know. We'll use that cart. Oh, fucking... Son of a fucking... Prick.
This guy's gonna get in some bad trouble.
Smart, huh? Go ahead, try. Son of a bitch. What's he doing over there?
These redeems are canceling each other out at this point, I think. Many of them are. Like, the scan the Zeebs and then all this stuff afterwards. Probably was, like, just trying to... Probably was just trying to, like, get a funny one.
Feels like you're no good. Cocksucking son of a bitch.
Alright, well, he's having fun with Luca.
I'm gonna have a little fun with Luca before I grind him up. Wanna join me?
Thanks for the invitation, but I think I'll pass.
It's the same blood, huh?
No, just hate the sight of Luca.
I hear you, but you're missing out. I think I'm gonna try out that cattle prod he was yapping about.
Yeah. Eddie wanted me to take care of him personally.
Don't worry about that. It'll just take a little longer this way. This fuck don't deserve a quick death.
I can't argue with that. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Thank you for the Peck Dance Pizza Fox. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you.
Yo, Beans, open the door. It's all over.
You're still alive?
Yeah. What'd you expect? Look, before we go home, you want to give me a hand with Sleeping Beauty here?
You know, that's not such a bad idea.
The accountant is tasting revenge. Alrighty. Let's see. Let me just open this gate. Yep, cool. So it does open with just no problems. Alrighty, I'm gonna go for Luca's car. This is a lovely car. Alrighty, detour to my place. So then that way, you know, I'll be able to save this vehicle. Because it's a lovely vehicle. And look how much power is behind this!
Shaking the dial with that crazy rock and roll style. Empire Central Radio.
Never mind the fact it's probably going to get dinged up on the way there. Is Pizza Fox beefy? I'm not too sure. Would be good. Would make sense. My favorite kind of pizza is like the meat lover's pizza. So all sorts of like beef and pepperoni, chicken. More meats on the pizza, the better in my opinion. There we go. Save the car. Everybody. Meat Lovers is super good. Yeah. Back when Eagle Boys was a thing, technically Pizza Hut has it, but it's not the same, honestly. So, but back when Eagle Boys was a thing in Queensland, there was a dish called the Butcher's Block. Oh, you even had like beef cubes. It was delicious. So good. And then there was a hollandaise sauce swirl where anytime I go to like a Pizza Capers or something like that, yeah, I'm getting a pizza with hollandaise sauce. It's a good addition. You been leaning towards Supreme pizzas lately, where it's the onion, olives, bell peppers, mushrooms, and stuff? That is also a good one, too. I can definitely get behind a Supreme for, like, you know, additional tastes and such. I'm not personally a fan of pineapple, though, so there are some dishes that are like, oh, let's throw in pineapple, because that's a gourmet option, and I'm like, no, please don't. Vegaramas I'm kind of okay with as well. Those hit it. There we go. Alrighty. Let me in. Let me tell you the news. Oh, I forgot to go for a shower, didn't I?
She's going down on it, and he's going, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh Jesus Christ! Was that you? Vito? Oh, Jesus. Why didn't you take a fucking bath before you came back?
You told me to come right back when I was done. You think I'm enjoying this?
Okay. What happened with Luca?
It's done.
All right. How about our guys? You find them?
Yeah. Luca had him in the slaughterhouse. Frankie's dead, but Balls and Beans are fine. Luca was, interrogating him when I got there.
Any witnesses?
Well, except for a dozen or so of Luca's bodyguards, we ran into nobody.
Back up, okay?
Nah.
It was rough, Eddie.
Yeah, it sounds like it got pretty heavy.
The venison top meat lovers you mentioned has a hollandaise sauce swirl too. Yeah!
Before you ruin everybody's appetite.
Delicious.
Fucking clothes you're wearing. My God.
You been leaning towards Supreme pieces? Yeah, I already read that.
Oh, I see you again soon, huh?
You smell like shit. Change your clothes. Yeah. Give me a minute. Let's see what this place can get me.
If I let you buy something, will you leave?
If I let you buy something.
This is hand-stitched. Nothing less than you deserve, sir.
Yeah, that's a good outfit.
I think you'll find the quality is well worth the price.
But that's better. Unless... Let's go for...
Is that everything?
Fuck it. Let's go with the pink.
Come back anytime.
Disgraziato.
Central Radio, shaking the dial with that crazy rock and roll style. Empire Central Radio.
Oof. Close one there. Irish cream, sorry, not Russian cream. Yeah, Irish cream is also a pretty good alcoholic thing in a doogie. Coffee liqueur. Wait. To have a yummy coffee cake with fresh Irish butter. So yeah, we're not having too gloomy of a weather here where I am, at least from what I've seen the last time I looked outside, so... There we go. Excellent.
Hey, Vito, you made it.
Hey, Eddie.
Oh, nice threads.
Thanks. So, what's the plan, fellas? What's with the suits?
Vito, Mr. Falcone's gonna bring us into the family tonight. You and me. We're gonna be made.
No shit. Tonight?
Yeah.
Really? Why didn't you tell me before? What do we gotta do?
You'll find out. But first, there's somebody who'd like to have a little word with you.
Oh, hey!
Good to see you. What are you doing here?
Hey,
Nice.
kiddo.
It's Leo from the prison.
About what's gonna happen today. Come here, have a seat.
All right. Sure. And hey, thanks again for doing whatever you did to get me out of the can early.
Now I made good on my second promise to you.
Second promise?
Yeah. I told you the next time we opened the books, we'd recommend you, didn't I? And now it's done.
You had something to do with this? But you work for Frank Vinci.
Yeah. I would have liked to have had you in our family. But I figure Joe there's your best friend. You guys grew up together. Just like me and Frank. Since Joe was working for Carlo the whole time you were inside, I recommended they take you in too when he got made.
Thanks, Leo. I don't know what to say.
You don't gotta say nothing. Not to me or anybody else. That's kind of the way this whole thing works, Vito.
Yeah.
Now, come on. We don't want to keep them waiting. All right. I'll see you fellas upstairs.
What was that all about?
Nah, nothing. Just, talking about old times.
Like that time when old Leo dropped the soap.
Fuck you.
All right. That's enough. Let's go. Yous are like two school kids, I swear to God.
If I knew I was going to be into a made man, I probably would have gone for something other than the cream-colored shirt.
One at a time. Once you're inside, just do as you're told, okay? Joe, come on in.
Hey. Good luck.
All right, your turn, Vito.
Gentlemen, this is Vito Scaletta. Vito, know that this family of ours is a secret. You are entering the Society of the Chosen. A society which does not exist to the rest of the world. Our family means more to you from now on than your own family, or God, or your country. If I ask you to kill your own brother, you must do it. Show me which finger would pull the trigger. Repeat after me, Vito. If I were to betray the secret of our way of life.
If I were to betray the secret of our way of life.
May my soul burn in hell, just like this saint.
May my soul burn in hell, just like this saint.
Amico nostra. Gentlemen, I give you our new friend, Vito Scaletta. I am very pleased to have these two talented and honest men join us. And I'm happy this has happened in the presence of our esteemed guests, especially Don Frank Vinci.
You might wonder why I'd take this risk again after spending almost 7 years in the can. You see, where I grew up, the only guys who mattered were the guys who had the balls to take what they wanted.
You will receive payment for your services from Eddie. Would you like to add anything, Frank?
Whatever you do, gentlemen, stay away from the dope. No dope. That's our policy.
Wow, how well did that work the last time I was in a Mafia game that told us that?
I was willing to risk anything to finally be somebody.
Yeah, the last time I heard of a mob boss being like, don't deal in dope. By the end of the game, what were they doing? Dealing in dope.
So let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Don't
So, most likely, we're gonna be dealing in drugs by the time we're done with this game, and we're gonna get the repercussions for it, aren't we? Or we're gonna try and get out of the game once we learn about the dope. One of those two.
some cash, so let the good times
What a lovely home.
Let the good times
It's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
young or old. I'll let the good times roll.
Good times. Whoa. Bum, ba, bum. Good times roll. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Villa Scaletta, June 15th, 1951. Oh, look at that, our bet. Look at us! Fucking rolling in it, the kind of quality our home is.
Hello.
Hey, Vito, it's Eddie.
Hey, Eddie, what's up?
I need you to come over to Joe's right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, what's happening?
I can't tell you over the phone.
All right, I'll be right there.
Alright, time to dress up. Ham and cheese sandwich, thank you. I need an outfit. And there's the ride.
Mommy, this ketchup's all runny. Oh no, now dinner is ruined. That's what I get for buying a generic brand of ketchup. I should have picked up a bottle of Bunce ketchup instead.
Good times roll, ba 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 da 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 ba da da ba 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 ba. Woo! Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da 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 ba. Going for an absolute 10. Also, why did you say Leonardo da Vinci? What's Leonardo da Vinci got to do with the mafia? Sure, they're both Italian, but that's a very, you know, sort of broad category right there. Alright, up the stairs we go. Also, I've re-engaged myself into standing mode. I gotta reach my goals for standing and activity and what have you. Oh, wait, is this? Yep, this is the 3rd floor. This is where I need to be.
I went on with a baseball bat and they looked like they was scared till
Morning,
yesterday.
fellas.
Oh, hey, good morning, Vito.
Marty, what are you doing here?
Joe said you needed help. And since I did good with the greasers, he said he'd take me along again.
Take you along again for what exactly?
They're waiting for you.
What?
Yeah, well, I'll talk to you later. Yeah, that's my man Vito.
That you didn't want to be stuck with
Vito,
the kid.
Hey, guys. So what's happening?
I heard how you got rid of Luca, Vito. Good job. Thanks to you, we now have proof that Clemente was behind the attack on our guys. We couldn't do anything to him openly till now. He just cut his own throat. He kidnapped and tortured our guys, and that means war.
We're going into
Anything
war
we do
is not
now,
exactly a good
I'm going to be able
thing.
to justify before the commission. Alberto knows this, so he's going to act quickly and try and come after us first.
So we're gonna take out Clemente.
Exactly. Turns out Clemente called a big meeting in the Empire Arms Hotel today. This is our best chance to get rid of him and his top guys.
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll just waltz right in there and kill a few dozen heavily armed men in broad daylight in the nicest hotel in town. Is that about right?
Don't worry. I got a plan.
Shit!
What?
Joe, put that thing away.
Eddie, don't worry. It's safe. I just gotta
For
press
Christ's
this.
sake, put it away now. What's the matter
Okay,
with you?
okay. You're such a chicken shit.
Okay, so now we're gonna waltz right in and blow up the nicest hotel in town. Isn't that overkill?
Don't worry. This thing ain't that powerful. It won't blow up the whole building, but everybody in a room where it goes off is dead meat.
How are we gonna know when to detonate it?
We'll use a window washing platform. We'll almost be able to watch it explode.
Since when are you the smart one?
Okay, fellas. I'm counting on you. If all goes
Joe
well,
is amazingly
I'll have
reliable.
something nice for you. When it's over, call Eddie at this number. Oh, by the way, I closed the bar today, just in case Alberto tried something.
Hey, good luck, fellas.
Hey, what about that kid in the hallway?
You mean Marty? He ain't part of the organization, so he had to wait outside.
I mean, why is he here at all?
Why do you think? He's going with us because we need a getaway driver and somebody to cover our asses. What do you got against him anyway? I known him since he was a little kid, and he saved my ass with them greases.
Yeah, but we're not fighting a bunch of drunk dirtbags this time. We're about to take out the most powerful family in this city, and you're bringing a kid.
And how old were you when you started doing this shit? You're talking like you're some old fart. Look, Vito, he's gonna wait in the car outside and drive us away. That's it. He ain't even gonna know what we're doing there. He's a great driver, and that's exactly what we need on this one.
Okay, Joe, whatever. But I'm telling you right now, this is a bad idea.
Can't wait for it to all go tits up, but we won't know until we get to it. Alright, I can't change my outfit here. Come on, Joe. Open the fucking door. Oh. You good, Joe? You good? Thank you for opening the door for me.
Right here.
All right, slow down, Billy the Kid, all right? It's not gonna be necessary. Let's just go.
Perfect. You put it back exactly where it needed to go. Alright, we're gonna need a 3.
Take my car.
All right, I'll drive.
No radio.
Just don't go busting it up on the way there. This is our getaway car. Plus, I'm pretty sure that explosives and car crashes don't go together too good.
Explosives?
Yeah, for a little fireworks show. Forget you heard that. We're going to the Empire Arms Hotel. Park in the underground parking lot and use the back entrance.
Alrighty. How well do you think this is gonna go, chat?
Fuck down before you get pulled over.
Hey, go take a nap or something.
Do you think this is gonna go off without a hitch, or do you think there's gonna be problems? Because you know, the bomb doesn't go off, or someone
Come on,
recognizes
tell me.
us.
What's going down at the hotel, huh? Huh? Come on.
Well, what are you, writing a book? I already told you everything you need to know.
Hey, I'm just curious, you know? All this secrecy.
Marty, all this secrecy's important. The less you know, the better off you are.
And if you keep asking questions, I'm just gonna have to find somebody else to drive us next time.
Okay, okay. No more questions. Sure, whatever. So you're gonna blow the
Did you
hotel
not see that
sky
light
high,
turn
huh?
red? Marty!
Sorry.
One more word out of you.
All right, sorry. Not another one.
It's you, so pure chaos, naturally. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be a mission if it didn't turn into, you know, chaos, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, here's the hotel. The entrance to the garage is on the other side.
Yep. Alrighty, so we go over here.
Park in there. And hey, we gotta leave all our guns in the car. The last thing we need is one of Clemente's goons searching us and finding them.
Alright.
All right, Vito and me will go in and do what needs to be done. You wait for us here. When you hear a big boom, start the car up, because we're gonna need to get the hell out of here pronto. And you won't need that gun unless somebody follows us, but that shouldn't happen.
Okay, I got you, Joe.
Clemente rented the entire 18th floor, the third one from the top. There's a couple of suites and conference rooms up there, and guards.
So how are we gonna get up there?
Around the back, through the laundry room.
Why, you wanna wash your shorts before we do this?
Wise ass. The meeting hasn't started yet. We'll grab some hotel worker uniforms, then we'll go do a little cleaning upstairs.
Seriously. When did you become the smart one?
Fuck off. There's supposed to be a guy waiting for us inside with the uniforms. Let's go. And we don't want to make a ruckus before Clemente gets here, so don't go doing nothing stupid.
Shouldn't I be telling you that?
Stay here.
Where's the fucking bridesmaid?
Look, Marty, this is what happens. Stupid. Joe? Joe, you good? He doesn't seem good. Joe! Give me a second. There we go. Alright, hopefully this fixes him. Yeah, it fixes him.
Ah, shit. It's closed. The idiot was supposed to leave it open for us. Now we gotta wait and hope that asshole shows up. Fuck!
You see Ting Lao? Yeah. Well, where is he? He go on smoke break.
Alright, let's see. Do we get a cleaner's uniform somewhere? Anywhere?
Look, I'm really sorry I couldn't get here sooner.
Another minute, you would have been late to your own damn funeral.
Sorry, I was...
All right, enough. Just get the hell out of here. See? I got it all under control. Come on, let's go pick up our uniforms.
There we go. A lot of bugs going off in this game, it seems.
Here, put this on.
Are you fucking serious?
So nobody recognizes
Great.
Alright, how crazy of a mustache does he get?
Let's go.
Oh, okay. So it's not a crazy bad mustache like the Mario brothers.
Clean up this fucking mess, you idiots. Clean this shit up, will you? Somebody's gonna slip and break their neck.
Let's go. Move it.
No idea. Oh!
You got some more work upstairs waiting for you. Get moving.
Hey, Richie, come with us.
Well, he's just mean-spirited.
That was fucking Henry.
Yeah.
All right, come on. Let's get up there before he gets back.
Now the question is, will Henry recognize us with a fucking mustache?
Hasn't changed a bit.
Hey, yeah. I hope he don't come back before we do our thing. Henry's good people, even if he does work for Clemente.
Yeah, but what if he does?
Don't even think about that.
I feel like an idiot with this thing on my lip.
Yeah? Well, what if we run into somebody we know? This way, they won't recognize us.
Sure.
Fucking hope so.
Sure.
About damn time. Where the hell you guys been? Somebody spilled something in the conference room. Yous ain't gonna ask what it is or how it got there. You're just gonna clean it up. There's a big meeting starting soon. And the boss ain't gonna be too happy if the place ain't sparkling. So if you know what's good
that a
for you,
yes?
you'll get the spick and
Please go
span
away.
and then get the fuck out.
Oh my god, will you let me through?
Come on, we'll grab some beats. We can play a little backseat bingo. These two are here to clean up the
You have serious
mess.
problems, you know that?
The mess?
The mess.
Oh, that mess. All right, come on, you two. One of the guys who was here before, he tripped and fell. The poor guy hit his head pretty hard. About 5 or 6 times. So now there's blood all over the fucking place. And we got a meeting that's supposed to start soon. So you gotta get this shit cleaned up, and you gotta make...
Fucking pricks.
Hey, calm down, will ya? They're not gonna be around to bother you much longer.
Hey, yeah. Give me a hand here. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck up. The yellow, the blue, and the plus, and the plus, the red, and matching, the negative, the blue, and cross over here. Perfect.
Ah, mess.
The hard part is almost over.
This was the hard part?
Let's go already. Clean this shit up.
Honestly, that's some good cleanup. Was gonna say, I don't remember this part of Mafia 1. This is Mafia 2.
Let's get out of here.
So, we just put a bomb in a conference room. This is the 1950s, by the by.
To the roof.
Shit don't work so good though. Guy says, why not? The bartender says, you really think I asked for a 12-inch pianist?
Hey, cool. I wasn't talking to you.
This is exactly why did you not play Mafia 2? You were familiar with Mafia 1, but you were not familiar with the Mafia sequel.
Damn. I ain't used to
Nah,
this
just the
much
first one.
exercise.
Oh, okay.
Why did I gotta put so many fucking stairs?
What do you want me
These
to carry?
stairs are gonna kill me. Vito. Vito, hold on. I forgot something.
What did you forget?
This is for you. Just in case something goes wrong.
This is nice.
Some piece of work, huh? 1911 Colt with a modified
Where the
clip.
hell did you,
Holds 23 bullets, so the ammo goes quick. And don't go losing it. These are the only two in the whole world.
Thanks.
Both Mafia 1 and 2 are currently
go to
free
the
on
window
Prime.
watching platform.
Oh, and Mafia 3 as well. I think Mafia 1 isn't free on Prime anymore because it was like for a limited time, the definitive edition. But Mafia 3 at the very least.
These guys.
Fuck me. All right, let's get out of here.
Oh, this is like an oyster. Hold on, check it out.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? Get lost. Shit.
Okay, Vito. Here we go.
I'm back!
Fuck.
Going in. I won't want to get on your bad side. Going in. What are you scared, asshole? You shoot like my sister.
What do you reckon there was like a stealthier way to do this? Hang on, let's get shot. Let's see if there's a stealthier way to do this. Just means I get to watch and be completely clueless. More clueless than what I am most times. Fair enough.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? Get lost. Shit, they got guns.
Okay, Vito. Here we go.
Hang on.
What the fuck's the matter with you?
I won't want to get on your bad side.
I'll cover you. Move.
Maybe is it because of me holding guns? It's the problem. Prime is free for the first month, so subscribe, grab the games, then cancel the subscription. We'll see.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? Get lost. Shit, they got guns.
Okay, Vito. Here we go.
I'm back. Oh, that's the best you got?
Never mind.
I amaze myself. Back me up, Vito.
Be careful. There might be more of them.
So yeah, I thought there was a stealthy way to do this, but it doesn't look like there is.
Back me up, Vito. What are you scared, asshole? Ah, you're fucking brilliant.
There we go. So yeah, I thought there would have been like a stealthier way to do this, but you know, probably not. Alrighty, time to call the elevator.
What the hell are you two doing? I wasn't done with my... Oh, shit.
Jesus, okay. Okay, don't shoot. I'll do whatever you say.
All right, put your hands behind your back. We ain't gonna hurt you.
Alrighty, come on.
Here's some tape. Tie him up.
Oh, there's a magazine there I could be picking up as well.
Everybody else got shot.
Come on, let me get the magazine, okay? Otherwise, this is gonna be a problem.
Okay.
There we go. We got the magazine. All right.
Hey, how much wire you got?
Enough.
How much is enough? Will it reach up to the roof?
No, it
Of
won't.
course not. We'll just go up 1 or 2 floors and blow it.
So much for you being a smart one.
What?
This is crazy. What if the explosion takes us out, too?
It won't. We'll barely feel it.
I think we're gonna feel it.
Fall off this thing, you're gonna be dead before we hit the ground.
All right, so there we are.
Okay. This is the right floor.
Use
Vito,
the squeegee?
grab the squeegee and start washing windows so we don't look suspicious. I gotta connect the wires.
Good squeegee, Joe. But yeah, how is your morning? Well, actually, it's getting into the afternoon now. How is it going for you, Velk? Morning, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How was your birthday? Did you have a good time? It's still morning here, so I can say that. Fair enough. Look, time zones are funky that way.
Okay, got it. Take us up a bit. Payback's a bitch. Ah, yeah, just like clockwork. Ah, here we go.
All right, so that's 1, 2, and
These assholes
3. Oh!
Oh my God!
What happened there?
What the hell was that?
I don't know. The thing just blew.
We'll barely feel it, right?
All right. Let's go take a look.
And he lost his fucking mustache.
Listen to you. I swear, you're like a half a retard sometimes.
Yep.
What the?
Shit.
Christ, I almost pissed on my fucking shoes in
What
here.
a fucking mess.
Felt like a fucking earth. What the fuck? Oh, shit.
Lucky bastard.
All right, looks like we're shooting him.
You assholes! You're gonna die for this! Get away! Come on, Vito!
You can't say that. Look, there's been a lot of insulting words, by the by. There's been a lot of, like, you know, racial terms being thrown in here and there.
Bust the water down with Martini. Get that guy with the top. I won't want to get on your bad side. Oh, easy. That's not shelf. Oh, it is. Shut up.
Shoot the fuck!
Back me up, Vito. Let's go, you cocksucker. You shoot like my sister. Take the other door, Vito. I got the right side. See you next fall.
Ah, fuck.
Ah, shit. This way, Vito. You won't get through there. Ah, fuck. The sprinklers are going off.
Really? Because I thought it was rain. Quick, sir.
At least you can say it. You're authentic.
Come on, asshole.
Izzy, the fat cat. The authentic fat cat.
Hey, what the heck is going on here?
Get out of there, lady. We ain't got nothing against you.
All right, come on. Let us use the elevator.
Next time, bring a bigger bomb, will you?
Hey, how the fuck was I supposed to know Clemente will be in a bathroom?
He wouldn't have been if the bomb didn't go off early.
Don't worry, we'll get him.
Just for preference, I guess you're, you know, just doing the— oh, god damn it.
Watch it, up there! Back me up, Vito. Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble. Shit, another one!
Ah! I didn't realize they were on a catwalk. I thought there was just the one floor.
Get that asshole on the catwalk! What are you, scared, ass? Shit, another one! On the catwalk!
This thing likes throwing me problems at catwalks.
Oh, you're in trouble. You're fucking dead! I'm going in. Let's go, Vito. They teach you that in the army? Come on, Vito, move it. We gotta help Marty. Marty, no.
Oh, that was quick.
He's dead, Vito.
Joe, come on. We gotta get out of here. You can't help him now.
Alright, I'm driving.
Let's go. I'm gonna.
But yeah. Wait, did I— you caught COVID the day after. Ah, damn it. I'm sorry to hear about the COVID diagnosis there.
You think it's over? Wrong.
I remember saying, like, when COVID was first a thing, because of the fact it was like an infection and shit, we would have to probably deal with it for at least 5 years. And we're still— it's 2025 and we're still dealing with it.
Hey, Joe, I got eyes too, you know?
I'm going in.
What the fuck? That is kind of hilarious that we—
that's the end of him.
just fucking drove onto him and it's just like, yep, and we just shoot through the thingy. Nice.
This is for Marty.
Nice. We got revenge for Marty.
Now it's over. Let's go to my—
Marty was a kid that was like definitely looking to try and be with, you know, us, with the gang, with the crew. But, you know, it obviously didn't pan out.
You want a beer?
Give me Eddie's number. I'll call him.
All right.
Ah.
Hello? This is Joe.
How many chapters are there in Mafia 2?
No, it didn't.
Why?
Marty's dead.
What?
They got Marty. We left him there.
Okay, what about Clemente?
Done.
All right. Hey, don't worry about the kid. Small price to pay. The main thing is it's
Small price?
Come on now.
That's my fucking friend you're talking about.
Joe, don't go taking it out on me. It was y'all right there. Nobody forced the kid to go. I'm sorry, but shit happens, right? Come by the Falcon tomorrow to get your money.
Yeah, whatever. The fuck you're sorry?
All right, take it easy now. All right, calm down. I'm sorry too, more than you think, but you knew the risks.
You too.
Hey, this was a dangerous job. You took him along, he died.
What, you think the war was any different? And Eddie didn't even know the kid, so don't blame him.
You should go home.
Okay, well, just give me a minute to get changed.
All right, from the— no, Jack, not the cactar again. Ah.
Sorry, kid.
The cactar. Damn it. The cactar. Alrighty, we gotta now head home. So, I did a quick Google of how many chapters there are in Mafia 2, because my thoughts were that it was probably like, 20 chapters or something, because it took us like 9 or 10 chapters to get it turned into a made man, and from the looks of it, it looks like there's 15 chapters to go through.
This segment of Empire Classic Radio to bring you an important news bulletin. A massive explosion has rocked the Empire Arms Hotel in Midtown. The fire and smoke can be seen for blocks around.
So we're not doing too bad for time. We were already like what, 5 or 6 chapters in when we started again, so and this was done in the span of like, about 4 hours. We went through 5 chapters. So I reckon
While full investigation cannot yet be completed,
I reckon we'll, probably be able to get this game done in one sitting.
he suspected that a gas leak
So, yeah, let's give it a try.
Classic Radio returns you.
I'll probably take a short break to eat some lunch. Whoa, Cactars be upon you. You know what I should probably do? I should probably make it where, just for Jack, if you are the Redeemer, it should be like crows or something like that. And it should just be like, it should make a caw noise where it's just like, ah! Although that will take a lot of extra work, I'll be real with you. Also, how far am I driving? Okay, I'm driving quite a bit. And I'm probably gonna need a break now.
In pursuit of a speeding vehicle. 10-4.
Yeah, you had no chance of finding me. Plus, I had to seriously speed in order to get him to, like, catch me, it seems. Holy shit, no doubt, do that. I'll need to find a low poly crow. There we go. Alright, and then let's get myself some Swift Cola. How's it going, Jack? How's your day? You're on work today, aren't you? You're on call. You're on the shift. Where is my bedroom? There's my bedroom. Popping in to say hi. I need a bit of a break from my friend. She's mega raging right now over a recent work thing. Understandable. Fair enough. Work and friends, sometimes they aggravate you, and sometimes the work aggravates the friend, and you don't want to listen. It's understandable. Lord knows I would do the same thing.
Yeah, is this, Vito?
Who's asking?
Name's Leon. I'm the bartender at the Lone Star. I'm ringing you because Joe Barbaro gave me your number. Says he's a friend of yours.
Yeah.
Well, old Joe been guzzling my top shelf hooch all night long, dribbling on about some cat named Marty, and now he done just gone plain salty on me.
What the hell you talking about?
Your friend is out of control, man. He all waving his gun around and shit, and we can't talk no sense to him.
That's not good.
Great.
Now look, I ain't looking for no trouble with you fellas. Could you please come pick his drunk ass up before he shoots somebody or somebody calls the police?
Can do.
You got to come on down here and pick his ass up. You coming or not?
All right, I'll be right there. And hey, don't give him any more booze till I get there.
I'ma try, but your friend, he ain't gonna be down with that. You dig?
Hey, if you don't cut him off right now, I'm gonna cut you off when I get there. Got it?
All right, man, all right. Just hurry.
All right, how many people are in the bar right now?
Just me now. Joint was jumping about an hour ago, but now everybody done gone and split.
All right, listen. Lock the place up till I get there.
Unannounced, but
I'll be there in a minute.
to stay back at least 30 minutes after hours to accommodate late customers. Oh. Like, is it sort of like, 30 30 whatever minutes, like, yay, Taylor's suit, let's go. Is it one of those cases of, like, 30 minutes after her shift, or 30 minutes after business closes? Because if it's 30 minutes after closes, like, come on. That's a little bit annoying. If it's 30 minutes after her shift, I feel like this is where it gets into, like, the whole, you know, work culture ethic difference between Australia, which I live in, and where you live in. And yeah, I empathize with her, but, you know, you're probably in the same boat as your friend. Like, unless you're wanting to complain to them as well, it's probably not worth listening to the conversation. Alright. Bam. Boom. Alright, let's get in here and let's go get our friend.
Vito, you
All right.
here?
Where is he?
Over in the corner there. Now look, I tried to cut him off, but the motherfucker was gonna air my ass out if I did.
Okay, lock that door and just give me a minute with him. Had a couple, huh? How you feeling?
Vito. About time you showed up. Everybody went home already.
Gee, Joe. I wonder why.
Oh.
Heh. Right. You drive here?
I took a cab. I wouldn't park my car in this neighborhood.
All right, finish your drink and let's go.
You fellas about to leave? I'll let you out.
Here's to you, kid. You went out like a man.
Shit, now where'd I put my keys?
She has it worse because they actually actively bully her. She doesn't complain, but I do. This doesn't affect me, but I feel for her. Ah, okay. Whoa!
Shit.
You gotta be kidding me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was just...
You were just what? Shut your fucking mouth and get your drunk ass outside.
All right, I'm going.
Now I gotta get this guy. Yeah, and there's gonna be like a great big like trail of body and blood. God damn it. Get the... So much for not murder. Yeah, so much for not murdering him. Also, get the fuck... Alright, I'm gonna need to move the body out of the way. So then that way I can get the door open. There we go. Then drag the body. Like, come on. At least pick up the body. You will have a better time carrying the body rather than dragging the body. I understand a body is normally over 50 kilograms and most people can't lift that, but you're gonna need to put some work into it. Alright, now comes the... Oh. Why do they want to arrest me? I did nothing wrong! Oh god, he's on the other side of town? Are you flippin' serious with me right now? Of course Joe is on the other side of town and is technically still in his apartment. We'll do our best not to murder more people. Go chat with her for a bit. I wish you well with that, Jack. Hopefully your friend, you know, knows that, you know, there are people that care about him. And that you emphasize with her too. da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hopefully I don't have to drive all the way back home after dropping Joe off. Because that would be very busybody of this chapter. Knowing my luck.
Right, we're here. Try not to shoot anybody on the way to the front door, huh?
Thanks, Vito. And hey, I'm sorry about...
Look, just call me tomorrow, okay?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now we need to go dump a body and be discreet about it. Okay, so we're going to the scrapyard. Hopefully we get there in relative ease and there's no further troubles. Why are these guys driving crazily? A little bit of speeding, harm no one. Alrighty. Destroy the car in the press.
Ah, shit, what a day. I should go home now.
Well, I at least got $400 for that, so... Now I need a car. Let's go for you, my friend. You look like something I don't have. Sherbert pickup. Sounds good. 420 even. Oh yeah! I can't listen to this song any longer because of copyright. You would think we would be done with copyright after a song has been released for over 50 years, but apparently the world doesn't work in that fashion. It's like almost 90 years after the death of the artist, which is kind of crazy long time. Thanks Disney and Bono for, you know, making it really fucking ridiculous. And the only reason they didn't do the extension in 2024, 2025 was because they didn't think they could get away with it again. They thought, oh, there was way too much, you know, people aware of copyrights and what have you, and we wouldn't be able to extend it indefinitely. Which tells me that they kept going to the courts, hoping that there would be an infinite money glitch with the whole...
In pursuit of a speeding vehicle.
Nah, fuck you. Absolutely terrible. Hilarious. I get away in a pickup truck. So yeah, so Disney did it first in, I want to say the 1980s or the 1990s, and then Bono did it, so U2 basically, they did it themselves in, oh my goodness, is it wanting me to try and do it on the... Yeah, anyway. So, Bono and U2 did it in, like, the 2000s or the 2010s. Now, they were... if it wasn't for the sake of the internet, you know, doing the Barbra Streisand effect of like, oh, we are making it very apparent. We're making it very apparent that, like, you know, we're not allowed to have things go into the public domain for a while because of, you know, your behaviors and all that kind of nonsense. Disney might have gone to the courts again, but they didn't because, you know, we caught on to what they were doing and made it like a very public piece of information to be like, yeah, we're going to not be we're not going to be happy if you try and do this again. Also, hi there, Thick Himbo Cow. Welcome to the stream. Chapter 11, A Friend of Ours. July 27th, 1951. Oh. Who the fuck is at the door?
Who the hell is that?
Alrighty, time to figure out who's at the door. Change your clothes. Oh my goodness. Ding dong. Casual suit.
Hey, Vito. Long
Henry.
time no see.
Sure. Long time. What do you want, Henry?
A drink. Let's take my car.
Okay. You were part of the Clemente family. And... Alright, get in. Am I driving him, or are you driving? Nope, apparently I'm driving.
Well, I guess you know Clemente's dead, along with everybody else. Listen, Vito, I know Falcone had something to do with this. And I'm worried that he's gonna want to take out what's left of the family.
And I should care about this why?
Well, yeah, look. About you going away. I'm sorry for what Clemente did to you. But he got what was coming to him, right? I don't give a rat's ass about that old bastard. Matter of fact, I'd work for Falcone just the same.
You saying you want to join up with us?
Yeah, and since you work for him, I thought, maybe... You think you could put in a good word for me?
Yeah, sure. Me and Joe can vouch for you.
Thanks, Vito. I owe you one.
Mm-hmm. He certainly does, because normally when you go to war with a family, you clean up house.
The guys I know got killed. That business at the hotel. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Got no idea what you're talking about.
That's funny, because a buddy of Joe's got popped in a parking lot that day. So I just figured you two were in on it.
Buddy of Joe's? Who are you talking about?
You know, that fucking kid used to come into Freddy's with Joe all the time. What's his name? Mikey, Mickey, whatever the fuck his name was.
You mean Marty?
Yeah, that's the kid. Get a voice like fucking Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So you sure you weren't there that day? You're positive?
Let's put it this way. Me and Joe were out taking care of something for our boss that day. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what? It don't matter anyway. But do me a favor, would you?
Yeah, sure.
Next time, get a better disguise than a phony fucking mustache. I saw you two pricks from a mile away.
You know what? Can we please not talk about this right now? Or ever again?
Don't worry about it. You did what you had to do.
You ever get the feeling you'd be better off in a different line of work?
To be honest with you, not really. This is what I am. What I'm good at.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that guy has no sense.
Taxi driver.
I was thinking about skipping.
Thank you for the head pat frag. I greatly appreciate it. Also, yeah, Izzy, did you see it? I'm trying to remember if you got into the stream when we got to that point, Izzy, or maybe you were lurking earlier. But they were wearing like pencil-thin mustaches.
Ain't not for nothing. How come you came to see me and not Joe?
Look, Joe's solid, but I wouldn't exactly want him speaking on my behalf. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can't argue with you there.
Alright. So yeah, so Henry was one of the quote-unquote good guys from the Clemente side of the family. So, you know, he kind of gave us a little bit of help. He seems to get into trouble, though, with some of his work here and there, so I don't imagine this is going to be the last that we hear of him and what have you. I feel like there's going to be something else we're going to need to do to help him with, even after we get him, like, a family meetup and shit. Alright. Time to... Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they had really silly mustaches. Alright.
Hey,
Vito.
You got that money for me?
Always keep my word, don't I? Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place.
Thank you.
Thanks. Where's Joe?
He was here before, but then he left. Looked pissed off. Though lately, he always looks pissed off.
Yeah, can you blame him? Listen, I need to talk to you about something.
Well, what, is it important? I'm busy with Vinci right now. He's planning to make a move on us, and we don't know how or why. I gotta sort this shit out.
Yeah, well, I think it's worth hearing me out.
All right, go ahead, but make it quick.
All right. A guy I know who worked for Clementi called...
Nah, hypersize is not permanent.
He's not sure if we'll be going after the rest of Clementi's guys.
Oh, that's good.
If you wanted to try and make it permanent, I don't know, maybe give me 69 bits, and then anytime it gets, you know, close to the 5-minute mark, 69 bits again.
As far as I know, the boss ain't planning nothing at this point, unless they try something stupid.
Okay, well, this guy also asked me if he could work for us.
Yeah? Who is it? Was he a friend of yours?
I did a few jobs with him for Clementi. Really knows his shit.
Okay, tell him to stop by.
Well, he's here right now.
He is? All right, go get him then.
Eddie, this is Henry Thomas.
Unfortunately, you're broke? Look, fair enough.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Scarpa.
Don't call me Mr. Scarpa. My friends call me Eddie. Take a seat, Henry. So, Vito tells me you want to join up with us.
Yeah, I'm out of work right now. And I don't want to make a big deal out of what happened.
Now, that's good thinking. Tell me something first, Henry. Were Clementi and Vinci planning anything against our organization?
Okay. I usually keep my nose out of things like that. But I was with Luca Guarino once at Leo Galanti's place, and Luca was going on and on about Falcone being involved in some dirty business and that something should be done about it. I think he was trying to turn Vinci against you.
That bastard. I'll bet he was talking about drugs all the while he's dealing them himself. He knows that Vinci is totally against us. Yeah, probably fooled the old man good. So that's why he's planning to move on us. No, we gotta hit him first.
Again?
Hey, if we don't act, Frank will. First, we gotta get rid of Galante. Without him, Frank's fucked.
Leo?
I wanted to keep you out of it, but I didn't have anybody else who could pull off a job like this. Now I'm thinking this could be the perfect opportunity for Henry here to prove himself.
Oh,
what do you say, Henry? You up for it?
If it means I'm in when the job's done, sure.
Exactly. Take care of Leo. And what about you, Vito? I'd feel a lot better if you went with Henry to make sure everything goes smooth. And I don't mean you gotta whack the guy. Just drive there, wait until it's done, and drive back. But if it don't feel right, I can ask somebody else instead. What do you say?
It can be someone else, please.
Sorry, I can't do this. Leo was like a father to me back in the can.
Yeah, I understand. Well, looks like you gotta take care of this yourself, Henry. You can hire some help if you want, but you gotta do this so nobody suspects it was us. Leo lives in Highbrook.
Got it, don't worry. It'll be done today.
Okay, you better get going then.
See you later, Eddie.
It's a good thing you brought him here. Even if he screws up, nobody'll know it was us.
I don't think Henry's gonna screw it up.
That's good. Well, Vito, I got nothing else for you today, but drop by tomorrow, okay?
Yeah. I'll see you later, Eddie.
See you.
Well, I know what we're doing. We're gonna be warning Leo.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Scaletta.
Alright, I'm gonna need my car. Police officer.
Ah, damn it.
We gotta get going. Alright, we got a Hudson Wasp. Hopefully this thing will move. You're back from ad prison? Welcome back, Akthakimbo Cow. So, Leo Galante was an old man that was in the prison the same time we were. They got out, like, after a couple months and said they would do us a favor in trying to get us out of the Whatsamahuzi thing. Out of the prison. So, rather than waiting 10 years, we waited like 5. We got out of prison, and he put in a good word for us into Whatsamahuzi, into being able to be turned into a made man for a family. He would have wanted us in the Vinci family, but he understood that our best friend Joe was working for Falcone, so we're with the Falcone family. Fast forward to, you know, this year, and Falcone is looking to, you know, do some work on Whatsamahuzi, And so in order to... And so he's gonna have someone sent out to whack Leo. So it's gonna be us. So we, like, didn't want to take part in, like, the whole, you know, assassinating Leo thing because, you know, he was like a father figure to us in the prison. So now we're going and driving over to where he lives, try and get there before Henry does, and warn him. So, yeah. We don't exactly have all the time in the world, however. And, yeah, we're gonna have to be zipping and zopping. So, yeah. So, yeah. We're really, like, firing on the cylinders. Once we get this chapter done, I'll need a break for a lunch break, I'm sorry to say. Otherwise... Oh, god damn you. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Are you serious? Are you serious? I don't exactly have all the time in the world.
Ciao, Mr. Scaletta.
Damn it.
Alright, hopefully this car is worth it. Smith Thunderbolt. Let's have a look. Where does it want me driving? Yeah, that looks like the quickest way. Hopefully we don't have to deal with... Oh! Hopefully we won't have to deal with cops too often. We gotta drive. We gotta drive faster than normal. My god, this clock moves fast. Jesus. God, this hill is murder to top speed. They were not messing around, were they? Are you kidding me? What? Oh my goodness, it doesn't even stop the timer when you get to the fucking thingy-madiggies. Oh my god.
Goodbye, Mr. Scaletta.
Thank you for the yippee, I greatly appreciate it.
Ah, damn it.
Come on, faster, faster, faster. Maybe. This might be faster. And already we've lost like a quarter of our time because of lock. Maybe I should just break a window next time. Although I have to deal with the alarm if I do. God damn, so many ducks and weaves. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Ah! 40 months is a long time. That is a significant long time. That is over 3 years you've been with me now. Close to... So yeah, close to 4 years. Good work. Okay, so not as good as last time, which is a shame. Come on. There must be a quicker way to get there other than with the winding roads. I might need like a... Fuck it. Okay, I might be able to jump that fence. Oh no, wait, it's not that fence I need to jump. Shit! Damn it! Ah! Again?
Goodbye, Mr. Scaletta.
Alright, that's fortunate. Come on, come on, come on, come on. A lot more time saved. A lot more time saved by jumping into that one rather than trying to do the lockpicking. So yeah, lockpicking takes a lot of time out of me. Alright. And this is as good of a vehicle as we can get. That's I imagine. Feels fast, fuck you. I don't have time for this. That nose. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Turn. Yes. Zoom. Alright, hopefully this car will do a lot better. Oh my god, beautiful amount of time. This is an amazing car. Come on. That would have been a good car.
Leo? Leo, you here?
How the hell did you get in here? Get out of here. Oh, shove
Leo,
this gun
Leo,
up
put
your-
it away. It's me, Vito.
Vito? What the hell are you doing here? You could have called
Leo,
first.
there's no time to talk. You gotta get out of here. Quick, they're after you.
What? Come upstairs, Vito. My feet are getting cold. You want a drink?
Oh, I want a drink. What the fuck is wrong with
Okay, so what's happening?
you? Look, Falcone wants you dead. The guys are on their way. You gotta get out of
What?
here.
Why the hell would I do that?
Look, Falcone heard Vinci's planning to make a move on him because Clemente lied and said he was in the dope business.
Lied? Vito, Carlo Falcone is in the dope business. Everybody knows that. Clemente tried to muscle his way into the business, so Falcone got rid of him. Now he wants to get rid of us, too, before we make a move on him.
How do you know all this?
I got my sources. Why did you come here again?
Why? What are you getting senile on me? Because they're gonna kill you. Stop talking, for Christ's sake. Get dressed and let's go.
Why don't we just get rid of whoever Carlos sent to whack me? We got the advantage. They don't know we're expecting them.
I can't do that. I know the guy. I'm actually the one who got him the job.
What? You hired your friend to whack me?
Not intentionally.
I don't have time to explain. He's gonna be here any minute.
Okay, wait here. I'll get dressed.
Shit, too late. They're here. Oh, shit. Henry can't see me here. We gotta hide. Quick, before he comes up here. Hey, we could hide under the bed.
You gone nuts?
Vito, what the hell are you doing here?
All right, take it easy, Henry. Put the gun down and send the guys away. I'm gonna explain everything.
Boys, wait for me outside. If I don't come out in a few minutes, come looking for me.
Damn it. I was hoping there was like a way for me to get out.
Take a seat. What the hell is going on here?
Look, Henry, Leo's a friend of mine, all right? He helped me out when I was in prison. He pretty much saved my life. And he's the reason I got made. Look, I didn't know he was gonna put a contract out on him. I had to warn him. You gotta understand.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that I can't afford to screw this up. If I let Leo go, Falcone will think I fucked him on purpose and he'll have me killed.
Damn it, Henry. I'm your friend here. I do the same thing for you and you know it.
This has nothing to do with friendship, Vito. This is business. And if I screw up, I'm done. I can't let him go. I took a contract and I gotta finish the job. If you don't want to watch, you can leave. And don't worry about me. I won't tell anybody we're here.
Look, Leo told me that all of this is because Falcone's into drugs. He's breaking the rules and he wants to get rid of anybody who knows about it.
There must be a way for us to, like, you know, get out of it.
Rules of Frank Vinci and Leo here. And those aren't the people who pay me.
Vito, thanks for everything. But leave us now. I've had a long, good life. And it's not worth risking your neck to buy an old man a few more years.
No, Leo. There's gotta be a way.
Vito, go.
Sorry, Vito. I won't tell anybody we're here. Just make sure nobody sees you leave.
Hang on. There must be a way. There must be a way. I'm looking at this before it goes too far. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Alt F4. All unsafe progress will be lost. Yes. because it should have saved at that point. Oop, here we go. Maybe later. Show that you know how to treat the lady. And play. Alright, let's give this a try. So apparently there is a way to help save Leo. Story, continue story. Going to the living room. Will eventually come to an extreme with basketball betting.
The sheets. All right, here we go. Come on.
Okay.
It's tight. All right, go.
I went right past it. Apparently the sheets will get us out of here.
Down, will you? This guy don't kill me. You
Come
and
on.
your crazy
I'm right behind you.
ideas
Let's
will.
go.
Get moving, get moving, get moving! I didn't want Leo dead, okay? Leo helped us.
So what are you gonna do now?
Well, first, let's get out of here.
No arguments here.
Alright, we're out.
Fucking shit.
Okay, Vito. Now get me over to the train station if you wouldn't mind. This town's been good to me. Now it's time to say goodbye.
You gonna go there in your PJs?
Damn right I am. I'd rather be alive in my pajamas than dead in a three-piece suit.
Yeah. Well, at least there's a way to get him out.
Tell Frank what happened.
Sure I am. But don't worry, I ain't gonna mention your name. You're gonna have enough to worry about as it is.
Thanks, Leo. You know, this whole thing got complicated real fast, you know?
Of course it did, Vito. What did you expect? You swear the oath, you put on a fancy suit, and then it's one big party? Carlo's always been
Jefferson, Pontiac.
Come on, boy, what's the matter?
Wait, what do you mean discarded? I want, man, what a dad activity. Did they actually just yeet my fucking... I want... There it is. Okay, cool. We still got it. We still got it. Cool. Awesome. Repair that car. Repair that. So yeah, we'll get that Indian out of the way. Or Indiana, or whatever it's called.
Frankie, what are you doing here?
Vito, I don't know what to do. I can't go back home. I don't want to see him ever again.
What?
Oh, what happened? See who?
Eric.
Your husband, why?
He drinks and he parties all the time.
Whoa,
and
does he hit you?
No, but he's seeing somebody. I know he is.
Does he hit you?
Sometimes.
Son of a bitch, I'll kill him.
No, Vito, please don't hurt him. I just thought you could talk to him. He'll listen
Where
to
is
you. I don't know.
What a dad activity.
Who lives on...
This wouldn't have to happen if it just gave me unlimited garage space.
Hey, when you feel better, you go on home. I'll talk to Eric. That bastard doesn't come back today and apologize. You call me, but don't worry. I have a feeling he will.
Okay, Vito, but please don't hurt him. Please.
Don't worry. I'll go talk some sense into him, okay?
Alright. Getting into this crappy car. So yeah, so if there's a way for me to increase the number of garage slots, I would very much appreciate that, because right now 10 is not enough for car collecting reasons. Alright, I want to try and find some cool rides. And they're stopping me from doing that by having him, you know, restrict me like that. Alright. How far away is he? Cool, he's right around the corner. An easy... Oop, get fucked. Yo. Alright, where is he? Somewhere around here, isn't he? Oh, hello, poster. Goltrerio Verselotti. Alright, here he is. Luigi. Andrew, Jack. What was her name? What was the name of the guy again? Jan, Alice, make them. This must be it. Oh, you're absolutely terrible. Zebra! Chat, look, there's a zebra!
Where's Eric?
Oh, fuck Eric. Have a hit, man.
Eric.
I'm guessing this is Eric.
Eric, what the fuck you think?
Gonna get those 20-inch chrome rims.
Okay? Get lost.
I think you should be busy taking care of your wife, asshole. I'll teach you to hit a woman. Consider this a warning. You touch my sister again, I will fucking kill you. All right?
Yeah.
From now on, you're gonna stay home, stay off the dope, stop the drinking, and make sure she's fucking happy. If I ever hear she's not happy, I'll find you and finish the fucking job. You got it?
Yeah.
Get fucked. Do not fuck with siblings.
Okay, everybody, party's over. And there won't be any more partying with this guy again, ever. Unless you want me to come back and do the same to the rest of you. Got it?
Alright. Alright, now we go home. Good music, but I'm definitely going to be copywritten for it, so who knows. Let's see, what kind of vehicle is this?
Ah, damn it.
Pontiac Indian. Another one. Cool. Well, not my problem. It's a terrible car. And I've already got one that's like super juiced up, so it's definitely gonna get crashed. Amazingly enough, was able to get this far without it crashing. Look at me go. Oh my god, another phone call?
Vito, it's Francesca. Eric came home and he's all beat up. You said you wouldn't hurt him.
He probably got in a fight. You know, he's been hanging out with a very bad crowd.
He apologized for everything, Vito. He promised he'll be good to me. It's all okay now. So you'll leave him alone, won't you?
Hey, whatever you want. But if he hurts you again, I'll kill him.
Listen to yourself, Vito. I don't know you anymore. Look, you stay away from us, you understand? Just stay away.
Radio. Another chapter done. Wait, what? Is the chapter not done? Are you serious?
Do it now, Born. You dago cunt, Born.
Are you kidding me?
Fuck!
God damn it. I don't need no Joe. I'm my own man. Get fucked. Every single one of you.
Have a Caucasian male carrying a large firearm.
Oh my god.
Please.
My house burnt down!
About 6 feet tall, average size.
Oh, and that scene is a mission failure.
My house! Fuck!
Great. Thousands of dollars gone. Seriously? I'm gonna have to deal with them. Thankfully, I have infinite sprint. Can't even call a cab. Alright, let's see if I can get a ride from the body shop. Or, never the fuck mind. In we go. Tequila. Let's get out of here. Once again, I'm gonna be sleeping on Joe's couch while trying to find a place. Thank goodness for the Sherbert frigate. This is not the first time that it saved me. Alright, up to the 3rd floor we go. You better be in here, Joe! Get out!
Joe, don't tell me you're not home. Let's go. You better not be passed out. Come on!
Hold your horses. I'm coming.
Oh, you have changed this place.
Yeah. Can I come in?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll fix you a drink.
What the fuck?
Nice, ain't it?
What the hell happened to this place?
I spruced the joint up a little. What do you...
A little?
Yeah, it's really, different.
Yeah, huh? I decorated it myself.
I figured. I kind of figured you did.
So what the hell happened? Here, take this.
Those crazy fucking micks.
What about them? What'd they do?
They tried to fucking kill me.
What?
And they burned my fucking house down.
Son of a bitch. So what are you gonna do? You wanna go deal with the mix right now?
Damn right I do.
All right, relax. Have a drink. Let me make a few phone calls. And, take a look at my closet. Unless you wanna go on a rampage in your skivvies.
Thanks. Thought you'd never ask.
So yeah, look at this place.
Well, the bed's not too bad. Wow, kitchen's pink too.
Hey, it's Joe. Yeah, I know.
Wait, it's...
But I need a favor.
Alright, sandwich.
Mix try to kill a good friend of mine tonight. Point this house down. I want to know who they are and where they're operating out of.
Now this place deserves to be burnt down.
Have a lot worse to worry about if you don't tell me.
Okay, the mirror, like, the mirrors here are terrible. Like, you don't have the, like, the him and her, like, come on, that was terrible.
Yeah, I know the place. All right, thanks.
Where are we going?
The Hill of Tara, the Mick joint in Kingston. Come on, I'll
Christ.
tell you the rest in the car.
A fucking clown suit. Did it get any worse?
Hey,
And it's...
you finally got some style.
Look at
I
it.
want that shirt back, by the way. They don't make treads like those no more.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, you know?
And it's like, I'm way too big for this shirt as well. Or, I'm too small for this shirt. Alrighty. Joe, hurry up. We gotta kill some Irish people. Joe.
Come on, get in.
Which car is he going into? Oh, he's going into his own. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
All right. So you heard anything about the Micks lately?
No.
Why?
The Micks
Hi there, Joe.
has a new boss. Name's Mickey Desmond. There's a few other guys who want to take his spot, so he's trying to show everybody.
The protagonist's friend is also named
What the hell does
Joe.
that have to do with me?
Brian O'Neill. He was Desmond's cousin.
Ah, I should have known.
My money's on him being down at that shithole joint right now, laughing it up with the rest of those fucking yo-yos.
So let's get over there and deal with him.
That's the plan. Sounds like there ain't many of them left, so I guess we should just storm the place, surprise the shit out of them.
I like this plan. Assholes burnt my fucking house down.
Relax, we'll be there in a minute.
Yep, and we get ourselves some good guns. Well, I have no money.
Indianapolis Speedway?
Oh, what?
We're gonna get there as soon as we can. Because I want this God damn, they're making these chapters long, by the by. I remember, like, the first 10 chapters were a lot shorter than this. Like, goodness gracious. Alrighty, let's... Yoink. Zip through there.
Just went through a red light.
Ah, keep your hair on.
Ready, Vito? Come on, let's go get these fucks.
I told you. I chased him, but I lost him. The coward ran away. But I'll find him. And when I do...
You were the one who ran away, asshole.
Fuck. You've got some balls.
Yes, I do.
What are you scared, asshole?
Okay, so it isn't gonna be a fist fight, it's gonna be a gunfight! Commission is the ruling.
I told you. I chased him, but I lost him. The coward ran away. But I'll find him. And when I do...
You were the one who ran away, asshole.
Fuck. You've got some balls.
Yes, I do.
What are you scared, asshole?
Kill that bastard! Die, asshole!
Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble. Come on, let's go. Chop, chop.
Look out! Kill that bastard!
I'm going in.
Come on, let's kick the shit out of this guy. Go! I'm covering you! Could be a dream, sweetheart. Look out! Kill that bastard! He ain't got a chance! And I got him pinned down! Alright, I'm gonna try and get behind him. There he is! Let's kill that fucker!
Ow. Alright, here's what I'm alright. Let's try this again.
I chased him, but I lost him. The coward ran away. But I'll find him. And when I do...
You were the one who ran away, asshole.
Fuck.
You've got some balls.
Yes, I do.
Way to go, Vito!
Die, asshole! Come on, let's get this.
Let's go, Vito. I'm the best. Come on, show yourself.
Magnum. Thank
You shoot like my sister.
MP40 and M19. All right, here we go. All right.
Hey, there's more of them in that car. Let's go to getting away.
All right, come on, you drive.
Copy that.
You drive like my fucking grandmother, you know that?
What are you worried about?
Stay inside the lines, fuck off.
I'm taking a little detour.
And that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream. Dream, 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 dream. Dream, dream, dream.
Step on it, Vito. He's getting away.
I don't know where we're going.
Step on it, Vito. He's getting away. Ah, shit. We lost him. Ah, come on. Let's just get out of here.
Fine, I need a drink anyway.
Well, that takes care of that, huh?
Yeah, but it don't give me my house back.
Don't worry. Business is looking good. You'll have the cash for a new one real soon.
Yeah, sure as
Fuck
hell
it.
so.
All right.
Let me just get shot.
So it's okay if I crash on your couch, right?
Roger that.
Alright. We get wanted. We got killed. He's probably going to be like, ah, we lost him or something like that. Oh, no, he puts us all the way back here.
Chased him, but I lost him. The coward ran away. But I'll find him. And when I do...
You were the one who ran away, asshole.
Fuck. You've got some balls.
Yes, I do.
Going in. You're fucking dead. Oh, that asshole shot. Oh, you're fucking brilliant. I'm gonna get you sooner or later. Oh, that's the best you got?
Yeah, we're gonna rob that cash register so we can... Alrighty. Catch the Irish leader. Here we go.
Hey, there's more of them in that car. Let's go to getting away.
All right, come on, you drive. I want every cop in the fucking city to come after us.
What's up your ass today? That takes care of that.
Nice.
Stupid fucks.
Well, that takes care of that, huh?
Yeah, but it don't give me my house back.
Don't worry. Business is looking good. You'll have the cash for a new one real soon.
Yeah,
Ah, thank goodness.
All right, let's go back.
So it's okay if I crash on your couch, right?
I could do one better than that. Here, take these keys. They're for Marty's apartment. I'm trying to get rid of it right now for his mother. So, you might as well use it while I do.
Thanks. I guess.
Excellent.
Don't thank
So
me, buddy. You're too old to be
we
sleeping.
are able to kill
Plus, I
the
just bought the thing.
Irish
I don't want
leader.
you lousing it up. Marty's apartment's over in Oyster Bay. So you feel better now?
Not really. What we did back there doesn't even start to make up for it.
Hey, all that stuff that got pointed up is just things, Vito.
Just things. Hey, those were my things, Joe. Why do you think I do the shit we do anyway? It's to buy things. You know, suits, cars, broads, houses. Now I'm back to scratch. And all my damn cash was in that house, too. Promised myself I'd never be poor again. End up a fucking wharf rat like my old man.
Hey, I understand. Don't worry, we'll think of something. You'll be back on your feet in no time.
Glass is always fucking half full with you, isn't it?
You want every cop in the fucking city to come after us?
What's up your ass today?
Hi folks, I'm Steve Johansson, owner of Grassland Furniture. You know, ever since my father and mother came here from Sweden, my family has had one...
Okay, I'll see you around, I guess.
See you, buddy. Sorry about tonight.
Alrighty, time to head over to... Oh my god, Oyster Bay is a whiles. I want this chapter done so I can go get lunch. And yeah, no, I'm gonna still be streaming, by the by. I just, you know, there will be an advertisement that goes off, so then that way, while the lunch is cooking, go to the bathroom, grab a new can of, like, Pepsi Max, and eat through the lunch as quickly as possible, and, you know, maybe chat for a little bit. You up for that, chat? I'll try not to, you know, chew so loudly in front of the mic, because I'll most likely bring my food here. I only have, like, one dish left from my U-Foods. I get it restocked tomorrow. So, or not tomorrow. I get it restocked on Wednesdays, because tomorrow is trivia night, so I usually make trivia... Like, I get a Thai beef salad on Tuesdays. Because that one is, like, you know, an okay amount of food. It doesn't go, like, too crazy in the calorie count. It's, like, you know, 350 or something, so it just hits. Yeah. Alright. Alright, swap out... Let's see, so we got the Jefferson Provisional there. Pontiac, India... Yeah, okay, so... Alright.
What a fucking dump. God, I wish I had the cash for a hotel.
It's not great, but it's better than nothing.
Fuck, this is creepy.
Alright. Chapter 12. Alright, before we go further into Chapter 12, Sea Gift. Is it gonna let me hit pause? September 22nd. Oh my god, we've been in here for a few months.
My house burned to the ground, along with almost every penny I had. There was even some trouble with the cops, but Eddie took care of that. And since I didn't have any insurance, I had to live in this shithole of an apartment till I could get back on my feet. At least I managed to save Leo. He disappeared without a trace. I doubt Frank Vinci even knew where he went. And even though Henry failed to deliver on the contract, Eddie still brought him in when he heard Leo had skipped town. Me and Joe had a new partner.
Alright. I am going to do a little dance. There's going to be a long advertisement as I go and get my lunch sorted before it gets too late in the day. Lunch break. BRB. Alrighty. So now we're in... So the Emperor has bored us, as Zyop has mentioned. Some of this... Okay. Why the fuck does he have a mirror all the way down here? He has a very nasty habit. Like... What? Oh. Oh. Oh, what the fuck?
Lady, put a shirt on.
The Sekima of the Ardura. I care not where you came from, nor what caste you might have been there. All that matters is that you have shown yourself capable in
Let me just get a closer look.
Remain a friend to the Ardura, and you shall have nothing but respect from us.
GrantZeebs, eh? Crikey! Even your names are... Crikey? 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 That... You can't use that! That's not allowed!
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not! Who signed off on that? Yes! Yes! Get to her! Run!
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glub.
Yeah! Sorry, I was... That thunder is coming from the north of Shinshu Field. It's no doubt heralds the coming storm. Well, mon chéri, I must bid you adieu. But first, let me leave you with this. A shocking zap, and it opens! Oh, he does like a cool pose. He does like a JoJo pose or something. Dinner should be... Oh, sorry, not dinner. Lunch. Lunch should be good in about a minute. Oh. On today's menu, I am having creamy Parmesan chicken with peas and cauliflower. I'm honestly looking forward to the peas and cauliflower, to be real with you. So, should be fairly good. Oh my goodness. So yeah, 276 calories. Not too bad for a smart... These birds! These birds are hosting Mardi Gras. That's what they must be doing. Damn, I can't wait for when we get into June next year. They've got to do a Mardi Gras. The Hanu have got to do Mardi Gras. There's got to be a pride parade at this point. Here is the meal. Look at these birds with like their flamboyant plumage. They host a festival once a year in celebration. Back. There we go. So far, so good. Sounds like a canon reason for having pride parades in Aorta. All right, the smell of Parmesan. It's mild, it's not too strong. That's the top two.
Oh, that was so close. That would have been so good. Apparently,
alrighty.
You can get 100 shots.
We're done with the advertisements and what have you, so time for our... Alright, let me just get a little bit of cauliflower. The peas are going to be probably the difficult thing to like get through all of. Ooh, I can put a little bit of Parmesan on the cauliflower. Ooh. Ow. Cauliflower is nice. Let's get a try of the peas. Peas are good. Alright, what about the chicken? Chicken's not bad. It's a little dry.
It's Henry.
Hey.
Listen, I'm setting up something big. I want you to come in on it. If you're interested in hearing more, come meet me at Lincoln Park and bring a piece.
Okay. I'll see you there.
Okay, so all I have is my leather jacket. Hmm. Just slowly taking bites of my meal. I should have had this like an hour or two ago, but yeah, I got distracted with video games, so I might need to delay my blah 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 blah. I might need to delay my dinner, so instead of having it at like 5, I'll probably have it at 6. Oh, I just got a hit of the Parmesan on the chicken. It's pretty good. This is probably one of the more mild flavors of meals I've had. Cause look, it's chicken and cauliflower. Like it's about as it is. The Parmesan is doing a lot of lifting to try and improve this flavor. The Parmesan isn't doing too much though, I'll be frank with you. So, but it is what it is. Okay, here we go. Ding, dong, habam. And then sweet corn. So that's sour. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm doing like what's some hoozy stuff. Bam, and then ooh. Mm-hmm. It's a meal. Alright, now to deal with the cows. Cows will help give me beef, which I can then cook into pies. Yep, the Parmesan sauce is doing a lot of heavy lifting for this meal. Alright, I'm gonna leave that running on the side. Ding dong back into... No, not OBS, back into Mafia. Alright, so... yeah, it wants me headed into the park. And yeah, I'm not gonna take one of my cars out, because right now there's another car in the way, and I bet I'll crash into it, so... we're gonna find another car. Oh. Almost dropped a pee. Hang on, I need to wipe something down. Hang on. Alright, there we go. Sorry. Almost had my keyboard get, you know, a little bit of mess on it. Yep, and then there was like a little watery at the end. So, not the best meal I've had, to be real with you. Not the best from you foods. But it's a meal.
Hey!
It's not the best meal I've had, from like U-Foods and what have you, but it is a meal. So yeah, ding, unpinned message, back from lunch. Back from lunch. There we go. Alright, and then we sit back down. We put my little chest thingy-madiggy on. Ah. Alright, what would be a worthwhile car? Let's go with this taxi. A Quicksilver Windsor.
Just like you remember them.
Alright. Not too bad on the juice end of things. Eyes, hang on. There we go. But yeah, hopefully it wasn't too disruptive for you, chat. Look, I don't cook my own meals. I have not done so in a long.
In pursuit of a speeding vehicle.
I haven't done my own meals in a long while. It's just I am not. I just don't have the commitment to it. I just don't have the commitment to making my own meals and what have you, so...
Hey, here he comes.
Hey!
What's up?
You know...
Take a seat.
Having U-Foods is just an easier way of, you know, managing diet and what have you.
So, the only reason he had Clemente killed was because he was selling dope too, and he was stealing his customers. Now he just needs to get rid of one last obstacle. The one guy who could fuck things up and ruin his plan to become the main supplier for the whole city. Frank Vinci.
Where'd you get all this?
I talked to a few people I trust.
Okay, so what does this have to do with us?
Cause if he can do it, why can't we? A kilo of heroin costs $2,500 over in France. Then it's another $1,000 to get it here.
And?
And we pick up 11 grand for just driving the stuff to the dealers. That's $7,500 profit a kilo.
Yeah, but what about Falcone?
Carlo won't find out. And even if he does, he'll just threaten us and demand a cut.
All right, but if Carlo's the only big supplier in the city, where are you gonna buy the stuff from?
I'm way ahead of you. What do you two know about the Tongs?
The Chinks?
Oh my god, the names.
Organization for Chinese immigrants, right?
That's what I said, the Chinks.
Oh my...
But it's also a front for their other operations. They run the Chinese quarter, and they keep to themselves. But some of them are interested in doing business with outsiders, and they need middlemen since most people are afraid to deal with them.
And we're the middlemen.
Yep.
Hi there, Big DJ. It's going all right. I just...
How much?
It's a little bit late, but I got my lunch. I went for like a chicken parmesan with,
Nice.
peas and cauliflower. It wasn't the best of the U-Foods meals I've had, but, you know, it's serviceable.
We give him 45 back. Now that means our take is over 20 grand a piece. Not bad for just moving the shit from one place to another.
But you know, who's gonna end up using this crap?
What do you care? As long as it isn't in our
Because
neighborhood.
Vinci was right. Drugs are bad news, they kill people.
Look, only idiots do drugs. Deadbeats and losers. If they want to kill themselves so badly, I'd gladly help them out. Especially for 20 grand.
I got buyers in the ghetto. They'll take care of the distribution, so we don't need to worry about that. Are you guys in or not?
I'm in.
Vito wants that money.
Stupid Vito. 20 fucking grand in one afternoon.
When?
Right now. If we don't take the offer, the towns will just find somebody else.
Come on, Vito, it'll be a piece of cake.
When has it ever been a piece of cake for
Vito,
us?
how about you run us all down there? He's on Palisade Street.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, so, yep. Excuse me.
The 1G_DJ demands you drink.
Give me a few. The Walker Rocket. Okay.
Possible stolen vehicle. Copy that. Vehicle theft in progress. In pursuit of...
Alrighty. Yep, let's go for the body shop.
Suspect. Roger that.
So who's this guy we're gonna see him?
His name's Bruno. He's one of the only guys in town who could do a loan this big.
What if he doesn't give it to us, then what?
Then the deal's off. But don't worry, I know this guy. He'll give us the money.
There ain't nobody else we can get this kind of money from?
There's 3 of the guys I know of. But if you want to ask Carlo or Frank Vinci for 35 grand, be my guest.
Yeah, no thanks.
Who's the third guy?
He ain't in business no more. Somebody blew up a room full of his guys and shot him point blank in the face with a Tommy gun.
Oh, that guy.
Come on, we said we wasn't gonna talk about that.
All right, so, Henry, what is this guy, rich or something?
I think he gets his money from some of the bosses from out of town who sit on the commission.
Yeah? No shit.
Yeah, which is why we can't stiff the guy. Besides, we gotta keep this quiet.
Can we trust
Yo,
him?
Vito,
Sure,
how's it going?
wise guy's been borrowing money from this guy forever. As long as we pay him back on
Vito,
time, we
just
won't have
tell
a
me
problem.
what you need.
I don't have the cash.
Another satisfied customer.
This is gonna be a problem. We're gonna need a different ride.
My mistake, sir.
God damn it, why are there police everywhere? There we go.
Ah, damn it.
There we go. Alright, now we should be golden. So yeah, gosh darn, it really is a problem when you don't have money. And as tempting as it would be to, like, you know, ignore the main quest and start fucking around, like picking up cars, sending them to the impound, or sending them to the docks and what have you, I would much rather get through with this story, because, you know, it's a story that's not usually asking me to spend a lot of money anyway. Honestly, it's a good thing I stole that, like, money from the cash register when I was over in the Irish bar. So, yeah. Now, yeah, we're... Oh, wait, no, we're ending up in the dock. So, yeah, we could probably send this car to being, like, you know, picked off and, you know, sold. So, honestly, probably worth doing that so we get a quick buck. So yeah, see, we're good. It's a straight shot now. We just need to avoid any police officers on the way there. But yeah, how's it going for you, Big DJ?
Hey, you just went through a red light.
Yeah, Crimea River. Money's tight right now. This car is too cheap to export. Oh, you bastards.
What are you trying to kill us?
Jeez, relax, will you?
There must be a good car around here somewhere. Well, I guess if we were close to the impound, maybe it would be worth more. But I guess not.
Stay inside the lines, fuck off.
Don't worry, it's a special way.
It's going good. You got back home a while because you were celebrating your grandfather's birthday? Hey, that's nice. Wait, how old is your grandfather now? Are they like, 100 years old at this point, or... Happy birthday to your grandpa, Big DJ. Yeah. Also, hi there, Roxycat. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? You doing good? Oh, we probably need to go down the alleyway, don't we? Yep, we probably do. It's over here we need to go. How's it going, Roxy?
Hi, fellas. We're here to see Bruno.
You doing good? You're a fan of the first version of Mafia 1? I went through Mafia Definitive Edition. It was a very lovely looking game, but it stuttered a lot. This game doesn't look as lovely as Mafia 1 Definitive Edition, despite the fact they've released a Definitive Edition of Mafia 2, which really just means they have all the DLC bundled together like they did in Mafia 3. But it plays so much better, easily getting over 200 frames a second in this thing.
Oh, that's a lot of money, Henry. A lot of money. Tell me, why should I give that much to a small-time guy like you, huh? Convince me.
I got a sure thing. You'll have 40 fired by the end of the week.
What kind of sure thing?
Sorry, Bruno. That's a trade secret.
So yeah, Mondays is for Mafia Monday.
I'd be more comfortable with 65.
That's a bit steep, even for you. 50's all I can do.
Henry, I have no guarantee I'll get my money back. And you have nowhere else to go. So, how about 60? Don't think of it as interest. It's more like my cut of the profits.
55, final offer. Anything more than that, it's not worth my time.
Deal. I'll give you $35,000 today, and you'll give me $55,000 by Friday. If you don't pay it back by then, the debt goes up by $10,000 every week.
You'll get it by Friday.
Okay. Isaac, prepare $35,000 in $20 bills. Now, you know I trust you, Henry, but if you screw me, remember these wise words from the Bible.
Nanny?
And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless.
Exodus, chapter 22, verse 24.
I'm impressed. You don't see...
What language was the original cutscenes? Cutscenes, I wonder? English. They were English as well.
The money isn't mine. So even if you get rid of me, that doesn't get rid of your debt. So no funny business.
He's 74 years old. He's had some goat for lunch and cake for dessert. Nice.
You want to count it, Henry?
I'll take your word for it, and I'll bring it back on Friday along with your cut.
I hope so. Good luck, boys.
It's a lot of money. Oh, wrong way. The Culver Empire.
Nice job, Henry.
Of course. I told you give us the dough, didn't I?
How come you know the Bible so good, Henry? You read it or something?
Bruno always uses the same quote. I go to church on Sunday, so I asked the priest one time.
You go to church?
Yeah, and I can understand why you don't. They use big words, there's no hookers, and the food's lousy.
That pretty much sums it up.
Jeez, I ain't been there since 45.
What? That time your mother made you go to confession?
Yeah, that time she smacked me for checking out some chick's coolie. God rest her soul.
How about you, Joe? How long's it been?
Far as two
that
chip.
ain't too bad.
1941.
I take that back then. You're going straight to hell.
What, you just figuring that out now?
Don't worry, I'll save seats for the both of yous. You know, I heard about a loan shark named Bruno once. Must be the same guy.
Yeah? What'd you hear?
Well, you know Mickey the Crab, right?
What, the guy who cleans the bathrooms at Carlo's joint?
Yeah, the guy who's only got a finger and a thumb on his left hand. Guess how that happened? I heard he owed a lot of money to some yid from Southport. You get my drift?
Oh, right. I get the picture.
Haha, don't worry, though. Crab's a moron. Nothing like that's gonna happen to us.
Yeah, I don't have 100% confidence.
The red lights?
I don't think that's, you know, we're gonna be able to get away from this scot-free, but, you know, we'll see. Oh my god, there are ways, aren't they? Yeah, I'll definitely need way more money.
Indianapolis Speedway?
Take it easy, I'm in a rush.
Oh my god, this is very much a cheap car.
Hey, genius. Red light means stop.
This guy's a maniac. We gotta take him down. 10-4.
Hey, you just blew the light.
Yeah, I was trying to get away from the cops, okay? They shoot me.
You want every cop in the fucking city to come after us?
No.
What's up your ass today?
All right, we're almost there. Drive through the gate and into the yard.
Okay, hopefully this doesn't turn into a shootout or anything like that.
All right, follow me, fellas, and let me do all the talking.
Sounds good.
Hey, we got some business with your boss.
Follow me, gentlemen. Mr. Wong is expecting you.
Ignore the fact I had a stanky leg. Love how they comment on your driving, but not on the cops shooting you. Yeah, because, like, ideally the cops won't shoot at me often. What's the date today? It doesn't give me a date, does it? Alright. Show me the money.
Welcome, Henry.
Hello, Mr. Wong.
Let us get straight to business. Is your suitcase heavy enough?
See for yourself.
老大，这是一磅重的20元美金钞票，一共35000块。
All right, take it away and bring the goods. You're a good man, Henry. Here is your merchandise. Each bag contains 1 kilo. Each kilo weighs a little more than 2 pounds. Which one do you want to test?
Okay, we're good.
I'm glad. Next time, we can give you twice the amount.
It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Wang.
The pleasure was all mine.
He doesn't know how to do the... He doesn't know the respectful bowing.
Knock it off. See how easy that was? Get back in the car. All right, fellas, the hot pot's over. Now we just gotta make the exchange and we're done.
Sounds good to me.
Where we headed?
Hunters. I got it all lined up.
Here's hoping.
Hello, gentlemen.
Fucking
I
setup.
think you have something for us. Drop the suitcases.
Nice shoes.
Wait a minute. These guys ain't cops?
Kill the bastard! Shoot Vito!
Alright.
Vito, watch our back. I'm going in.
Scared?
Here comes more of them. Hold on. I got him.
Nice!
Oh, shit. Can't go back that
Come
way.
on!
Run. Move your asses. Get out of there, Vito. Vito, watch our back. Stay away from these windows, fellas. Damn it, Vito. No sense staying up here. Let's get down there.
Alright. Oh boy.
These guys are so fucking learned. This one's mine. Is that the fucking best you got? Back me up, Vito. Fuck you! Yeah! Bring it on! Go! I'm coming! Another one bites the dust. I got you covered, Vito. Move! Way to get you.
That's nothing.
Let's kill that fucker! He's over there! I'm gonna try and get behind
Flank him, Vito.
Die, asshole! He ain't got a chance!
Come on, let's go! Chop, chop! What are you scared, asshole?
Let's kill that fucker! Cover me! He ain't got a chance!
I am right here, scumbag.
Alright, I'm gonna try and get behind him.
Gotta get on your bad side.
Let's kick his shit out. He's over there! Hey, cover me! I got him pinned down! Come on, you bastard! Oh, you! Die, asshole!
Going in.
He ain't got a chance! Die, asshole!
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, where are you? All right, showtime, Vito. You shoot like my sister. Nice one. I got you covered, Vito. Move. Come on, think of something. Hurry up, motherfucker.
Guys, okay? He ain't got a chance.
I got him. Bingo! Back me up, Vito. Way to get you. What are you scared to scratch?
He ain't got a chance. Come on, let's kick the shit out of this guy. Come on.
Alright, so where to... Okay, we gotta get out of here then. So that's the move. Sounds good.
You drive like my fucking grandmother, you know that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get us out of here.
Relax, will you?
That was fucking close.
It's not over yet. They're coming after us.
Fuck! Lose him! Okay, got him! I got you covered, Vito. Move.
Yeah, all right, let's go. Let's go. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock.
Ah!
That's not... He's mine. You're fucking dead!
Alright. Made it. Hopefully we still have the drugs on us, though.
What the fuck was that, Henry?
No idea. Somebody else must have known about the deal. Those definitely weren't real cops.
Maybe it was the chinks trying to fuck us.
I doubt it. Look, I'll figure it out. But first, we gotta unload this stuff. Vito, take us to the old warehouse in Hunters.
All right. Hope this deal goes better than the last one.
It will. Not like it can go any worse, right?
So who we selling the stuff to?
That's true.
A bunch of different guys.
Oh, whoa, whoa. What do you mean a bunch of different guys?
A bunch of different guys. What did all that shooting back there make you deaf?
I thought you said we were just moving this garbage from one place to another.
Yeah, well, you make a lot more money if you sell it in smaller amounts.
Would have been really nice to know before I agreed to go in on this.
If I did, from the way you were talking back in the park, you probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, the best you can hope for right now is to spend the next 30 years of your life breaking your ass for Eddie and Carlo before you either get bumped off or end up back in the can. The only time you're ever gonna see cash like this is if you stick your neck out. Besides, I ever steer you wrong?
Well, there was the OPA job, and that time we almost got killed when we whacked that fat fucking Sand Island.
All right, enough. None of that matters after today. Let's just get the Hunters. And don't worry, we're never gonna have to see these scumbags again after today.
Unless this turns into a regular thing for us.
Well, all right, let's just concentrate on getting through this one before we go making plans like that, all right?
Hey, I'm just saying.
Alright, let's answer that.
Barbaro's Bordello. You got the money, we got the honeys.
Vito, it's Henry. We got a problem.
What kind of problem?
Eddie paid me a visit. Carlo knows about the deal, and he sent Eddie to pick up his cut.
How much?
60 grand.
Fuck, that much? What are we gonna do?
I don't know. We don't even have enough left for Bruno. Meet me in the park. I don't want to talk about this over the phone.
Okay. I'll be right there.
Oh my god, he has tiger cushions.
We gotta go. What? What for? Now, Joe. I'll tell you on the way.
Sorry. Whatever reason, the NPCs are not able to do... I need to go have a rest. Have a good rest of stream. Not to worry, Jason. Thank you so much for keeping me company for this time. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, let's see. Do I have any cars? Hopefully there's cars for me to use. Shepherd pickup. Yes, there is. Alright, let's go with the Pontiac. He really likes that park, doesn't he? Who knows? Maybe we'll see, like, maybe they're just getting as much of their asset, like, paid back as possible by having them go into a park. A place we've not had to regularly visit. Oop. So yeah, and we're at, what, chapter 13 right now? Yeah, I think we're at chapter 13 right now. And turn. And turn. Do you think we're gonna get to the end of this game before the night comes, chat? It's only 3 p.m. right now, but I reckon we can probably get to it before 6 o'clock.
You guys got a real...
What the fuck's going on?
Shit, that's Henry.
What the fuck?
What the fuck are they hitting him with?
Whoa!
I'm going in.
Come on, Mr. Big Man.
Ah, you're fucking brilliant. Oh, another one. Fuck.
Oh, he got cut up.
Fuck does something like this, Vito. Them people are fucking sick. Shit. Who the fuck does something like this?
Who do you think?
God damn it, Henry! Look at this, Vito. You fucking believe this?
The money's gone too.
Alright, well. So now we've got like 3 problems to deal with.
Come on. We gotta get out of here.
We got a loan shark, the cut with our mob, and this guy here who...
Hey, that's the old guy who sold us the dope, Wong. Of all the ways to kill a guy, goddamn bullet would have been enough.
These bastards are sick in the head, Vito. They're gonna fucking die. All of them.
I mean, why do it like that? And in the middle of the park.
Like I said, they're sick. I'm gonna turn them into chop fucking suey.
Hey, not for nothing. We don't even know how many of them there are.
Yeah, and it don't matter.
What is chop suey? I've seen it as a song on System of the Down, but I have no context
as
for
long as
it.
they're fucking dead when we're done.
All right, listen. There's probably more than 2 of them.
So what? The more the fucking merrier.
So there's only 2 of us. Unless maybe you want to call Carlo and tell him all about the mess we're in, ask him to send some guys over here.
All right, fine. I get it.
All right, so promise me you're not gonna go in guns blazing as usual. We gotta do this the smart way, all right?
Alright, how far are you going? Oh, Roxy did a huge amount of text there. I'm going to take the wild guess that was a Google search and not from your own memory, unless, you know, this is what your autism spectrum special interest is. I thought it was going to be blue. That would give me all that detail. Let's see. A dish from American Chinese cuisine and other forms of overseas Chinese cuisine, generally consisting of meat, chicken, pork, beef, shrimp, or fish, with egg, cooked quickly with vegetables, and served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein with a substitution of stir-fried noodles for rice. Okay. You could have told me it's like special fried... You could have told me chop suey is just special fried rice. And that would have, like, worked for me. It's a Wikipedia entry, sorry about that. Look, not to worry. You don't know the etiquette of my... You don't know the etiquette of my channel and what have you. It's fine. Because, like, you know, there are some people that will just text dump me like they do up there. Hang on. Up there. But, you know... Sometimes it's like, you know, that's a bit much. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, who has the time for all that? Like... Damn. I don't think even Blue was gonna go that detailed in trying to explain chop suey to me. And the reason why I bring up Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is because Blue Foxy Nicey Icy has done culinary shit in the past and what have you and is one of my moderators. So I was using them as an exemplar about the food question.
Hold on, I'm gonna need some serious firepower first.
We can either go to Harry's or we can kill these fucks right now. Just say the word.
Alright, so there's a gun shop up there. Gun shop. Let's see. I've got 500 bucks. Let's go to Harry's, because I don't think... I don't think I have the bullets or the, you know, appropriate gun to, like, go in there, you know, properly gun blazing or anything like that.
Hey, you just went through a red light.
So, hopefully going to Harry's is an option and I'm not, like, going crazy here. Although, one of the things I might do is... How far is... Okay, let's head to this... Actually, you know what? Scrapyard. And what we'll do is we'll get ourselves, like, 1 or 2 vehicles to get them crushed, so then that way we have, like, over $1,000 in our name. So then that way, the next time we go into this little, like, firefight, we've got the guns, and should be an easy clap. And then turn. It's easy, easy, easy. We brake. So yeah, there's a few cars here we can break a window in or you know, lockpick, send them to the impound, and then there we go. Alright, so yeah. So yeah, you're all good, Roxy. Actually, question. What is your special interest, Roxy? Cause like I attract some elements into my streams, one of them being, you know, people on the spectrum and what have you. They're either himbo lovers or they're also, you know, on the spectrum and what have you, and they're okay peeps. Alrighty, so police officers there. Alright, so there's the Quicksilver Windsor.
Going in!
I have no idea how much the Quicksilver Windsor is going to give us, but hopefully it will give us, you know, a decent amount of cash. Although, what the fuck happened to my other Pontiac? Alright, here we go. And then... use the Crusher. $400. Honestly, that was very quick money. Damn. I thought it would be I thought we'd get much less for, you know, a common beater like that, but, you know, it is what it is. You just like the game, plus we chatted at Unname's party. You're the new streamer. Yeah, no, I know who you are. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, no, I don't know why. I was just, like, had a curiosity if you were, like, you know, bar enjoy. Because, like, I really appreciate you, like, you know, hopping in, saying hi to me and what have you, and watching the streams. So, yeah, I was kind of curious for, like, the thing that made you go, yes, absolutely. Alrighty, let's see, is there a better car? Also, there's a police officer there, so let's not disturb him. Let's not disturb you, either. Actually, you know what? We got $900. We almost have a grand. It's, you know, it's pretty. It's kind of all right. The huge Bahunga Zongas drew me in. Not gonna lie.
You looking for something special?
Smith & Western ammo is full. Magnum ammo is full. M1 Garand ammo. All right.
I loaded these myself in the back.
I loaded these myself, Jesus. Alright.
Bye-bye. Come back again.
Alrighty. We need...
Back me up, Vito. I'm back!
What in the world?
Freeze.
Oh my god.
Back me up, Vito. What are you scared at?
Why did Joe do that? Now we have a new problem. Well, at least this thing wasn't, you know, locked or anything like that. So we don't have a lot of pistol ammunition, but we do have... Sorry. We do have a lot of pistol ammunition and shotgun ammunition. We just don't have a lot of, like, machine gun ammunition. For you, it was for the donut. Oh my goodness. Bazongas or donuts? Everyone either wants the tip or the tail, it seems. crazy. So yeah. Jason, my moderator, is currently like, they've, you know, currently like stepped away and such like that. So hopefully there's like a another moderator online. Is any of my other moderators online right now? Jack might be communicating with someone at work. Blue might actually be at work. It's a Monday. Who else is my moderators? Code might be sleeping because of the night shift from the weekend. I might have to do the shout out myself. Let me just, you know, not crash into people. Oh.
You drive like my fucking grandma, do you know that?
It wasn't that bad. You're worse than abroad.
Did you not see that light turn red?
Nah, I must have missed it. Alrighty, you can turn right at any time with care. How come no one realizes this? You're in the States. You can turn right at any time with care at traffic lights. Crash it. No, I'm not gonna crash it. I need to get into this car. Because this will be a good getaway car. A Lassiter Series 99. There we go. Alrighty. So we go in, guns blazing. Get ready.
Sorry, gentlemen, this place for member only.
Here's your fucking membership.
Nice.
Damn it, Joe, can't you listen to me for once?
No, I can't. You seen what they done to Henry.
Alrighty, Joe.
You see? Why didn't you just bang the damn gun while you were at it?
Pipe down and help me waste these little fucks. Get the asshole behind the bar. Watch out.
You ain't so tough.
They shooting from up top. That's it, Vito. Kill them all. Every last one of them. Come on, Vito. Let's move up. Come on, you little fucks. Get the guy on the stairs. Up there, in a window. I do. Todo. Boy, but where the fuck are they all coming from?
I got it for China around.
Ow. Okay, so I can't run in with the shotgun, so I will need some ranged weaponry. You just looked it up and turning right on red was introduced in the 70s. Ah, god damn it!
Sorry, gentlemen, this place for member only.
It was made to save fuel, but is not safe for walking pedestrians. Oh my god.
They done to Henry.
God damn it, Joe. You see? Why didn't you just bang the damn gong while you were at it?
Pipe down and help me waste these little fucks. Get the asshole behind the bar.
Hot way, Gobin.
Oh, nice shot, Leo. Come on, how do you like that,
Big man?
This is for Henry, you bastard.
It's over for you!
Fuck are they all coming?
You're throwing to China around somewhere.
Vito, waste them all.
Thank goodness the shotgun has range.
4 more to go, Vito.
on, you little fucks!
Aw, who was behind me?
God damn it, Joe. You see? Why didn't you just bang the damn gong while you were at it?
Pipe down and help get the asshole behind the bar! Get the guy on the stand!
What? Die, you boss!
Alright. I want to go into this guns blazing, okay?
God damn it, Joe. You see? Why didn't you just bang the damn gong while you were at it?
Pipe down and help me waste these little fucks! Get the asshole behind the bar! You fuck with the wrong guys, dickhead! This is for Henry, you bastards! Come on, Vito, let's move up! Get the guy on the stand! One more to go. Fucking A up there in the window!
China around or something.
2 more to go. That's it. Take him out quick, Vito. We gotta find Wang. Watch out! Here comes more of them.
You're going to be dog meat.
Come on, Vito. Let's move up.
Yep, we are. Where do we go after this? Oh, okay, this way.
Come on, Vito. Waste them all.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tricky to do that.
Where the hell is that?
He's got to be around here somewhere. Let's keep going.
Hey, leave some of these little bastards for me.
Shotgun is reliable in close quarters and corridors.
Fucks, just keep on coming. How many more they got back there?
Don't matter. I got plenty of bullets left. Die, you piece of shit! One more, and we're done.
There we go. A lot of damage. Just... Oh, sorry, Buddha. Respectfully, Buddha, these guys aren't the best. Where were you going? Jesus. Oh, this is a den. Where in the world did he go?
What the hell are you doing? Get in the elevator.
Wait, elevator? Oh, okay.
Shh! Be quiet, Vito.
Since when are you concerned about making noise?
There's too many of them. Just take them out nice and quiet.
Yeah, we lost that opportunity when you shot up the place.
Nice. All right, let's just sneak through here.
Yep, sounds good. Alright, also, let me just reload shit. Alright, reload. 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 That's fully loaded. Alright, and then we'll go with you and you. Alright, and then you.
Come on, you little bastards! You shoot like my sister. I'm the best. They teach you that in the army? It's fucking over! I'm going in! More of them in the elevator! These guys are like fucking cockroaches. Here you go, Vito. What are you scared? Back me up.
Ow! I love how we were going stealthily through that, and then...
Shh. Be quiet, Vito.
Oh, now you want to be quiet?
About making noise.
There's too many of them. Just take them out nice and quiet.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, let's just sneak through here.
Mm-hmm. For whatever reason, NPCs just can't go through doors.
Are you deaf or what? I said we should be quiet. Is that the fucking best you got? Oh, you're in trouble. I'm the best. More of them in the elevator. What? These guys are fucking cockroaches. All right, that was the last of them. See? Ain't so bad so far, right?
Yeah, but what if somebody recognizes us and Carlo hears about it?
That's why we ain't leaving no witnesses. There's probably more of them down here. Get ready.
Yeah.
You're dead, you slanty-eyed fuck!
Oh.
What is it that you want?
What the fuck do you think we want?
We want to know why you had our friend killed. We also want the money you took from him.
I had no choice. Your friend was a government informer.
Bullshit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
A contact inside the Federal Bureau of Narcotics told me that Henry Tomasino passed them information about our deal.
That's a fucking lie!
Whoa. You saying Henry was a rat?
Yes, but not anymore.
That's bullshit. Makes no sense. And I suppose you had nothing to do with the little stick-up after we closed the deal with you either, right?
You think we would take such a stupid risk and destroy our own factory? That was just another reason to get rid of you. We had problems with you from the very beginning.
Yeah. Well, all your problems are just about over, pal. So where's our money?
It's not here anymore.
What?
Where the hell is it then?
I cannot tell you.
If you don't tell us, I'm gonna splatter your yellow brains all over this fucking room.
If I told you, I'd be dead anyway.
Fine, your choice.
Are you crazy?
What you want to do? Let him go or something?
We could have gotten more out of him.
Fuck that. He wouldn't have said nothing. These bastards are tough.
Let's just get the hell out of here before the cops come.
Well, we don't get any money.
Looks like this place won't be opening up for a while.
If we had the time, I'd burn it to the damn ground. Vito, come
here. Thank you again for the 10 bits, Joe, by the by.
Ah, fuck this. Come on, Vito, let's get out of here. There's too many of them. Find us a car, quick.
This guy's a maniac. We gotta take him down.
Find a car. The next closest ones are on the other fucking side, and there's roadblocks and shit. Oh, this game.
Ah, fuck this. Come on, Vito, let's
This guy's a maniac. We gotta take him down.
Find us a car, quick.
10-4.
You asked me about my interests. I'm an old furry artist known for drawing hyper. Ooh, hyper. Okay. Sorry, you caught my attention at that moment there. I asked that question a while ago and I completely forgot to follow up.
This. Come on, Vito, let's get out.
This guy's a maniac. We gotta take him down.
Car, quick.
Copy that.
Back me up, Vito. Is that the fucking best you got?
Officer down! Officer down!
Let's go,
Shoot
Vito.
this asshole!
They teach you that in the army?
10-4.
I bet, huh? You're fucking dead!
Suspect is about 6 feet tall, dark hair, medium build. Roger that.
Alright, new outfit.
All right, we lost him. Take me to my place, Vito. I need a fucking drink.
That was fucked up, huh?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Just get me back to my place, would you?
All right.
Alright, so... Wait, nope. Let's lockpick. Lockpick will be easy. Will be better for us. There we go. And we can go for a shop on the other side. Oh, okay, let's go to that clothing store instead. We're gonna need outfits. Meow.
All units, code green, back to the station.
Give us different attire, please.
Only the finest attire for a man such as yourself.
Leather jacket, casual with a raincoat.
I can see you're a man.
Alright, let's see. How's this? Cool.
Look at that. You don't.
But yeah, I love hyper art, by the by. So I'll definitely need to have a look at your work another time.
Will that be all, sir?
Also, I'm getting like different classic suits, so then that way I've got like different colors to choose from.
I have
And
just what you're
then-
looking for. You're gonna knock 'em dead in this.
Yep, let's go with that attire. So yeah, we got plenty of money ever since
It
we
was a pleasure.
sent one like car into the impound. We can waste it here and there. Amazing, Joe. We're wanted by the police, and you haven't even changed your attire. So, yeah. Da, 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 da. Amazingly, we survive all this.
This deal was a total fucking disaster.
Tell me about it.
Henry's dead. We don't have Bruno's money. We killed half the Tongs. And if they think Carlo sent us, that'll mean war. We're fucked.
Yeah. And if Carlo finds out we got him into this mess...
What if Henry really was a rat?
No fucking way. Don't even say that. Look, first let's get the money for Bruno. That'll fix at least one problem. But I'm done for today. I need a drink. I'll call you in the morning. We'll figure this shit out.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you later. And Vito, be careful.
Yeah. Chapter 14. Stairway to Heaven. Oyster Bay in Okay. Oh yeah, because... Alright, lay it on me.
Vito, you ready?
Does it sound like I'm ready? You just woke me up.
So get the fuck up. We don't get the money for Bruno today, we're fucked.
Where the hell are we gonna get our hands on 55 grand, huh?
I don't know. We sure as hell ain't gonna find it laying around in bed. I got something for starters. A job from Eddie with a big payout.
No shit.
Yeah, I'll pick you up in a few minutes. So get dressed, grab a gun, and wait for me outside. I'll tell you more in the car.
This better not be one of your brilliant ideas, Joe.
Hey, I'm not in the mood.
Sorry. Didn't mean to snap at you. I'm still half asleep over here.
Yeah, whatever. So you in or not?
Sure, why not? How long till you get here?
I'm calling from the gun shop around the corner. I'll be at your place in a minute.
All right, I'll wait for you out back. I'll see you soon.
Alright. So, first off, need something to eat. Or drink, in this case. Swift Cola will do. Meow. Meow.
Hey, what's with the fancy wheels?
Eddie gave it to us just for this job. Nice, huh? You drive. My head's still pounding from last night. We're going to Greenfield.
Guess you hit the sauce pretty hard too, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't sleep either. Nothing a bottle of scotch couldn't fix, though.
So, alrighty, get in. Actually, while I do that, I am going to go and give you, Roxy Cat, a shout out, because none of my moderators are like online and they're probably busy. So there you go. Go chat. Go follow Roxy. They do art. They do hyper art as well. Gonna need to check out that nonsense at some point as well.
Head over to Greenfield.
Do not wreck the car. Noted.
All right. So now can you tell me what this is all about?
We're just gonna drive there, pop some guy, and drive away. Should be a piece of cake.
Why?
Eddie said it's a favor for some family from another city. Unfinished business. He gave me this envelope with all the instructions. Said it's gotta be clean, and it's gotta be done today.
Why the hell doesn't the other family just do it themselves?
Eddie said they've been looking for this guy for a while and they just found him. They're afraid that if it ain't done right away, the guy's gonna disappear again. Here's a picture of him.
What'd this guy do?
Says here he ratted his family out to the feds.
Guy's got it coming to him.
Oh!
If he cooperated with the feds, that means he was under protection, right? What if he still is?
Even if he is, we're getting paid a few grand.
This is Tommy Angelo's mission!
Have you say so.
Hey, we need every penny we can get right now.
This is...
So after we finish this job, we'll split up and look for other ones.
So, at the end of Mafia 1, there was a,
Give him a message before we do it. Here it is.
So, at the end of Mafia 1, Tony Angelo was like, you know, he said like their family went over to Whatsamahoozies. And yeah, these two guys were in the cutscene as well and shot him. I didn't think they were gonna do that in the game, but yeah, from the looks of it, we're about to go over there and clip Tony Angelo for the events of Mafia 1, where, you know, he was with us for like 8 years, ratted us out to the feds because him and Paulie did a bank job, and because of both the bank job and like some previous stuff that went on in the events of the game, letting the girl run away, letting the concierge guy run away, Tony Angelo was basically, you know, left out to dry and such. So he went to a detective for a protection detail and getting his like wife and daughter out of the out of harm's way. So he ratted everyone out, and so while everyone had like, you know, a crazy kind of, you know, sentence that like put them away for life and such like that, he was put on, I think, only 8 years or something like that. So from like the 1930s until 1945 or 1948, he was, you know, he was in jail. He's now super old, and yeah, at the end of Mafia 1, he got shot because Don Salieri, at one point or another, find out where they were in Empire Bray and shot him for it.
Remember what you gotta say?
Yeah.
All right, here we go then.
So yeah, so this is... Yeah, so that's Tommy Angelo. That's the protagonist from Mafia 1. Crazy.
Mr. Angelo?
Yes?
Mr. Salieri sends his regards.
And it was just that quick.
Like I said,
about
piece
6
of
feet
cake.
tall, dark hair,
Look,
medium build.
those guys over there.
Shit! Go!
10-4.
Let's get the fuck out
We
of
got a
here!
homicide here. Suspect is armed. This is Agent Cox. We need police support in Greenfield. Now, goddammit!
Those were feds. That asshole really was under protection.
Eddie's famous for conveniently leaving out little details like that.
Maybe you didn't know. Don't matter now. We gotta lose him. Oh, fuck, that was close. Get me to Kingston, will you? I got a car waiting there.
What about the money?
Hey, I almost forgot. Eddie paid me in advance, so here's your share.
Alright, $3,000. Sounds good. Okay. Well, I went the entirely wrong way. Alright. Let's go for a new car. So then that way we have less of a problem going...
Ah, damn it.
There we go. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about... Okay, we do still need to worry about them because if any of them spot us, we've got problems. So yeah, so... Tony Angelo, from the events of Mafia 1, in 1938, kept What's-Mahoozy's Don Salieri's finance book from the events of 1935, and so was able to...
Suspect is about 6 feet tall, dark hair, medium build. Copy that.
Uh-oh. I gotta outrun him. Alright. Now we got a different deck.
All right. Good luck getting your half of the money. Come by my place when you're done.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Drive to Derek and check if he has any work for you. Noted, but I also need to, you know, change my clothes, because, you know, I'm kind of in trouble right now.
I knew I was a victim of someone's evil plan when a stew pigeon walked in and said, that's the...
Alright. So, we're close to Brewski's, scrapyard. So we could try and get maybe a little bit of money from that. We've got 3 grand right now. Yeah, we got like 3 grand right now. Let's get changed into something different.
Only the finest attire for a man such as yourself.
Leather jacket we're currently wearing.
Stylish.
Let's go
and
with this casual
desirable.
suit.
Good choice, sir.
Yeah, that will do.
Please come again.
And then let's head to Brewski's. We'll scrap the car so we get ourselves an easy, like, you know, $200-300. No, we're not going to the gun shop. Turn. Turn. Yep, alright, so we'll get ready to do a left turn here. Turn. Turn. An even bigger turn. Use the crusher. Let's see. Do you have a way of giving us money? Talk to Mike. He has nothing for me, does he? Yeah, talk to Mike does nothing. Alrighty. Ooh, let's get another car. Just for the hellsies of it. Alright. That's another one. Use that crusher. Oh, not that way. Another $427. And then there was this car here. Here we go. Go. So yeah, so we got 4,537. I don't know how much money they're expecting us to have. Like, because it sounds like the job will help us get money at least. $408. Yeah, which puts us at 4,900. Alright, let's try and find another car. I have reached my activity for the day. Yay. Thank you, Watch, for telling me that. Pistol down. Pistol down. No radio. You think you played the original Xbox? What, the Mafia 2 or Mafia 1? Because this is the first time I've been playing it and what have you. And there definitely is, like, you know, a level of that, you know, GTA stuff. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mafia is like an old game as well. Mafia is like 2001 or something like that. And then this one here is like a 2006 or 4. But yeah, anywhoosies. So yeah, so I've not played the Mafia games before, and considering like Amazon Prime like was giving the definitive editions like for free over the last few months and what have you, it seems, you know, fuck it. Let's go and get this game. Alright. $5,000 seems like a nice start. Because we have a spare $300 in case we need to purchase, like, anything again, such as, you know, either new suit or repair for car, yada yada yada. So, should be good going forward on whatever the next thingamadiggy is here. And, of course, I can't climb over a chain link fence, so we go this ways. So yeah, because $5,000 I think is that's pretty good money to have in 1951. Oh, they're rude. How does no one have their window up, honestly? we go. Alright. Hopefully there'll be money from them. And then off into a little... Wait, how far are they wanting me to go? Oh, I'm going down to the docks. Okay. So I'm going down to that area. If I had an exotic car, that would be cool. But I don't know where we can go for a good exotic car. I'm not that knowledgeable with this game yet after playing, like, you know, 7 hours. Through a red light. Joe can't say anything because Joe's not in the car. Here we go, here we go. Absolutely zipping. Okay, let's not, you know, disrupt the police officer. Oh, the police officer wasn't even on this freeway. God damn. Alright. Out we go. Thank you. Alrighty. Do you have a job for us?
Hey.
Vito! Hey, thanks for coming by. I knew I could count on you.
What for?
What for?
Frank's organizing a sit-down with the other bosses, and he took almost all my guys as bodyguards. So I don't have nobody around to handle this here job for me.
Derek, these guys still don't want to work.
What? Why?
Because of that deadbeat you fired.
Hey.
Shit. Well, Vito, that other thing will have to wait. Can you help us out here with this first?
What's happening?
Well, this deadbeat didn't come to work for a whole week. Pretended he was sick. Total bullshit. So I fired his ass. Anyway, some of his buddies
Worker rights is not a thing in the 1950s.
All I gotta do is show up with a few guys who look like they mean business. That'll scare them, and they'll forget all about it. I give you $1,000. Are you in?
All right. I ain't gonna say no to that kind of money.
All right. All you need to do is stand behind me and look tough, right, Steve?
We'll see.
Alrighty.
These fucking guys really think who the fuck they are. This ain't the first time I had problems with them, you know.
You know how many of them there is?
3, 4, 10. How the fuck should I know? Does it matter?
Kind of.
Just, what are we gonna do to them?
All depends on how the, labor negotiations go. Just let me do all the talking. I don't need you opening your mouths and proving how stunad you are.
Alright.
So, what's the problem here, fellas?
We want you to give Big John his job back.
It's me that decides who gets hired and fired around here. And I say he's fired.
All we're asking is for you to hire him back. He's got a family. He needs a job.
I've made my decision.
See, I told you.
Easy does it, Vinny. We want to do this peacefully.
We bust our asses day in and day out for this fat fuck, and if anything ever happens to us, he'll screw us over just like he did
Lower your voice
John.
now, young man. I don't want to hear another word about that fucking deadbeat.
Who you calling a deadbeat? A crate fell on the poor guy while he was working. For you. Broke both his damn hands.
Well, that's his fucking problem, not mine.
Ugh.
And I suggest you get back to work before somebody else's hands get
You
broken.
goddamn bastard!
You fellas are really starting to piss me off.
There's no need for violence. Please, put it down. We don't want no trouble.
Don't look that way to me. Right now, looks like you got big trouble, don't you? Now, if you all don't want to start looking for new jobs, you'll be back to work in the next 10 minutes. You see, Vito, all they do is bitch and moan.
Vito? You're Skeletter's boy, ain't you? Your dad used to talk about you all the time. You look just like him. But what are you doing working for this bastard? After what he did to your old man?
Shut your fucking mouth right now. Don't listen to him, Vito. He's full of shit. Come on, let's go.
Full of shit, huh? That bastard killed your father, Vito.
Oh, okay.
They're just trying to get under your skin.
Derek?
Hey, stop pointing that gun
Why
at me.
don't you ask him how your dad drowned that night?
We seen him take a walk with Steve. And then Steve come back alone. And all wet.
Oh, we're about to have a problem, aren't we?
My father, Derek.
Hey, you nuts or what? Who are you gonna trust, me or these now unemployed losers? We known each other for a long time, Vito. Think of all
Why
the
were
things.
you all wet, Steve? You dive in and try to save him?
Because he wouldn't stay underwater. Come on, shut! Vito, you swore an oath. I was there. Our loyalty to the family is greater than to our own families.
Tell that to my mother.
Should I kill him? No, not here. We'll settle things with him later. You disappoint me, Vito. You really do.
I'm gonna do a hell of a lot more than disappoint you, Derek.
We're gonna be in a really bad gunfight, let me tell you.
Your dad.
Not right now. I gotta get that fuck before he runs away.
Time to teach that fat fuck a lesson.
Vinny, where'd you get that? Doesn't matter.
Vinny gonna help us.
Okay, the odds are even. Now let's teach that fat fuck a lesson. All right.
This is crazy.
Follow me, guys.
You shouldn't be doing this. Vito can handle himself.
Some extra firepower ain't gonna hurt. Let's go, Vito. We got your back.
You're gonna end up just like your old man.
Yeah.
You miss your old man, Vito? Don't worry. You're gonna see him soon.
Yeah, real soon. I'm gonna see him real soon after that.
Okay, the odds are even. Now let's teach that fat fuck a lesson. All right. Follow
This is
me,
crazy,
guys.
fellas. You shouldn't be doing this. Vito can handle himself.
Some extra firepower ain't gonna hurt. Let's go, Vito. We got your back.
Alright, where is the other guy? Alright, we got full ammo right now.
You're gonna die here, Vito! Just like your father! Vito, you're making the biggest mistake of your life! Miss your old man, Vito? Don't worry, you're gonna see him soon. You know what's gonna happen to you when people find out about this? Like father, like son, huh, Vito?
I'd spent my whole life trying not to make the same mistakes my old man did. When I find out I'm following in his footsteps. It was good to finally know the truth. Derek's death also helped me resolve another problem.
There we go. And there. Alright, let's check the office, see if there's anything worthwhile. Money.
Whoa. Looks like I just found Derek's retirement funds.
$20,000! Nice! Earned $27,500. Okay. So I'm gonna need some money.
Hey Vito, we can take things from here.
What about the cops?
Yeah, they might be a problem, but anyone who saw it will swear we did it in self-defense. You were never here.
All right. Good luck then.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. God help them.
Alrighty, let's get this car. Honestly, I'd probably put this one in a garage. This is a Lassiter Series 75 Hollywood. Nice! Rob shops or bring cars to Brewski. Alright, first and foremost, let me head over to my home. And then we will see if we can boost a car. Because this is a lovely car, and it's got a lot of seats, so, you know, definitely worth saving. We'll swap this car out for one of the others that I have and throw it into the shop. So we're at 25,938, and we need another like $2,000. So yeah, we might need a. Nah, I'll still put this in the. I'll still put this in my garage. We'll find another good car somewhere. I'm not about to rob a shop though. That I feel like is going to be causing some problems here and there. The cops will definitely be called if I'm not careful. Alright, switch it out for... let's switch it out for this Sherbert. So we send this Sherbert out to, you know, get, you know, turned over and what have you. So, bam. So, yeah. I'm glad that we don't need to, you know, come up with, like, $20,000 in robbing, but we still need to come up with, like, $2,000 somehow. And it seems to be robbing shops and this. Sending cars to the scrap heap. I don't imagine this Sherbert's going to be worth a lot, but we should be able to get a number of decent cars. We should be able to find cars we can, like, you know, exchange. So. Oh my goodness, this guy is slow. I'm glad I'm getting rid of this Sherbert. We got a long drive ahead of us. Actually, color me curious. I wonder how much trucks would get impounded on the... I wonder how much... maybe a police car might do something. Who knows? Rob shops or bring cars to Brewski, which is what I'm doing right now. So I'm getting at least one car sent off to Brewski. I don't know if he's gonna give us a lot of money for this one, but it might be worth, you know, just a little bit. And as always, there's cars just slewing about along this road. And there's another few cars there. Awesome. So we've got a few options in our way to, you know, impound cars and what have you. Shouldn't be too hard. I imagine this is gonna be... Oh, $400. Okay, it ain't cheap. Alrighty. How much is this one? Smith Custom 200. Alright, let's put you in next. And see how much we get for you. Hopefully we'll get... Because we either need to put in, like, you know, 5 cars, or, you know, depending on their return value. Yeah, $421 again. So yeah, so we're at 26,000. We find another $400 kind of thingy-madiggy. Oh, we'll need to do it 2 more times, actually, because then we'll get to 27,000. And it will probably be a little bit over that. And then, so we find another $400 or $500 car, and that will get us over to the value. Alright, let's have a look and see about cars. And yes, I am running like a very far distance for like one random car. Oop. Do not disturb the police officer.
Ah, damn it.
Yep, I know to rob shops or to, you know, give Brewski cars. Let me do that. The temptation to rob a gun store is high, but, you know, I feel like I would be causing problems for myself if I did that. Oh, would you look at that? Another car right there for us to rob. Alright, another car. dun, 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 dun. Crusher. 420. Nice. And then we get this one. And then, there we go. A Hudson Wasp. This should help us get over the what's-a-mahoozy. There we go. That should... Yep, that gets us over the minute. You have collected money. Go see Joe. Excellent. Now, as tempting as it would be to, you know, boost another car, so then that way we get, like, a little bit over, so I have spare money left over, let's not do that. There's, like, so much of this stream has been put towards, you know, collecting money via carjackings and what have you. And, you know, we're probably close to reaching the end of the game anyway. I double-checked on, like, IGN, and I did, like, a Google of, like, how many chapters there are in Mafia 2, and there are 15 chapters. We're at chapter 14 right now, and I imagine chapter 15 is gonna be, like, some sort of, you know, final vengeance thing.
Ah, damn it.
There we go. Smith Custom 200.
Classic Radio.
Alrighty. We now head to Joe's. Out. I wish we could play a radio, but I feel like there would be way more muted audio in my stream each time I try. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm doing my best to get this over and done with. Pistol backer, mama, lay that pistol down. Dunk. Bam. Up to the second floor. We go up the staircase, get to Joe, and hopefully we get some good news from Joe. It's honestly a shame about Henry, and I don't know if I believe him or not about the, you know, being an FBI, being like a federal
Joe wasn't
employment.
home. At first I thought he was just running a little late, so I went to grab something to eat. 2 hours later, Joe still wasn't home. It was getting dark, and I was getting worried.
What is his...
I had to go look for him.
6 hours later? What the fuck happened to
Joe
him?
checked in with Eddie at the Falcon. Maybe Joe checked in with Eddie at the Falcon.
Alright. Time to head to the Falcon. Pistol down. I don't know why, that's stuck in my head right now. Alrighty. Let's see, does Eddie know anything? And if they ask me about my car, times are tough.
Vito, good, you're here. You hear what happened?
No.
What's going on?
Henry's dead.
What?
The fucking chinks hacked him to death in broad daylight.
Why?
So you don't know anything about it?
Well, Henry wanted to bring me in on some deal, but I passed. What happened?
Yeah, well, Henry is, well, was stupid. He was dealing dope with the tongs. He knew this was off limits and he got caught. Carlo let him off with a small fine and told him he'd forget about it. But the chinks double-crossed Henry and hacked him to pieces in the middle of the park.
Shit.
Ain't no doing business with the yellow man.
Ugh.
But there's worse. Henry wasn't working alone. Yesterday, some guys massacred a shitload of the chinks over in Chinatown. Now they figure it must have either been us or Vinci. They already started threatening Vinci. If this don't get settled fast, we're all in deep shit. You sure you don't know nothing about it?
Nothing.
Not a thing, Eddie, I swear.
Yeah? How about Joe?
Joe? Joe was with me last couple days.
Well, you're lucky then. Carlo's out of town right now, but when he gets back, it ain't gonna be pretty.
No shit.
You better not be shitting me, Vito.
Let's try Giuseppe next. He keeps his ear to the ground. Let's try Giuseppe next. He keeps his
Thank you for the double talk there. Wonder why the game is doing that now, the whole double talk thing where it's like, oh, before the loading is done, it's like, play the audio file, but then it finally loads and we're able to control the character and it's like, let's play it again, just in case they missed it. Alright. Yep, Giuseppe's not too far. Alrighty. Turn! Turn! Turn. Okay. Ignore the shrubbery. Now, as far as... Yep, Giuseppe's on this side. Let's see, does he have anything for us? Wait, is he upstairs or downstairs? I can't remember. No. Nope. Where are the... Hopefully this is it.
Giuseppe, I'm looking for Joe Barbaro. Was he here today?
Hello, Vito. Yeah, Joe came by today.
Great, I've been looking for him the whole day. Did he say where he was heading?
Well, no, he didn't. I don't think he know himself.
How come?
Well, he was looking for a job, but before we managed to finish a conversation, a few guys came and took him away.
Uh-oh.
Who?
It was Vinci's people. They said Mr. Vinci wanted a word with him.
You know where they would have went?
No lo so. Maybe to the bar, the Mona Lisa.
Shit.
Is something wrong?
Not sure. Let's just say we're not on the best of terms with Mr. Vinci these days.
Yeah, Joe didn't look too happy.
I got a bad feeling about this. I better go find out what's going on.
I hope it's nothing serious. Buona fortuna, Vito.
Buona fortuna.
Something special today?
Ooh. Yep.
This is one special pistola.
Yep, I will take...
I hope I see you again soon, Vito. You're my best customer.
Thank you. I'm gonna need a better car than that. This is a better car. And sharp left. And we So we're heading to some place called the Mona Lisa. Also, you should be out of ads by now, Night Sky. Hopefully you're enjoying this. We're getting to the end. Don't you worry. We're coming, Joe. What did Vinci want with him? Oh, oh boy. And where's the Mona Lisa? There's the Mona Lisa. Good night, y'all. Not to worry. Oh.
Hiya, fellas.
Look at the balls on this guy.
Nice to see you.
They're upset.
Move a muscle. Come on. Listen to the friendly bartender and stop fucking around, Vito. Now, first of all, I gotta ask you to slowly toss your guns on the floor. No funny business, neither. The bartender's got the itchiest trigger finger in town, huh?
I'm not armed.
Okay, so what are you doing here, Vito? We wasn't expecting you.
I'm looking for Joe Barbaro. I heard some of your guys picked him up.
Maybe.
What are you trying to pull? Me and Joe didn't do nothing to you.
Mr. Vinci doesn't seem to think so. He wanted a few things explained to him, so that's what Joe is doing. And since you've stopped by, why don't we go and join them?
And what if I don't want to?
These guns say you do. But don't worry, it's got a hell of a view.
Oh. Ow! Damn it.
Shit. Hey, what's up, Joe?
Oh, hey, Joe.
The assholes went to take a leak.
Great. Well, can you explain to me why the fuck we're here?
That old fuck Vinci can't see what's going on right in front of his face. And he thinks I can explain it to him. Idiot.
Oh, the happy couple is here already. Welcome, Vito.
What's going on? You got no reason to treat us like this.
No reason? No reason? First, the business with Leo.
Oh.
And then all hell breaks out in the city. The chinks, they're going nuts. Everybody's fighting like lunatics. And now, those yellow bastards are threatening to kill me. It's out of fucking control. Now, I'm too old for this shit, so you're gonna tell me what the hell's going on here. Come on, I'm all ears.
Mr. Vinci, look, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Believe me, me and Joe ain't got nothing to do with it.
That ain't what I wanna hear.
Yeah, well, that's your problem. Because we don't know shit about any of this.
That's too bad.
Finally. We don't got much time. We gotta do something.
All right. We'll try to break the pipe. Come on, help me out. I can't do it by myself.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh. Well, he's got a gun, so we got a problem. Oh, but we are fat. Oh, yeah, damn. Joe is fast as fuck.
Filthy fuck! Come on! Come on, you fuck!
Go. Well, at least we got like a, you know, full revolver of bullets. But let's just deal with them quietly if we can.
Oh shit, there he is!
Fuck this. I'm out of here.
Let me live, please!
That asshole killed him! Ain't that you asswipe?
Joe, you are so much better than the AI from the earlier Mafia games. Don't let anyone say anything bad about you. Where's the next set of stairs?
You go first. I'll cover you. Where the fuck you think you're going? Hey, guy!
Three. So they're numbers.
Like that, huh? Come on!
Kill this fuck already, will you?
Damn it, we can't go any further in that direction.
Vito, come here! This should be the way out.
Ooh, boobies. Damn it!
Where the fuck you think you're... How you like that, huh? Come on! Vito, come here! This should be the way out.
Okay, so I can't shoot them through the fire, otherwise I run the risk of, you know, catching myself on fire as well. This is gonna be a difficult one.
Where the fuck you think you're...
So, 3, and...
How you like that, huh? Vito, come here! This should be the way out.
Damn it. I was hoping I would get a good shot on him, but I didn't. M1A1. Nice. Got myself a decent gun and an M1 Garand. Nice. And unfortunately, I do not have the special M1911 I got. Hi there, Renegamon! Welcome to the stream. Ooh, grenades. Yes, please. Ow, what the fuck was that? How's it going? We're getting through a difficult part of the game. Oh! Okay, I see it now. I can't remember if I told you about my name change. I can't remember either. Boom. Alright, and then bam, dong. Oh wait, was this the, multiple personalities thing? Flew the Kenku is no more. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, you...
Sipping Time sponsored by B1G_DJ.
Hang on. Where is the... Oh, there they are. They really are making this difficult for us. Alright, here we go. Then we pick up this, and then we pick up that. Alright, we should be a lot better in terms of ammunition going forward. Also, is this where we're supposed to go? Ow. Ignore the fact that I dropped to my death. The person who took it isn't a streamer. Made sure. Wait, I still respond to...
Okay. Let's get you over to El Greco.
Wait, what did you say? I still respond to Flu or now Reyna. Was originally going to be just Rena again. Rena Mon Protogen, but it was taken, so you just added Mon to the end. Rena again Mon. Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough.
They fucked me up pretty good. I think I need a doctor.
Yeah, okay. We'll find one.
Let's get you over to El Greco.
Let's just find a car. Here's one. Or, actually, no, here's actually, yeah, this one.
Ah, damn it.
There we go. Hudson Wass, that should do it. Person who took it isn't a streamer, made sure. Fair enough. What happens if it was a streamer? Was your concern that you can't use it because of the Raid? Hello there, Inugami Hound. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, viewers. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I am. Oh, oh my God, they're double talking in the game.
Now just sit the fuck back before you get blood all over my pants, and I really do stab you in the chest.
Anyway, but yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through, you know, old and new games that are either in my backlog or that I really want to play, and this is one of them. Mafia. I'm doing it on Mondays because Mafia Monday. I've never played the Mafia series before. I finished up with Mafia 1, so now we're going through Mafia 2, and I reckon I'm close to having Mafia 2 finished, so I'm making an effort to get done with Mafia 2 tonight. Well, I started this morning, so it's been going off through the morning and the afternoon, and it's probably going to keep on going until the evening. Alright, we're taking Joe to a doctor. Also, I need to turn off the radio, otherwise my VOD has muted audio because, you know, you're not allowed to have copyrighted music, especially copyrighted music that is like 50 plus years old, because who's getting the royalties? Who the fuck knows? You love Mafia 2 so much. I love the Mafia series. Nice! So I'm guessing it's a pretty good game by that standard? So, because I went through the first one, I went through Definitive Edition. Visually, it was beautiful, story was interesting, but oh my goodness, this game didn't want to, the game would do stutters and what have you. It was not great.
Need a hand?
I can make it.
What do you want me to do with the money?
Take it to Bruno.
Ugh.
All right. At least that'll be out of the way.
Good evening, gentlemen. Whoa, what happened to you?
Hey, Doc. I got my ass kicked. I'm coughing up blood.
What is happening today? One of your guys is already here.
Who?
His name is Antonio Balsamo.
Tony Balls? What happened to him?
Somebody messed him up pretty good. I don't think he's ever going to walk again.
What?
This surprises you? All the blood, all the death. This is the lifestyle you choose.
If it was a streamer, then you would have said it flew. Ah, okay, fair enough.
To run out. The next time.
Good to see Mafia game lovers coming in. That is good. It means that people are catching on to my streams because I'm playing old game trilogies that people love.
That's okay, Doc.
All right, come in.
You gonna sleep? Have a good night. Not to worry, Renegade. Thank you so much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it.
Sure thing. Feel better.
The second one is pretty good as well. I think all three have is good story and characters. That's still pretty decent. Good story and good characters is hard to come by in a lot of video games, and I quite appreciate it. Alrighty, so we're now in this, you know, piece of shit at, Jalopy. So now we gotta pay off our money to Bruno, because we took on, like, a bit of a small loan from him in order to, you know, get started with the dope business, thanks to, you know, Henry bringing us into it. We almost had a good run, but before we could make our money, apparently someone within, like, China's thingamadiggy learned that he was a rat or something like that, and so before we could pay our cut or our loan back, you know, Henry got killed. He was murdered in the middle of a park, of all things. So yeah, it wasn't too great. What a wild September 1951. So now we're heading to the port to... Because we now have, like, you know... We have like over $60,000, and we're gonna use that money to help pay off our debt to Bruno. The third game has a more GTA feel, doing a lot of side quests and taking over turf, but I still like it a lot, and I love the OST in the game and music on the radio. I won't be able to enjoy the music too much, I think, because of, you know, copyrighted music and what have you, but I should still be able to, like, from what you talked about with, like, you know, side missions and taking over turf, that sounds a little more like, Saints Row, which has you taking over turf and what have you, as opposed to... Because GTA doesn't really have, like, any turf control mechanics like, Saints Row have. Have a good night, Zeebs. Not to worry, Roxy Cat. Thank you so much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it. Chat, go follow Roxy Cat. They're a hyper artist, apparently. I need to check out their stuff at some point. Alrighty, don't... Alright, dink, donk. Alright, let's head down this back alley and return the money with interest.
Hey, I need to see Bruno.
Got the money?
Yeah.
Come on in, then. You're lucky. We were just about to leave.
Lucky me.
Good evening. You have the money for me? Or do you wish to extend the deadline?
Here it is.
I have to admit, this is somewhat of a surprise. I heard you boys had some complications.
Yeah, we did.
I heard that Henry is dead. I'm very sorry to hear that. Isaac, count it. So your little business venture was a success?
You got your money, right?
Right. It's just that the whole city has been turned upside down. The Chinese think the Italians attacked them, so they're going after Vinci. That's not
The only game that did have it was San Andreas.
Does that have anything to do with the reason you borrowed this money?
Sorry, Bruno. That's none of your business.
Thank you, Isaac. It looks like the debt is settled. I don't even know your name.
Vito.
No.
Vito Scaletta.
Scaletta. I knew a Scaletta once. But I must say, you're much better at paying back your debts than he was.
Oh, no.
His poor wife had to do it for him.
So it was you who lent my father the money.
Your father.
You shouldn't have said his... Don't ever... Like, if you're doing shady business, don't have your name involved.
But I didn't make him borrow the money, now did I? Just like I didn't make you. If you ever need a loan, you know where to find me.
Sure.
So yeah, but nah, he should like. If he's going to be doing shady shit, don't share his name around, especially since the only thing linking him back to the dope and such like that, since Joe kept his mouth shut, he's not doing anything, and Henry is dead, was the lone guy. The lone guy can probably put two and two together if he knew Vito was with Henry.
And they were only gonna get worse.
Gosh darn
The
it.
truth was gonna come out sooner or later. And then we were gonna have Falcone after us, along with the Chinese and Vinci. This wasn't how I imagined it when we were starting out. I dreamed of money, cars, women, respect, freedom. I guess I ended up getting all that, more or less. But along with it came prison, living in constant fear, and the blood of my friends.
And you're currently living in an apartment with plenty of windows that can see most of it.
But it was finally catching up with me. It was all just a matter of time.
Oh boy. Like, look at that! Like, your bed, like, people can see you sleeping if they wanted to try and do a lookout on you. Drink up some Swift Cola, so then that way I'm not, you know...
Yeah, hello.
Vito. Yeah, it's Eddie. Listen, I need you to...
Let me guess. You need me to come by right away, and I should bring a gun.
For once, I don't. Carlo wants to see you over at the planetarium.
Did he say what it was about?
Nope. Better head over there now, though. Don't want to keep the man waiting. Yeah, see you, Vito.
Alright. This doesn't sound good. Well, I'm at least dressed up, so... Oh, I'm walking?
Can you get in, please?
Oh.
Hey, old man. What are you doing back?
Just get in the damn car. Now.
Okay.
And you are...
This is our friend, Mr. Chu.
Alright, so what the hell's going on here? What is this?
This is about you. You fucked up good, didn't you? Started a fucking war.
Got no idea what you're talking about.
Don't fuck with me, boy. I've probably forgotten more about this business than you'll ever learn. Half our guys are dead. Half of Mr. Chu's guys are dead. And now the feds are breathing down everybody's necks. Because of you.
Leo, listen.
You listen. If it wasn't for me, you would have already been taken care of. So you're gonna listen to what I have to say, and you're gonna listen good.
Oh.
What you did in Chinatown. That was because of that cocksucker Henry, right? You know who he was working for when he died?
You mean when he was butchered?
He was working for the feds. He was a fucking rat. That's why Mr. Chu's people did what they did. And that's why the feds are going after Carlo now. But
so
I
he
don't forget
was
my
with the
friends,
feds.
You did for me, so I did for you. I called in a few favors. Got you one chance to make this right.
How?
Okay, I'm listening.
You're gonna get rid of Carlo. It was all a favor.
And if I refuse?
You die. Frank and the rest of the commission want you dead. So does Mr. Chu. And to top it all off, you vouched for a rat. You think Carlo's gonna let that slide? You're a dead man walking.
When?
Now. Every minute we wait is another minute we give to the feds. He's holed up at that observatory of his. You know something's up. Carlo Falcone is a lot of things, but stupid ain't one of them.
All right. Stop the car.
Because I need to go to the observatory anyway.
Remember, kid, this is your last chance.
Oh, I totally forgot that we were responsible for bringing Henry into, like, our family. Alright, so... we're gonna need a car. Preferably one that isn't gonna keep me, that isn't gonna get me soaked, so... You always made Vito wear the suit with the pink dress shirt. It looks so good. Fair enough. I'm just going with...
Damn it.
There we go. So, yeah. Gonna want to stock up for this fight. I've got weapons. I got weapons from, like, the previous fight. I'm already full on, like, a lot of, you know, semi-automatic ammunition, pistol ammunition. I've even got a shotgun going for me, so... Yeah. Once I get... Oh my god, this... That taxi driver ruined it for me. So yeah, so I think I've got plenty of ammunition on me. And what's more is anyone I kill, I pick up their ammunition as well. It's gonna be cruisy. Ah, and once again running up this hill. If I only could, I'll make a deal with God. 2 avocados for $10. He says, that's not really good. I say, yeah, but you're God. I don't know why, but the revolvers in this game were very accurate. I remember getting good headshots. The M1911 is also a fairly, you know, tip-top kind of pistol, let me tell you. Okay, thankfully that police officer is not coming after me, so this is good. Also, we're at like we're at the final chapter as well, so yeah, it should be good. Oh, hey, a pink car. Alrighty, hang on. While I am here, let's get this car.
Ah, damn it.
Alright. The Smith Thunderbolt. You gonna do Mafia 3 after this? Maybe. Maybe. It might be worth doing it, considering... It might be worth doing it immediately after this, just so then that way I can get past, like, whatever, like, tutorial opener and such like that. So then that way, when I do, like, get into, like, the quote-unquote open world, you know, we're not gonna have any, like, big problems. Okay, so not the front door. So yeah. Also, hi there, Captain Power. I didn't say hi to you properly when you said gotta stock up to fight. This game does have DLC, but I never played it. Only the base game, and I got all the achievements for it. Nice! I'm only playing the base game as well, because I think the only... I think it's like side content that isn't set after the game.
One thing though, Vito. I gotta take your gun.
Oh, do you now?
Yeah, all right. Here you go.
Oh, yeah, that was a... He's just like, yeah, okay, bang, bang, Holzen, pong. The DLC for this game is shit? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Come on. There we go. Absolutely domed. Yeah, not a great plan, let me tell you. Where is your other guy? Come on. Pop your head out. Nice. 1928. Cheap! I remember this level being a bitch on hard mode because you'll die so fast. Look, fair enough. Alright, let's see. How far back does it put me? Oh, no. Yeah, let's go easy route. Come on, poke your gun out. Easy. Alright, where's the other guy? Yippee! What? Oh, Rosenroth, thank you so much! Thank you so much for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. Alright, we got a problem. There we go. And that's you done. Nice try. Hey, I need that. We're at the final mission right now. I'm gonna need all the, I'm gonna need all the armor I need. Look at Vito, he's barely wearing anything. Come on, pop your heads out. But yeah, right now I'm not on hard difficulty, I'm just on normal difficulty. Come on, where are you? Where's your... There you are! Alright, here we go. You gonna lurk? Good luck with the game. Thank you so much.
Wow, look who it is.
I am going to change to standing mode for this one. Here we go.
This is who they send? This is an insult. What'd they tell you, Vito? Take care of me and all's forgiven? You really think they're just gonna let you walk after everything you did? Then again, chumps like you never do think about the big picture. But your buddy Joe understands, don't you, Joe?
What the fuck is this?
I could ask you the same question.
Loyalty's a funny thing, huh, Vito? No such thing as friendship in this business. Didn't your old pal Leo teach you that while you're sucking his cock back in the can? You're just a fucking pawn, Vito. It's all you ever were. When are you gonna realize
Joe, you just gotta trust me.
You think I give a shit about the feds? All those tired old fucks on the commission? They're using you, Vito. Just like Clemente used you. Just like I used you. Just like that rat fuck Henry used you. You vouch for that piece of shit. Brought him into my house. And now, you dumb fuck, you're gonna pay for it. Now, Joe.
Hey, if you're gonna pull that trigger, do it already.
What are you waiting for?
Vito, let's shoot this cocksucker.
Remember what we talked
On
about,
tree.
Joe? You're gonna throw all that away? Do it!
Here we go.
Now!
What are you scared, asshole? Back me up, Vito.
Where is he?
God damn it, somebody kill these two psychos!
I won't want to get on your bad side.
Ow! Okay. The dome is not a fun place.
Not bad, huh? You shoot like my sister.
God damn it, somebody kill these two psychos! You dumb bastard, you don't stand a chance. You can't kill them all.
We get close.
You really are insane, aren't you? I'm gonna enjoy watching you die. everybody! There's only 2 of them!
Come on, let's go! Catch up! It's fucking over!
Oh, I kinda miss this. Reminds me of my Prohibition days.
I'm going in.
Where is he? I don't see him, is the problem. Got him. Did it!
You know something, Carlo? For the last 10 years, all I done was kill. I killed for my country. I killed for my family. I killed anybody that got in my way. But this one... This one's for me.
Fuck
you! Bang. Did it! We good. In the clear, we all fam.
Sure as hell hope you know what you're doing
The
here.
family album has been unlocked.
You'll see. So, what was he talking about back there?
Nothing. He made me an offer. That's all.
Yeah, I figured out that much. What kind of offer?
He wanted me to whack you. Said he'd make me a capo. Give me my own crew. You know, pretty much everything I ever wanted.
Yeah? So why the hell didn't you do it?
Remember that $5 you owe me?
Serious? That would be enough for you to turn and, you know, protect me? Was because you wanted the $5 from me, of all people. Crazy. Alright.
What the hell is this?
I'm guessing it's the commission.
All right, Joe.
Is it done?
It's done.
All right, then. Looks like a celebration is in order. Come on. Let's head to the cat house.
Sounds good to me.
Come with me, Vito. There's more we need to talk about.
What about Joe?
All right, we'll see you over there.
Please don't kill Joe. Joe was a good guy.
All right. So what's the big secret? Hey, what the hell's going on? Where they taking Joe?
Sorry, kid. Joe wasn't part of our deal.
Damn it. And that seems to be it for Mafia 2. Yep, that's it for Mafia 2. We did it. When you're smiling. Extras. The family album, Vito Scaletta, came from America from Sicily as a child. Joe Barbaro, career Kino, lifelong friend. Henry Tomasino, son of a Sicilian mobster, was sent to America in 1931 by his father. Henry came under the protection of family friend and ruthless mob Alberto Clemente. Mrs. Scaletta, Mr. Scaletta, Francesca, Eric, Marty. We got Eddie, Luca, Derek, Carlo, Alberto, Frank Vinci, Leo Galante. Nice. Mr. Wong, Greasers. And then in the city, we got Mike, Harry, Bruno, El Greco, Giuseppe, Freddie, Jack, Sidney Penn. Former associate of Alberto Clemente. So yeah. I remember the ending. It was a big clip and kind of kicks you in the balls as well. Like, I can't fault it. Like, you know, we didn't really have a good idea whether or not Joe was going to come out of it, and it was wishful thinking more than anything that Joe was going to come out of this same as Vito. I'm gonna be real, Vito, I feel like, you know, sure, he got out of that life, quote-unquote. Like, he got out of that trouble, but now he's got, like, an entirely new problem to deal with now. So, yeah. Also, what was additional content? The betrayal of Jimmy, Jimmy's vendetta, Joe's adventure. So, none of those... Like, Joe's adventure, I feel like, was the events, like, in Mafia 2, not after Mafia 2. So, yeah. Pretty good. I'm glad we got to the end of that. I think we did fairly well, don't you? So we finished what we started, we finished the story on Medium, we got to Chapter 14, learned what it meant to be a Scalia, sell 5 vehicles to Mike Brewski at the scrapyard, we pay a visit to an old friend, that was the Mafia Never Forgets, Chapter 13, Chapter 12, Chapter 11 we're done, settle the score with the Irish once and for all was End of the Rainbow, Wake Up Call was help Leo out of a tricky situation without getting caught. Chapter 10 was done, help clean up after Joe, kill 5 enemies in rapid succession with a headshot, get all wheels of your car in the air for at least 20 meters, then touch the ground again. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, Chapter 7, 6, 5 were done. Show that you know how to treat a lady. Chapter 4, 50 enforcers were killed. Chapter 3 was done, so all the guest stamps before the time runs out, we got that done. Improve the dock worker's haircut, we did that. Find at least one collectible in the game, complete Chapter 2. Did your first job for Mike Brewski. Upgrade one of your cars, protect Francesca, complete Chapter 2. There is more... So there's, like, more quests, it looks like. Find all the wanted posters, finish all car dealer missions in Jimmy's Vendetta. Keep any vehicle at 30 miles per gallon or over for 5 or more. I don't know what cruise control is. Finish the connection level in Joe's Adventure. Reach 200 points in Joe's Adventure. Sell 5 cars to Derek at the dock. The police want you dead. Survive for 10 minutes. Find all the Playboy magazines. Kill 1,000 people in Jimmy's Vendetta. Earn 1 million points in Jimmy's Vendetta. Travel a total of 50 miles in one vehicle. Travel 125 miles per hour. Buy your first luxury suit. Rob 5 stores in under 5 minutes. No idea how to do that. Obtain the ration stamps without raising the alarm. I'll need to look up a tutorial if I ever want to do that. But yeah, that is it for Mafia 2. I am going to go to the bathroom very quickly. I'm going to do a long advertisement, so then that way I can double check that Mafia 3 is installed. So give me a quick minute. Let me search Mafia 3. Okay, so we do have Mafia 3 Definitive Edition, but it's not downloaded right now. Let's see how quickly it takes to install. If it gets done quickly enough, then maybe we go through with it. Otherwise, let's see how we go. I'm going to get the advertisement running, and I'm going to do a little dance for you. And yeah, give me a few. Oh wait, hang on. That's not the thing I need to use. Foreground elements. Game. Be right back. That's our word. You can't use the C word. On par with Warrior technically being the Berserker clause. Yep. But yeah, hang on a second. Shared Fate. Let me just have a look at the shared fates that I have. Because I'm pretty sure none of them are like 100% completed. Yeah. I have a rank 2 in Il Meg, because you just need to do like, you know, 6 fate. Alright, log into network. Swan Song. Oh my god, this fucking dial-up noise. Ah! Oh. Note to self, do not grab the Rathian egg. It's gonna be very upset. Alright, let's see where this goes.
Okay, here it is. The Nodus Thorthalin.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back?
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
As if darkspawn demons and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
What's tricky about it?
What do you mean by tricky, exactly?
If I...
Yes! Yes! Get her! Run! Alrighty, let's have a look at how long this game is going to take. Yeah! So... it tells me it will be ready in about 10 minutes. So, here's what we're going to do. Gonna raid out. All right. Game plan, chat. Welcome back from advertisement. Here is the game plan. I am going to go on a short break. So it's 5:22 right now. Now, normally on a Monday, I would, start at like 6 p.m. or something like that, and we'd go on for 4 hours. So I reckon that's what we're going to do. The reason I'm doing this is so then that way I get myself a little break, pull the laundry out from the line and what have you, give time for my PC to do like a benchmark of Mafia 3, double check settings if I have the time. But overall, it also makes it so then that way the stream, doesn't go for like, a crazy long hours and is incapable of being imported into my YouTube VOD channel, which, is sure it privatizes the videos, but, it's something for later on. So we are going to have a quick look and see who is online and who we are going to raid. And right at the get-go, I can see Junie Arts drawing something big, so we're going to go and raid into them. Oh, are they even drawing? No, they're playing something called La Mulana 2. So we're going to go raid into them, and we're just going to go with the short and sweet himbo raid message. If you don't have the emotes, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you feel like are appropriate, and I will end the stream here, and we'll pick it back up in about 30 minutes, okay? So, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream that's gone off to the night. I greatly appreciate it. I will get Mafia 3 up in about half an hour or so like that. So, hopefully, I'll see you all tonight. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. See you in a bit. See you in like half an hour.